Chapter 605, Dark Emperor. Chapter 605, Dark Emperor. Bone Dragon Emperor led Jian Wushuang to the Dark Continent, where the Darkness Temple was located. Is that Darkness Temple? Jian Wushuang looked at the boundless Dark Palace and perceived auras of multiple experts within. As a powerful force in the ancient world, Darkness Temple had many skyscraping realm experts. Darkness. Bone Dragon Emperor appeared above the Darkness Temple, spreading his aura. Shortly after, many figures emerged from the Darkness Temple. The leader was the black-robed middle-aged man, whose deep-set eyes sparkled in the darkness. Bone Dragon, Dark Emperor said with a husky voice and glanced at Jian Wushuang. Are you Sword Emperor, the rising star? Nice to meet you, Jian Wushuang said with a hint of humility. Dark, since you know who he is, you must know why we are here, right? Bone Dragon Emperor said straightforwardly. I know. Dark Emperor said, you want to kill the 9th Saint Master. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Dark Emperor, Su Ming is my sworn enemy. I hope you can do me a favor. Jian Wushuang, what do you think the Darkness Temple is? Dark Emperor stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. I don't care what kind of resentment exists. Now that he is a Saint Master of the Darkness Temple, I will protect him. If you kill him, you will become an enemy of the Darkness Temple. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang and Bone Dragon Emperor looked at each other and were not surprised. Naturally, the Dark Emperor wouldn't easily allow them to kill Su Ming. Dark Emperor, I have a compass which is the key to finding an ancient world token. If you agree, I will give it to you. Jian Wushuang took out a light yellow compass. An ancient world token was definitely a treasure any skyscraping realm experts would crazily fight for. It allowed entry to the firmament territory feast of the eternal world. A compass, ancient world token. The Dark Emperor was a little interested in it. He looked at the compass in Jian Wushuang's hand and nodded. I know. It's left by Sect Master Dong. People can find the ancient world token he left with the compass, but... Dark Emperor smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang, do you think I care about it? Ridiculous, I would not, even if it was an ancient world token. There are 5 ancient world tokens. You're a descendant of the Sword Ancestor, and the ancient world token he left must be in your hand too. Therefore, there are still 3 others in the ancient world. Luckily, I already have one. The Dark Emperor took out a token. Jian Wushuang looked at it and recognized that it was a real ancient world token. Has he got an ancient world token already? Jian Wushuang didn't expect this. He planned to entice Dark Emperor with the compass. Now it seemed the compass was useless to him. Jian Wushuang, are you trying to buy me over with a compass? Ridiculous, even if I didn't have one, I would not kill a Saint Master for an ancient world token. Dark Emperor sneered at him. This is troublesome. Jian Wushuang's look changed. Do I have to ask Master Di Jing for help? Wait a minute, let me have a try. Bone Dragon Emperor said to Jian Wushuang in a low voice. Then he went to Dark Emperor. Dark. Bone Dragon Emperor came to Dark Emperor's side. Bone Dragon, are you trying to help him? Dark Emperor's face fell. He didn't care about Jian Wushuang. But Bone Dragon Emperor was different. No, I just want to tell you something. Bone Dragon Emperor smiled, lowered his voice and said, Jian Wushuang and those Saint Masters of the Darkness Temple were just looking quietly at them. They didn't know what Bone Dragon Emperor had told Dark Emperor, but they saw Dark Emperor's surprised look. A moment later, Bone Dragon Emperor went back to Jian Wushuang. Bone Dragon Emperor, what did you tell him? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. I told him your age. That is enough. Bone Dragon Emperor said with a smile. That's it? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Don't worry, Dark Emperor is clever. In a few years, you will probably be even stronger than him, then you can kill him easily. So he will not offend you for a Saint Master. Bone Dragon Emperor laughed and said, We have come to an arrangement that he will give you a chance to kill Su Ming, but you need to give him an out first. After all, he is the Temple Master. It's impossible for him to do nothing and let you kill the Saint Master. That's it. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. Dark Emperor above the Darkness Temple looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, since Bone Dragon Emperor has solicited favor on behalf of you, I will give you a chance, Dark Emperor said, drawing out a long black spear, spreading an aura of power. I will attack you with the spear. As long as you can survive 3 moves of my spear, I will not stop you. Otherwise, you have only yourself to blame. 3 moves. Jian Wushuang immediately knew what he meant. Chapter 606, Secret Skill. Chapter 606, Secret Skill. Please go ahead, Jian Wushuang said. Look carefully, it's the first move. Immediately, 6 tall spear soul phantoms arose behind him. Just after Dark Emperor thrust his long spear, the phantoms did so too. Darkness spread and created an eddy as if it would swallow everything in the world. At the center of the eddy, the cold spearhead had rushed towards Jian Wushuang with an all-encompassing lethal force. Jian Wushuang looked grave. Behind him, his golden sword soul phantom rose too. Although there was only one, the supreme sword essence it unleashed was much more powerful than those 6 spear soul phantoms. Gathering the spiritual power in his hand, in the next second, Jian Wushuang slashed out with his heart-killing sword, which looked like a boundless and lasting Star River. It was the 7th move of heart-killing sword, Star River. Bang! 2 forces collided. Immediately ripples spread through the air. The dark eddy turned around and Jian Wushuang also staggered back many steps. In the eddy, Dark Emperor held tightly onto his long black spear and the aura of darkness on him became stronger. I have underestimated you. It didn't kill you. It didn't even suppress you. Instead, you have the upper hand. You are strong enough to be ranked among the top experts in the ancient world. Here comes the second move. I will spare no effort this time. Then he thrust his long spear again. Seemingly simple, it rushed rapidly towards Jian Wushuang's head like lightning across the distance. So fast, Jian Wushuang's look darkened. Fast and horrifying. Saint Masters of the Darkness Temple behind Dark Emperor were shocked. Apparently, he had spared no effort. Jian Wushuang squared his shoulders and watched the coming spear. The Blood River realm immediately spread and a blood bridge crossed the Blood River. Azura Secret Skill, Road to the Underworld and Bridge of Helplessness were displayed simultaneously. The next moment, Jian Wushuang slashed again. He used his full strength, with all his body's power, spiritual power and power of Sword Soul and Tao. The Star River was much stronger than before. Boom! 2 forces collided again. Jian Wushuang stepped back more than 30 meters before stopping. Such a powerful move. A glimpse of admiration flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes after he came to a stop. Though his physical strength was stronger than Dark Emperor, he was weaker in Tao, as was his trump card. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. But fortunately, he was not injured. You're not injured. I believe you are qualified to be ranked in the top 10 in the ancient world. Be careful, the third move comes. Dark Emperor's cold voice reverberated in the world. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face darkened more. Saint Masters of the Darkness Temple were expectant. Is it? Sure. His most powerful move, Secret Skill, which he created himself. Secret Skill, when will we create our own? In the void, Dark Emperor suddenly struck out. Immediately the void turned into nothingness. A long spear stabbed out quietly, but with amazing speed. It was too fast to react to. Jian Wushuang could only raise his long sword before his chest. Bang! A thud fell. Jian Wushuang's eyes opened wide after finding that a rift appeared in the void before him. Space rift? Jian Wushuang stared at it. It cracked space. Such a powerful attack. What's going on? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He thought it was powerful because it had torn through space. However, when it really hit him, he found that it was not. He was not even wounded. What happened? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and understood immediately. Dark Emperor has planned this. He was just posturing to prove that he had tried his best. Understanding this point, A happy expression appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Since it was a show, Jian Wushuang certainly would support him. Spitting out blood, Jian Wushuang's face turned pale, as if he was heavily wounded. Dark Emperor frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang. You are not dead? Your body is so strong that even Bone Dragon Emperor's body is not stronger than yours. I will keep my word. Since you're still alive, I will not stop you anymore. Then he left directly. Husband, Temple Master. Hearing what the Dark Emperor said, those Saint Masters' faces changed. Thank you. He turned his eyes to a corner of the Darkness Temple, where there was a powerful aura he had perceived earlier. That was Su Ming. Su Ming, come accept your death. Jian Wushuang's angry shout reverberated. In a hall of the Darkness Temple, Su Ming sat leg crossed. He knew what had happened outside. His eyes fell when he saw Jian Wushuang was still alive after being attacked by Dark Emperor's strongest move. Dark Emperor's most powerful move. He created it himself. In the ancient world, only he can perform it. It's impossible that Jian Wushuang can withstand it, even if his body is strong. Chapter 607, Su Ming's Survival. Chapter 607, Su Ming's Survival. Secret skills were very overwhelming and horrifying. In the entire ancient world, only the Dark Emperor could create a secret skill. The strongest experts, such as the Bone Dragon Emperor and Sir Ming, had never created any secret skills. Only with some other techniques could they have similar battle strength with Dark Emperor. In terms of offensive power, Dark Emperor's secret skill was absolutely the best. What astonished Su Ming, however, was that such a terrifying secret skill could be overcome by Jian Wushuang so easily, and the latter was just hurt a little. Humph! Dark Emperor was very selfish and only cared about his own interests. Maybe it was because he saw Jian Wushuang has incredible talent or thought about Bone Dragon Emperor that he showed mercy just now. He has never been planning to protect me. As for that space rift, well, he was just acting. Anyway, the secret skill was created by himself and is so complex that other people cannot tell the difference. Su Ming laughed coldly. At this moment, Su Ming, come accept your death. A roar with rage was suddenly heard by Su Ming. His face became solemn. Then, his figure immediately rushed out. At the next moment, he had appeared in the void, just standing in front of Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang, a dark and cold smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Jian Wushuang, my good junior brother, you hate me so much and want to kill me immediately? It's good that you know this. Jian Wushuang shot a glance at Su Ming. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Kill me? Haha, you were kidding. Su Ming suddenly laughed. Jian Wushuang, you are too arrogant. You think you can kill me because I do not have the Dark Emperor's protection? You are looking down upon me too much. Jian Wushuang's expression couldn't help changing slightly when he heard these words. At this critical moment, Su Ming still had other trump cards. However, Su Ming stretched out his hand, in which there was a jade slip surrounding by slight thunderbolt power. Looking at this jade slip, a flash of coldness appeared in Su Ming's eyes. I thought I would use this jade slip later in the ancient world, but now, I have to use it. How unfortunate. With a slight sigh, Su Ming slowly gripped the jade slip with his right hand. At the next moment, the jade slip was crushed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang had a bad feeling. As expected, after the jade slip was crushed, an incredible blast of power exploded with dense space energy. The void above abruptly collapsed, and a huge whirlpool appeared from nowhere, connecting with another space. The other end of the whirlpool was full of mystery. At the sight of the huge whirlpool, many experts, including Bone Dragon Emperor and the Dark Emperor who had retreated to the Darkness Temple, greatly changed their complexion. Everyone could feel the special aura spreading from that whirlpool. That aura was alluring. Eternal world. This is the channel to the eternal world. Bone Dragon Emperor stared and shouted in a low voice. What? Jian Wushuang was also shocked. The channel to the eternal world. Generally, There was one-way travel from the ancient world to the eternal world, and the only way was through the use of the ancient world token. However, it was just the regular way. Yet, sometimes, there was special situation. Super experts, such as Emperor Shao and Dijing, could travel from the ancient world to the eternal world freely, and they could even bring someone from the ancient world to the eternal world. Before that, Emperor Shao had said, if Jian Wushuang could not break through before the firmament territory feast, he would also bring Jian Wushuang to the eternal world. But now, the jade slip crushed by Su Ming was apparently a very rare special way to the eternal world. Aha, Jian Wushuang, you think you can kill me? Seeing this scene, Su Ming was not surprised at all, but stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold smile. A little while after the huge whirlpool appeared and the special aura was spread out, a figure slowly stepped out from the whirlpool. This man was wearing a purple robe, on which some scarlet thunderbolts were embroidered. His body was strong, with a cold and proud face. He just stood there. Not intentionally, a light aura was spreading out, and the entire earth and heaven fell into a deathly stillness in a moment. A scarlet thunderbolt was surging in the purple-robed man's eyes, which swept past everyone present. Anyone who was swept by his eyes, even including Bone Dragon Emperor and Dark Emperor, could not help but shiver with terror. They all had a feeling that the purple-robed person could easily kill them with a single thought. How frightening! This man! Everyone present looked at the purple-robed person with fear. Just the aura made Bone Dragon Emperor and Dark Emperor extremely terrified. The man's identity was very clear. Someone from the eternal world. Bone Dragon Emperor's pupil shrank. Like my master, he is a super expert from the eternal world. But I don't know who is stronger between the two. Expert from the eternal world? Jian Wushuang also stared at the purple-robed person with terror. He could see that the purple-robed person's strength was far above the skyscraping realm, so he must be a super expert with a higher level strength. The purple-robed person, who was stared at by everyone, swept around with his eyes filled with scarlet thunderbolts, and finally looked at Su Ming. You are Su Ming, my junior brother? The purple-robed person slowly spoke, in a low and heavy voice, just like the thunder. Su Ming, junior brother? The experts present were all shocked. The purple-robed person came after Su Ming crushed the jade slip, so they had guessed that Su Ming had some connection with that purple-robed person, but they had never thought that the purple-robed person would call Su Ming his junior brother. I am Su Ming. Who are you, my senior brother? Su Ming looked at the purple-robed person in a modest way. My name is Shuiyang, and I am the guiding envoy of the Universal Thunder Sect. Before long, Sect Master Lei Xian said that he had traveled across a lot of ancient worlds, where he left some opportunities, and an opportunity was obtained by a little guy called Su Ming. He told me to pay attention to the situation of this ancient world. Once you crush Sect Master Lei Xian's pledge token, I'll come and guide you to the Universal Thunder Sect. The purple-robed person said in a very polite way to Su Ming. I thought you would stay longer in this ancient world, but you crushed the jade slip so early. Hearing what Shuiyang said, the people around understood everything. So that is what it is. Su Ming obtained an opportunity left by a super expert of the eternal world and has the chance to the eternal world. How lucky! Chapter 608 Universal Thunder Sect. Chapter 608 Universal Thunder Sect. All the experts, including Dark Emperor, Bone Dragon Emperor, and the present experts from the Darkness Temple, looked at Su Ming with admiration. In normal circumstances, if they wanted to go to the eternal world, they had to desperately fight for an ancient world token, and then had to wait for the commencement of the Firmament Territory Feast to enter the eternal world. In addition, even though they took part in the Firmament Territory Feast, only the people who did very well and the most brilliant talents could get the chance to enter powerful sections. Most of the people who were going to the eternal world would become cannon fodder. But Su Ming, he could directly enter the eternal world and the Universal Thunder Sect just because he obtained an opportunity left by an expert of the eternal world, and he could even be guided by an expert. His luck was really heaven-defying. I wanted to stay longer in the ancient world, but, Su Ming said, and looking at Jian Wushuang with incomparably cold eyes. Anyway, he had just broken through and reached the skyscraping realm. Indeed, he was not in a hurry to enter the eternal world. His original plan was to stay for another several hundred years in the ancient world, where he could enjoy being a top expert. Anyway, when he arrived in the eternal world, where there were countless experts, he, a skyscraping realm, would be as weak as an ant. However, just because of Jian Wushuang's pressure, he had to choose to crush the jade slip now and directly enter the eternal world. Su Ming, my junior brother, can you come along with me now? Shuiyang asked. Shuiyang, my senior brother, speaking frankly, I have a deadly enemy in this ancient world. Today, if you, my senior brother, had not come, I'm afraid I would have become a dead body. If this man is not killed, I cannot go to the Universal Thunder sect with a peaceful heart, so I hope you can help me kill my enemy. Su Ming said seriously. Oh. Shuiyang raised his eyebrows, with his scarlet thunderbolt eyes sweeping around. Hearing what Su Ming said, Jian Wushuang looked concerned. Su Ming, my junior brother, who is your enemy? I can help you kill him. Shuiyang directly said. In this little ancient world, no one could stop Shuiyang from doing anything. He just needed to lift a finger to kill Su Ming's enemy in the ancient world. As soon as he thought Su Ming was the person sect Master Lei Xian told him to guide, Shuiyang would not refuse at all. Thank you for your help, Shuiyang, my senior brother. Su Ming was very glad. He pointed to Jian Wushuang immediately. Shuiyang, my senior brother, my enemy was him. I hope you kill him. I will be very grateful. This little guy? Shuiyang shot a glance at Jian Wushuang, with no emotion in his eyes, and said, Little guy, as long as my junior brother wants you to die, you have to die. After saying this, Shuiyang reached out his hand and pointed a finger at Jian Wushuang. A light scarlet thunderbolt whirled around him and burst out in an instant. At that moment, hua, the void directly collapsed, and many space rifts, which were as long as several miles, appeared. More than a score of space rifts burst out immediately. The space in the ancient world is so fragile. Shuiyang smiled scornfully. The sight of this caused the surrounding experts to gulp a deep breath. Anyway, in their ancient world, it was well recognized that Dark Emperor had the #1 offensive power. However, even the secret skill he created, his most powerful technique, could only make a small space rift in the void. But now, Shuiyang's casual finger could produce power which was tens of thousands of times stronger than the Dark Emperor's most powerful technique. It was too terrifying. With a single finger, he could destroy the entire earth and heaven. No. Jian Wushuang's face became pale. Seeing the finger which could destroy the world attacking him, despite desperately wanting to escape, he realized with terror that no matter how he dodged, that finger would track and attack him. The comprehension of Dao from this far exceeded his imagination. Jian Wushuang, accept your destiny and die. Su Ming's face looked ferocious, looking forward to seeing the scene where Jian Wushuang was completely killed. However, just before the finger, which could destroy the world, really fell upon Jian Wushuang, the void before Jian Wushuang suddenly broke and a hole appeared. A giant hand came out from the hole and slapped that finger into pieces in an instant. Moreover, the power of the giant hand was not diminishing, and the hand continued to attack Shuiyang. What? Shuiyang, the purple-robed person with a superior posture, changed his face greatly at this moment. He had never thought that in this little ancient world, someone could head-on stop his attack. As the giant hand approached him, he had no capacity to dodge at all. Pung! The giant hand slapped Shuiyang, and the latter immediately spouted out a mouthful of fresh blood, while his figure retreated in embarrassment. At the same time, a grand voice with arrogance was heard from the hole, echoing between the earth and heaven. Universal Thunder Sect? Humph! How dare you? You dare attack the man who is valued by our Master Emperor Shao. When there is a chance, I will visit your sect Master Lei Xian for Master Emperor Shao. The arrogant voice echoed between the earth and heaven, lingering for a long time and terrifying everyone present. Emperor Xiao? Master Emperor Xiao? Shui Yang's eyes widened with a sense of terror. At this moment, he could not think about his own injuries. In a hurry, he looked at Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, junior brother, let's go. Let's go quickly." Shocked by that scene just now, Su Ming was stunned when he heard what Shui Yang said. He realized the terror on Shui Yang's face. He dared not hesitate, and just directly stepped into the channel to the eternal world following Shui Yang. As a brilliant light flashed, Shui Yang and Su Ming disappeared out of everyone's sight. Who? Watching Shui Yang leave, Bone Dragon Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Lucky. It's lucky that the master has been paying attention to the situation here and did something, or... Bone Dragon Emperor exclaimed. He knew that the person who had just attacked was Di Jing. Jin Wushuang, Su Ming has gone to the eternal world. If you want to kill him, it seems that you have to wait. Bone Dragon Emperor looked over to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was just standing still and looking at what was happening. He slightly nodded, with an icy cold face. Universal Thunder Sect. Jin Wushuang gripped his hands tightly. Su Ming, you just wait, and I'll pursue you in the eternal world in a little while. Chapter 609. Heaven-Defying 4 Steps. Chapter 609. Heaven-Defying 4 Steps. Having not killed Su Ming, Jin Wushuang felt regret. Yet, except for Su Ming, the experts who had sought to kill the Sword Ancestor had all been killed. In the ancient world, Jin Wushuang had no other enemies. Jin Wushuang went back to the monster continent following Bone Dragon Emperor. They went back to the huge black castle where Emperor Xiao was living. In the garden, Emperor Xiao was sitting on a stone stool, while Di Jing stood by his side respectfully. You have finished dealing with your affairs? Emperor Xiao looked over at Jin Wushuang. Yes, I have finished. There was a little accident, but luckily Master Di Jing helped me out. Jin Wushuang said. Aha! It was a small thing, and I just drove a little kid of the Divine Realm away. Di Jing smiled in a strange way. Divine Realm? Jin Wushuang was stunned. Naturally, he knew that Di Jing was talking about Shui Yang from the Universal Thunder Sect. However, Jin Wushuang only knew that Shui Yang was a super expert far beyond the skyscraping realm, and he did not know his specific realm. Now, Jin Wushuang knew that Shui Yang's level was called the Divine Realm. The little guy of the Divine Realm was nothing, but the Universal Thunder Sect behind him in the Firmament territory is indeed not a weak sect. There are several experts of the Eternal Realm. When you go to the Firmament territory and deal with the Universal Thunder Sect, you have to be careful. Di Jing said. Eternal Realm? Jin Wushuang was more confused. Little guy, aren't you yearning for the second gray stone bead? Now, I will give it to you. When you understand the realms after the heavenly creation skill, you will naturally get to know the concept of the Divine Realm and the Eternal Realm. Saying that, Emperor Xiao threw the second gray stone bead to Jin Wushuang. As if it had its own consciousness, the gray stone bead immediately went into Jin Wushuang's body as soon as it got near him. As soon as the second gray stone bead entered his body, it began to crazily whirl. Then, a torrent of information directly entered Jin Wushuang's mind. This information was naturally the cultivation technique of the realms following the heavenly creation skill. This is accepting the cultivation techniques of the several realms after the heavenly creation skill. Jin Wushuang could not help but feel astonished. The message said that there were 2 volumes of the heavenly creation skill, with the first volume ending at flying to the 9th heaven. Flying to the 9th heaven meant that the warrior should lay foundation step by step from entering the martial arts. When he reached the last level of the cloud realm, Jin Wushuang would feel perfect in all aspects. This was just laying the perfect foundation. That was to say that the purpose of the first volume of the heavenly creation skill was only to lay a perfect foundation, just like what Jin Wushuang had now. After having the prefect foundation, Jin Wushuang would cultivate the heavenly defying 4 steps. The heaven-defying 4 steps were really the core and essence of the heavenly creation skill. The heaven-defying 4 steps were Step 1 Heaven-Treading Realm, Step 2 Deification Realm, Step 3, Everlasting Realm, and Step 4, Eternal Supremo. As for normal warriors, there were also 4 realms above the Cloud Realm, and those were respectively the Skyscraping Realm, the Divine Realm, the Eternal Realm, and the Tao Master Realm. The Skyscraping Realm of normal warriors corresponded to the first step of the Heavenly Creation skill, the Heaven-Treading Realm. Jin Wushuang was at the 9 Cloud Realm now. Hence, if he could break through, he would reach the Heaven-Treading Realm. The first volume of the Heavenly Creation skill was only for laying a perfect foundation. Then, the following heaven-defying 4 steps would be the most important. Jin Wushuang widened his eyes. To him, the first volume of the Heavenly Creation skill, which he had been cultivating, had several levels and was incomparably powerful. It could be described as overpowered. But now, he knew that the real essence and core of the Heavenly Creation skill was its second volume, i.e., the heaven-defying 4 steps. As for the first volume, it was only for laying a perfect foundation to make him perfect in all aspects. It seems that I have looked down upon the Heavenly Creation skill, Jin Wushuang exclaimed secretly. It was a heaven-defying cultivation method that utterly changed his destiny, and it was absolutely far beyond a normal warrior's cultivation system. Jin Wushuang did not know how magical it was and how much power it had on Earth. Yet, as long as Jin Wushuang had set out on the road of inverse cultivation, he would not be afraid. He would continue along it without any hesitation. I don't know the differences between my heaven-defying 4 steps and a normal warrior's 4 realms. Jin Wushuang was secretly musing. But now he knew that he was still too weak. He had just broken through and reached the 9 Cloud Realm. It was not easy to make the first heaven-defying step. There are 4 realms in the eternal world. Shuiyang was of the Divine Realm, but in the Universal Thunder Sect, there are several experts of the Eternal Realm. Jin Wushuang thought. In the 4 realms of the Skyscraping Realm, the Divine Realm, the Eternal Realm, and the Tao Master Realm, the Skyscraping Realm is the most ordinary. Emperor Shao explained, in the Eternal World, most of the ordinary disciples of the sects are of the Skyscraping Realm, and it is at the bottom in the Eternal World. Take the Firmament Territory Feast as an example. Although countless experts of the ancient world would come, these experts had to reach the Skyscraping Realm at least to be qualified. Divine Realm. In the sects of the Eternal Realm, someone at this level could obtain some prestige. Some Divine Realm experts with extreme strength could be the local tyrant in some isolated places in the Eternal World. As for the Eternal Realm, it means eternal and everlasting life. Anyone reaching this level could be called experts even in the Eternal Realm. There are many sects in the Eternal World, and the most powerful is the Eternal Realm expert. Experts at this level will be valued highly no matter which sect they go. As for the last Tao Master Realm, Tao Master is the peak expert in the Eternal World. They are the top beings, and the real overlords of the Eternal World. Of course, the 4 realms are only normal warriors' levels. You are cultivating the Heavenly Creation skill. As an inverse cultivation, it has unlimited potential. Jin Wushuang quietly nodded. He was listening very carefully and put everything that Emperor Shao said into his mind. At this time, Emperor Shao looked over at him again. There are 3 years before the commencement of the Firmament Territory Feast. In these 3 years, I'll do my best to help you raise your strength and let you have the chance to take the first heaven-defying step within 3 years. At your level, if you want to raise your strength, there are only 2 ways, and the first way is raising your comprehension of Tao. The second way is secret skills. Jin Wushuang was intrigued. Needless to say, the comprehension of Tao was very important. As for the Skyscraping Realm experts, their strength level was based on their comprehension of Tao. Although he had not understood the secret skill before, having fought against the Dark Emperor, Jin Wushuang was very clear about the overwhelming and terrifying power of the secret skill. Chapter 610, 9 Levels of Tao. Chapter 610, 9 Levels of Tao. First of all is the comprehension of Tao. Emperor Shao stared at Jin Wushuang. Tao is evolved from the origin source. The kind of the origin you cultivate will determine the kind of Tao you comprehend. Like many warriors you have encountered, nearly all of them have combined the weapon Tao with the origin, and that's how they comprehend their Tao. However, the origin Tao is the origin Tao, while the weapon Tao is the weapon Tao. They are completely different concepts. They have forcefully combined two different natures together. Although they have comprehended Tao, their Tao is unfocused nor complete. Strictly speaking, it cannot be classified into any type of Tao. The warriors who comprehend Tao in this way would be destined to stay at the skyscraping realm and would never raise their strength, unless they could get an expert's guidance. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had encountered a lot of Das, from Su Ming's illusory sword principle, to Blind Emperor's heart sword principle, to Emperor Fengxiao's water drop sword principle, to Emperor Golden Snake's phantom saber principle, etc., but all of them were Das comprehended through the combination of the origin and weapons. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang felt that these principles were very weird. Later, as he really comprehended the Slaughter Tao, he found the power of his Slaughter Tao was much more powerful than those Das. Only now did he finally understand it. The illusory sword principle, heart sword principle, water drop sword principle, and phantom saber principle were all Das comprehended through an incomplete way. Naturally, they were far inferior than Jian Wushuang's pure and perfect Slaughter Tao. Kid, I know that you have comprehended two origins. Among them, your comprehension of the Slaughter origin is higher, and you have comprehended the Slaughter Tao. Emperor Shao looked over to him. However, it's a pity that I am not good at the Slaughter Tao. Hence, I have to ask Di Jing to teach you. Senior Di Jing. Jian Wushuang looked at Di Jing immediately. Little guy, I specialize in the Slaughter Tao. Although there were some accidents and I nearly died, I have recovered now. With my comprehension of the Slaughter Tao, I could even be the master of an expert in the eternal realm. There's no problem to teach you, of course. Di Jing smiled. By the way, the 6-story pagoda, actually, it was given to you by me. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone. He had guessed the truth. The 6-story pagoda was full of magic power. Even the restrictions of the first story were incomparably abstruse. After breaking through the first story, Jian Wushuang directly comprehended the Slaughter Tao. Yet, there were more profound restrictions in the other 5 stories. It was so great. Could it belong to a puppet master? There was only one answer, and it was that Di Jing gave the 6-story pagoda to him through the hands of the puppet master. A figure rushed out from Jian Wushuang's body, and it was his slaughter body. Then, in the next 3 years, the slaughter body will rely on you, Senior Di Jing. Jian Wushuang's slaughter body bowed and said. Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders. He was not good at or fond of teaching disciples, but as long as it was Emperor Zhao's order, he had to obey. Although I am not good at the Slaughter Tao, I am good at the World Tao. Emperor Shao spoke again. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked towards Emperor Shao with expectant eyes. Di Jing was Emperor Zhao's subordinate. Undoubtedly, Emperor Zhao's strength was much stronger than Di Jing's, and the former's personal instruction was better than the latter's. Without saying anything, Emperor Shao just waved his hand. Immediately, gusts of world energy gathered, and an incomparably huge khaki prison appeared in the garden. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the khaki prison in surprise. This is the world prison. Emperor Shao explained. This world prison was formed by the gathering of world energy. If you stay inside the world prison, you can clearly sense the surrounding world Tao, and the world prison will put pressure upon you and bring suffering to you. What you have to do is to comprehend the world Tao as soon as possible, and then you can break the world prison completely. Oh! Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and then his eyebrows slightly raised. He needed to completely break the world prison. Although he had not actually entered the world prison to cultivate, standing outside of it, he could see how solid the world prison was. Let alone him, even the Dark Emperor, whose offensive power was #1 in the ancient world and who had created a secret skill, could not dream of breaking the prison, could he? There are 9 levels of Tao. Emperor Shao said again, in this world, there are many types of Tao, but each kind of Tao has 9 levels of understanding. Every level is incomparably abstruse. You, and numerous warriors who have comprehended Tao have just stepped across the threshold of Tao. Your comprehension of Tao is very low. Let alone the 9 levels, even the first level is incomparably difficult for you. Even the first level is incomparably difficult? Jin Wushuang was shocked. Yes, Emperor Shao continued, let alone your ancient world. Even in the eternal world, a warrior of the skyscraping realm who could completely comprehend the first level of the occult of a Tao is very rare. Those people are really geniuses even in the eternal world, and many sects would fight to get them. The world prison in front of you could only be broken when the first level of the occult of the world Tao is comprehended completely. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang became silent. According to what Emperor Shao said, the warrior who could comprehend the first level of the occult were top geniuses even in the eternal world. He, however, had never comprehended the world Tao at all, and was far away from the comprehension of the first level of the occult of the world Tao. What's more important, he only had 3 years. Could he break the world prison in 3 years? Emperor Shao thought too highly of him. Kid, don't worry. I don't expect you to break the world prison in 3 years, but I hope you could try your best to break it. It doesn't matter how much you can achieve. Any comprehension of the first level of the occult of the world Tao is an achievement. Emperor Shao said. That's good. Jin Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. All right, you can go into the world prison and try, Emperor Shao said. Jin Wushuang nodded, and then directly stepped into the world prison without hesitation. As soon as Jin Wushuang entered the huge world prison, he immediately sensed the extremely dense world energy, which had become a physical substance according to special laws and thus created the incomparably solid world prison. How magical! How amazing! Jin Wushuang looked around with a sense of astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 611, Comprehension of World Tao. Chapter 611, Comprehension of World Tao. The world prison was composed of world energy. This power would usually be weak and could be dissolved easily by anyone from skyscraping realm. However, the world energy after it was formed into this special world prison using a unique law of combination was too solid to destroy. Law? Combination? Jin Wushuang wrinkled his brows in deep concentration while swirls of world energy surged around him. Soon, a palm entirely developed from world energy stretched out abruptly from the stone wall of the world prison. With its fingers spread, the giant palm was trying to take hold of Jin Wushuang at an ultra-high speed, as well as with formidable force. Jin Wushuang was so astounded that he dodged aside hurriedly. As the attacking palm grabbed where he was previously located, a swoosh sounded right away. Such immense power! Before he could even feel stunned, Jin Wushuang realized that behind him there were 3 places where world energy gathered. Whoosh! 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 3 giant palms soon stretched out in succession, jumping wildly out at him. Jin Wushuang did not dare to pause, darting forth all over. Whoosh! 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 More palms formed entirely by world energy flew over. Almost everywhere Jin Wushuang went, there was an attacking palm, providing no respite for him. This is the compulsion of the world prison that Emperor Shao said, isn't it? This is terrifying as it is too persistent and difficult to elude. How would I have time to painstakingly meditate on the world Tao? Jin Wushuang frowned, but soon he discovered something. The world energy contained in these giant palms are so powerful and peculiar. Jin Wushuang dodged through those attacking giant palms while observing them quietly to find out how they were formed. It was a profound application of world energy. World energy can be used in this way. Jin Wushuang immediately was lost in his thoughts. Outside the world prison, Emperor Shao sat on a stone bench in the garden, waiting quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Emperor Shao, who sat on the stone bench, raised his head, glancing up at the world prison. With a smile appearing on his face, he said, "Have you got comprehension of it?" Nodding in appreciation, Emperor Shao said, and his sonorous voice directly reached to the world prison. "Kid, come out." His voice contained some unique magic, as if it could invade one's mind and soul. In the world prison, Jin Wushuang, who had understood world Tao, was still in a state of ecstasy. Suddenly a crack was found by him on the stone wall. He began walking out of the world prison along the crack, and again came before Emperor Shao. "Respected Emperor Shao," Jin Wushuang said respectfully, "you've received a comprehension of world Tao, haven't you?" Emperor Shao smiled and looked at Jin Wushuang. "Yes," Jin Wushuang nodded. "You took only 2 days to comprehend world Tao. Although your enlightenment may have something to do with the world prison, I'd attribute it more to your own perception. You're such a talent that has proved yourself to be the successor of an old friend of mine. His heavenly creation skill not only created in you a perfect foundation, but also helped you improve your comprehension," Emperor Shao continued. "As you've comprehended world Tao, you still have more to improve. Since the world prison is still useful for you, you'd better stay there to meditate for the rest of your time. By the time the Firmament Territory Feast begins, I believe you'll completely break the world prison." "Yes," Jin Wushuang said and seriously nodded. Within just 2 days, he had already seen many strange things in the world prison. The world prison did play a great role in his comprehension of world Tao, much more useful than 6-story pagoda to slaughter Tao. In addition, the comprehension of Tao is only one aspect of strength, and the secret skill is also crucial to the improvement of strength, said Emperor Shao. Jin Wushuang listened to him carefully. The secret skill is a technique that is developed based on the application of weapon Tao after one's comprehension of Tao reaches a certain level. It has various kinds, most of which are used as offensive power. Secret skills have distinctions between strong and weak. In the eternal world, secret skills are divided into plenty of levels according to its power, among which the most common and the weakest one are Rank 1 secret skill, which is also what you are now qualified to cultivate. Rank 1 secret skill? Jin Wushuang felt a bit enticed. Rank 1 secret skill is just the most common skill, but for warriors at the level of skyscraping realm, it's totally different. When he creates the secret skill, his battle strength would even rise to a new level even if he only creates the most common Rank 1 secret skill, Emperor Shao continued. For example, in the ancient world, the Dark Emperor, who is known as the one with number 1 offensive power, has created his secret skill. After the last matchup with him, you must know how strong his secret skill power is, right? Well, Jin Wushuang nodded seriously. The secret skill of Dark Emperor is horribly powerful. Horrible powerful, scorned Emperor Shao. That move created by Dark Emperor is somewhat considered as a secret skill, or it may just reach the threshold of Rank 1 secret skill. According to their levels of Rank 1 secret skill I, Elementary, Advanced, and Superior, the move created by Dark Emperor narrowly belongs to the Elementary level. The Elementary narrowly reach its requirements? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He had thought that the move of Dark Emperor was incredibly powerful, but he now found it had just reached the Elementary level. So how strong was a real Elementary Rank 1 secret skill, Advanced, or even Superior level? What about the secret skill beyond Rank 1? After all, the time you cultivated until now is too short, and there are only 3 years left. You know nothing about secret skill. If you want to create it entirely by yourself, even if you have a high level of talent, I'm afraid it will take a very long time. So, then Emperor took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jin Wushuang. Within this interspatial ring, there are a few secret skills, all of which are secret skills of sword principle created by warriors of sword principle in the eternal world. You can take these secret skills to research, investigate, and use as references. In this way, you would greatly shorten the time you spend on cultivation. After all, you are not that powerful now. Even though I gave you the secret skill created by experts of sword principle above eternal realm, you can't understand it. So the secret skill of sword principle within the interspatial ring is mostly created by experts of sword principle at the level of divine realm. Chapter 612, 3 years. Chapter 612, 3 years. Taking the interspatial ring from Emperor Shao, Jin Wushuang looked slightly excited. There were so many secret skills of sword principle. Even if these secret skills were created by warriors of sword principle at the level of skyscraping realm and divine realm, Any secret skill of sword principle was so mysterious to Jian Wushuang. After all, he could never create a secret skill himself. These secret skills of sword principle were extremely useful to him. In addition to these secret skills of sword principle, I will give you 10 opportunities to receive my instruction in the next 3 years. If you don't have a clear understanding of World Tao or secret skills of sword principle, you can turn to me. However, you only have 10 opportunities, so you should make good use of them. Emperor Shao said. I see. Thank you so much for your guidance. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised with deep feeling through his burning eyes. Emperor Shao was at the peak of the eternal world. Now he promised Jian Wushuang to instruct him 10 times. These 10 opportunities that Emperor Shao agreed to give him. Even if there was only one opportunity, countless geniuses and experts in the eternal world would fight over it. Go ahead. Emperor Shao waved his hand. Jian Wushuang gave a bow to Emperor Shao, turned and headed to the world prison. Emperor Shao looked at Jian Wushuang sweeping into the world prison as a smile slowly grew on his face. This little fellow was born with a high aptitude. Also, he has built himself a perfect foundation by cultivating heavenly creation skill, so his perception has been enhanced greatly. 3 years for others is just a passing moment, while it is enough for him to improve his strength. The only thing that I'm not sure about is how far he can go. Emperor Shao smiled slightly. Emperor Shao gave him so many resources and even personal advice. Such a rare opportunity could help ordinary people improve greatly in 3 years, let alone a super genius like Jian Wushuang. In the world prison, the giant hands entirely formed by world energy flew wildly over Jian Wushuang. As Jian Wushuang gradually comprehended World Tao, these giant hands became more powerful at an increasingly faster speed. The attacks almost drove him to desperation. The respected Emperor Shao was always good to me, and he offered me so many opportunities. These 3 years are absolutely a great chance for me. I will never waste a second of these 3 years, racking my brain to improve myself as much as possible. As for how far I can go eventually, it all depends 3 years later. Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled with ambition. From this day on, Jian Wushuang began working on his cultivation earnestly. His cultivation of world body was separated from that of slaughter body. The world body, staying at the world prison, improved World Tao with the help of world prison. At the same time, his interspatial ring inside possessed many manuals of sword principle concerning World Tao. He could meditate on the World Tao while studying those manuals. If he encountered some bottlenecks or had no way to proceed, he would get out from the world prison to ask Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao was the supreme being in the eternal world, and he was also good at applying World Tao. Although secret skill of sword principle wasn't the strong point of Emperor Shao, it was more than enough to direct Jian Wushuang. On the other hand, the slaughter body of Jian Wushuang was sent by Di Jing to a place called Slaughter Zone, where there were numerous minds and souls that had been slaughtered and invaded thoroughly into experts of sword principle of Crazy Demon. These crazy demons began attacking him immediately when they saw him. Jian Wushuang did nothing but put up a desperate fight. In the following days, his slaughter body, which was inside the slaughter zone, continued waging an intense fight with them nearly every day. What his interspatial ring possessed was also the secret skill of sword principle created by many warriors of sword principle at the level of Cloud Realm and Divine Realm given by Emperor Shao. These secret skills of sword principle were all aimed at Slaughter Tao. Also, with the assistance of Six-Story Pagoda, his Slaughter Tao enhanced at an extremely high speed. The 2 original bodies, which stayed in different places, were inspired by different Taos and explored different secret skills of sword principle without being affected by each other. With the combination of such a unique and rare cultivation environment and his talented perception, Jian Wushuang's strength improved at an amazing rate. As spring went and autumn came, time rolled on. In a flash, 3 years passed. In the huge garden, Emperor Shao sat on a bamboo chair reading a thread-bound book alone. This thread-bound book was just a travel book written by a man at the level of skyscraping realm in the ancient world, who traveled around the plane world. The book described some of his experiences in each plane world. Logically, a man at the level of skyscraping realm was nothing but a worm to Emperor Shao. But the travel book written by him was very appealing to Emperor Shao. 1 hour went by in a blink of an eye. Emperor Shao finally closed the book and put it into his interspatial ring. Then his eyes couldn't help but turn to the world prison beside him. In these 3 years, the little guy has made much progress. He is a true successor of my old friend. Emperor Shao praised secretly. In the past 3 years, he had witnessed every improvement Jian Wushuang made and clearly knew how much work he had put in. Unfortunately, he still can't completely break the world prison. Emperor Shao was slightly disappointed. If Jian Wushuang could break his world prison in this 3-year period, it would be really perfect. But he knew that Jian Wushuang had to multitask to meditate the secret skill of sword principle within the 3 years. It was quite incredible for him to achieve what he had, so it was not necessary to require more of him. Just then, with a sudden change of his expression, Emperor Shao immediately looked towards the void, where the interspace began abruptly twisting and turning. Soon a gorgeous yet cold figure slowly walked out from the twisting interspace, showing up before Emperor Shao. It was a white-robed woman. She was elegantly beautiful with a breathing-taking coldness. Also, she was very cold, causing the surrounding environment to appear to freeze into chilly ice as long as she showed up. Father! The white-robed woman looked at Emperor Shao and leaned slightly. She was Emperor Zhao's daughter with such a gorgeous and cold vibe. Undoubtedly, this delicately beautiful woman was Long Rushuang. You're back. Emperor Shao looked at Long Rushuang, apathetic. I have come to say goodbye to you, father. I suppose I won't come back again. Long Rushuang said, as her voice sounded steady. Emperor Zhao's face became abruptly severe. Goodbye? Anything else? Yes, Long Rushuang nodded smilingly. It is mother. She personally commanded me. Before Long Rushuang had finished speaking, Emperor Shao waved his hand and clapped the chair violently. The chair, which was obviously made of some unique materials, reduced into dust. Ms. Long? That bitch? Emperor Zhao's voice sounded in anger. Chapter 613 Comprehension of the First Occult Level. Chapter 613 Comprehension of the First Occult Level. That bitch must be crazy, said Emperor Shao, with anger burning in his eyes. Long Rushuang remained silent when she heard that. At this moment, Long Rushuang noticed the world prison beside her. At the same time, she also noticed the existence of Jian Wushuang in the world prison. Is he inside? With complexity flashing through her face, Long Rushuang walked towards the world prison. In the world prison, Jian Wushuang was sitting there alone. Numerous giant hands formed into an offensive force, mounting an attack on him. When this force almost approached him, an immaterial power, however, gushed forth from his body, smashing those giant hands easily. For 3 years, his world body had been staying in the world prison. With his continuous improvement of the world Tao, it became easier and easier to cope with the attacks from the world prison. Up to now, there was only one last step from completely breaking the world prison. I have a vague sense that I've reached the last step, but I still need to work hard to obtain full comprehension of it, Jian Wushuang frowned. According to Emperor Shao, only by fully understanding the first occult level of world Tao could he completely break the world prison. Now, it seemed that he was still a little short of fully mastering the first occult level. Jian Wushuang. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Jian Wushuang was so familiar with this voice. He immediately looked up at the void at front and saw a gorgeous fairy-like woman stood there, with a proud, aloof air of nonchalance. He was mesmerized by her every movement. There was only one such beautiful and cold woman in this world. I haven't seen you for many years. How are you, Miss Long? Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised to see Long Rushuang again. I'm going to leave the ancient world, and I'll probably never come back, Long Rushuang said directly. Really? Jian Wushuang's brows knitted in thought. She would leave soon, and never come back? I have been staying for a long time in the ancient world, and you are the only person here that I've been acquainted with. Or I should say, we're somewhat friends. Before leaving here, I want to play you a song to remember how we got to know each other. Lung Rushuang took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, and then a white jade chair appeared behind her. Lung Rushuang slowly sat down, and then an ancient zither with a pattern of dragon and phoenix appeared before her. This scene made Jian Wushuang narrow his eyes. Unique and marvelous, Lung Rushuang's melody exerted profound and far-reaching abilities. During his stay in Tang Dynasty, Jian Wushuang still remembered it when he met Lung Rushuang for the first time. When he lived in her nature residence that month, Lung Rushuang played her zither every day. Influenced by her melody, he had taken several big steps forward within that 1 month. Now, Lung Rushuang began playing again. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang immediately concentrated on it. After a few moments of silence, Lung Rushuang's jade-like fingers slowly plucked the strings. Such a heavenly melody, with magical powers, resounded throughout the world prison, holding a particular fascination for Jian Wushuang, who had been focused in it for a long time. The pleasant melody continued to ring, melodious but slightly sad. It put a bleaker spin on the whole world. Closing his eyes, he knit his eyebrows slightly. He could feel the sadness and desolation carried by this beautiful melody, as well as a touch of frustration. Also, the melody contained marvelous power that attracted Jian Wushuang to keep thinking in the world Tao regardless. He had still been a little confused about the first occult level of world Tao, but now he was suddenly enlightened and came to an understanding. There was nothing but silence in the world prison. That magnificent melody slowly stopped. Closing his eyes, Jian Wushuang stood there. As the attacking giant hands had already quieted down, he was involved in the insight of comprehension. Before him, Lung Rushuang had put her zither away, standing up and taking a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Then she disappeared immediately with her body flashing past the world prison. In the huge garden, Emperor Shao stood there with his hands behind the back. That beautiful yet lofty figure gave him a bow and turned around, backing towards the wormhole and disappearing without a trace. At the sight of this scene, Emperor Zhao's face grew gloomy. He clasped his hands and his body was shaking slowly. Nobody had clue what he was thinking. Buzzing. At this moment, the world prison established entirely by world energy suddenly began to tremble violently. What happened? Emperor Shao immediately looked in the direction of world prison. As the world prison had been created by him, he knew about everything happened within the prison. That little fellow could make such a breakthrough. With the melody played by Rushuang, he even obtained the full comprehension of the first occult level of world Tao. Under the gaze of Emperor Shao, that steady and unbreakable world prison was abruptly affected by another world energy and then began falling apart. In a blink of an eye, the world prison had completely melted into world energy, vanishing from the world. A figure in a black robe stood in the middle of the world prison. The world prison is simply a means of applying world energy. Before this, I thought the combination of world energy was extremely intriguing, but now I don't think it is something of a mystery when I fully understood the first occult level of world Tao, said Jian Wushuang, feeling a bit of excitement. This world prison was an application of world Tao. As Jian Wushuang had realized the first occult level of world Tao, he could also create a world prison of the same quality if he wanted. But the world prison created by him was weaker in range and intensity than that of Emperor Shao. Anyway, I've thoroughly understood the first occult level of world Tao, said Jian Wushuang, with a brief smile. I should thank Lung Rushuang for her help. Without her melody, it wouldn't be that easy for me to understand the occult level. Well, where is Lung Rushuang? Jian Wushuang looked around for her, but found nothing but Emperor Shao. Hey kid, Emperor Shao shouted to him at the middle of the garden. Emperor Shao, Jian Wushuang came before Emperor Shao and asked, Is she gone? Chapter 6:14. One Step Towards Heaven. Chapter 6:14. One Step Towards Heaven. I'm off. Emperor Shao nodded slightly. Take your time. Jian Wushuang frowned. As far as he knew, it had been a long time since Lung Rushuang left the ancient world. She might just come back one day, but she didn't stay for long and had left immediately, leaving only a greeting behind. Anything happened? Jian Wushuang thought. Just now, he also heard a dismal, sorrowful, and helpless emotion from the zither. Perhaps something did happen to Long Rushuang. Hey kid, you're worried about my daughter, aren't you? Emperor Xiao suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. In a daze for a second, Jian Wushuang nodded slowly and said, Miss Long is a friend of mine and she helped me before, so I would obviously be concerned about her safety. That's all. Emperor Xiao took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and continued, You're lucky, little fellow. My daughter was born with an icy heart body, with which she has been aloof by nature and barely has any emotions. Such a cold personality resulted in only a few people being able to talk with her, even though she has lots of servants in the eternal world. As for friends, since my daughter's birth, no one has ever been recognized as her friend by her. You are the first and only one. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Long Rushuang, since her birth, never had a single friend she talked with. Maybe it's because you've helped her transform icy heart poison in her body, or there is something on your body or a certain temperament that attracts her. Anyway, you are her first friend indeed. Emperor Xiao said, Little fellow, although my daughter had numerous genius pursuers in Eternal World, she never spoke with them. But you could make friends with her. Wouldn't it be lucky? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you must grasp it. Emperor Zhao's words confounded Jian Wushuang. It was true that Long Rushuang was his friend, but it seemed that Emperor Xiao wanted their relationship to push forward. Well, let's forget it. Now the most urgent thing is the Firmament Territory Feast. Emperor Xiao became firm. In 2 days, the Firmament Territory Feast will be held. It would be great if you can fully master the first occult level of World Tao before the feast. You must make a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Only warriors who achieved the level of Skyscraping Realm were qualified to participate in that Firmament Territory Feast. Jian Wushuang now, however, merely attained the level of 9 Cloud Realm. Before the Firmament Territory Feast began, he naturally hoped to break through and to take the first step of the heaven-defying 4 steps. The first volume of Heavenly Creation Skill is only for building a perfect foundation. That heaven-defying 4 steps is the real beginning of cultivation. Now you have already reached perfection in all aspects, and with the accumulation of these 3 years, your understanding of Tao has been greatly improved. It should not be difficult to take that step, said Emperor Xiao. Sure, Jian Wushuang nodded in absolute confidence. Now he had already reached and even exceeded the requirements of the first step. Just in a moment, the slaughter body of Jian Wushuang arrived with Di Jing. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang had made the greatest progress in World Tao. Most incredibly, he even directly obtained a thorough understanding of the first occult level of World Tao. His slaughter Tao, directed by Di Jing, had also made amazing progress. Not as fast as the World Tao, Slaughter Body has nearly obtained the full understanding of the first occult level of Slaughter Tao in the past 3 years. Showing up together, the 2 original bodies, World Body and Slaughter Body, fused into one body. Then Jian Wushuang began making breakthroughs in the castle. Everything went smoothly while Jian Wushuang wasn't impeded during the process of breaking through. Only half a day later, great changes had taken place in the body and spiritual power of Jian Wushuang. Heaven-treading realm, the first step of heaven-defying 4 steps, had been achieved. Stepping into heaven-treading realm, which corresponded with the skyscraping realm for ordinary warriors, Jian Wushuang realized that there was something different between the 2. Incredible. It was incredible. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes full of shock. He had previously speculated that heaven-treading realm, the first step of heaven-defying 4 steps, differed from the skyscraping realm of ordinary warriors. After so many guesses, Jian Wushuang was completely stunned when he knew the truth. The biggest difference between heaven-treading realm and skyscraping realm of ordinary warriors lay in one's talent, rather than their flesh, spiritual power, or anything else. Yes, it is talent. As soon as heaven-treading realm was reached, Jian Wushuang immediately found that his comprehension was significantly enhanced, much higher than before at the level of 9 Cloud Realm. At least several times, even 10 times improved. This is real talent in comprehension. Maybe he had improved much in the period of heaven-treading realm. Once he took the second step deification realm, his talent and comprehension would be weakened, but at present he did improve. When Jian Wushuang tried to meditate on the world Dao or slaughter Dao, he discovered that his comprehension was a good dozen times faster than before. 1 day of meditation now was equal to 10 days before. Heaven-defying realm. This is truly the heaven-defying realm. Even Jian Wushuang sucked in a breath directly and only managed to calm down after a protracted pause. Now it seems that heaven-treading realm will be my highest talent and fastest cultivation stage. I'm afraid that cultivation will not be that speedy when I take the second step in the future. Jian Wushuang murmured. He also knew that in heavenly creation skill, any kind of unique ability would only strengthen one's realm and would be weakened when another breakthrough occurred. Like the first volume of heavenly creation skill, the ability would be weakened once primordial gold core was achieved. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach the heaven-treading realm 3 years ago. Otherwise, after 3 years of hard work, my strength would be improved a lot. Jian Wushuang thought, feeling regret secretly. After completely calming himself down, Jian Wushuang came before Emperor Shao. It seems that the breakthrough went very smoothly, didn't it? Emperor Shao looked at Jian Wushuang with a slight smile and asked, "You've achieved the first step. How does it feel? Anything unique?" Although Emperor Shao knew the magic of heavenly creation skill, he did not know what unique ability heaven-defying 4 steps had. Jian Wushuang hesitated for a moment, didn't conceal anything, and directly announced the truth that he had made improvements in his talent of comprehension. Chapter 6:15. To the Eternal World. Chapter 6:15. To the Eternal World. Talent and comprehension? Emperor Shao was aghast that Jian Wushuang had improved his talent and comprehension significantly. Such a fantastic skill. It's possible to build a perfect foundation by working hard. However, the innate talent, how could the heavenly creation skill change it? Emperor Shao gasped in admiration. The foundation could be built with hard work. But innate talent was born. It was possible to build a perfect foundation by working hard. But to change one's talent and comprehension, Emperor Shao thought it was beyond logic. Since you have made the breakthrough, say goodbye to your friends before you leave. It may be years before you can return. Emperor Shao said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. Jian Wushuang didn't go back to the Nanyang continent, as he had already settled his matters there. In a huge black castle, 3 people sat at a table which held jugs of wine. Their intention was clear, to get thoroughly drunk. The trio consisted of Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Wang Yuan. "Third bro, let's drink our body weight in wine. I've brought the best from my collection," Wang Yuan said, pretending that he could not bear to part with his best wine. "It's a rare chance. Let's have a good drink today," Jian Wushuang said with a laugh. Jian Wushuang had met Wang Yuan not long after he returned to the Black Castle. Wang Yuan had lost considerable weight over the recent years. He had been heavy-set, but he now had a more average appearance. It was because he had been working hard in recent years. During these years, Wang Yuan had been learning alchemy from a mysterious alchemist who did not seem to be from the ancient world. The alchemist was strong and skilled but bad-tempered. Under his tutelage, Wang Yuan had suffered. "I wish fourth sister was here," Wang Yuan said with a sigh. Fourth sister? Jian Wushuang recalled the shy girl, Su Ro. Su Ro had a unique body. After her body had awakened in the Nanyang continent, she had been taken away by a mysterious expert. None of them knew where she had been taken. Jian Wushuang had asked Emperor Shao about Su Ro and his father, but Emperor Shao had refused to tell him, saying that Jian Wushuang would know when it was the right time. Jian Wushuang couldn't do anything about it. Third bro, the eternal world is more dangerous than the ancient world. Be careful. Wang Yuan warned him. It's a pity that my master has a task for me. Otherwise, I would get an ancient world token to attend the firmament territory feast with you, Yang Zishuan said. Jian Wushuang smiled in acknowledgement. During these 3 years, he had become familiar with Yang Zishuan's strength. The latter was strong enough to attend the Firmament Territory Feast, but as he was Emperor Zhao's personal disciple, he had been tasked to do something else. Don't worry. I experienced so much alone in the Divine Land. I know how to protect myself. Jian Wushuang reassured them with a smile. Inwardly, he cautioned himself not to be complacent. He knew that the eternal world was not the Divine Land. They drank and talked for the entire night. The next morning, Emperor Xiao, Di Jing, Yang Zishuan, and Wang Yuan stood in the Black Castle's garden. They looked at Jian Wushuang. This was the day that Jian Wushuang would leave the ancient world. Master Emperor Xiao, the Sword Marquis Mansion is counting on you, Jian Wushuang said. Set your heart at rest. I will protect the Sword Marquis Mansion, Emperor Xiao said. Thank you so much, Emperor Xiao, Jian Wushuang said with a bow. He trusted Emperor Xiao. Under Emperor Zhao's secret protection, no one in the ancient world would be able to destroy the Sword Marquis Mansion. Right at this moment, the ancient world token in Jian Wushuang's hand suddenly shone and emitted a surge of power. In the next instant, clouds gathered and the wind blew. Has it begun? Jian Wushuang raised his head and saw a portal above him. The portal contained a special aura. This was Jian Wushuang's second time experiencing it. In his previous experience, Su Ming had crumbled the pledge in the Darkness Temple in Shuiyang. A divine realm expert of the Universal Thunder Sect had emerged from a portal. The aura in that portal was the same as today's. Jian Wushuang knew that it was the aura of the eternal world. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang looked at them and said, "Goodbye, everyone." "Bye," Emperor Xiao waved. "Third bro, take care," Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan said in unison. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked around. Ancient world, Divine Land and Nanyang Continent, bye. Then Jian Wushuang jumped and flew into the portal. Soon, he disappeared and the portal closed. Emperor Xiao and the rest who remained behind looked at one another. The eternal world, I'm coming. Jian Wushuang had left. He had left the ancient world. Perhaps he would return, but that would be years later. His heroic deeds would be celebrated in every corner of the ancient world. Chapter 6:16. The Eternal World. Chapter 6:16. The Eternal World. The eternal world was vast. It was full of experts and killers. Survival would be a more difficult endeavor in this world. Firmament Territory was considered a huge territory in the eternal world, and it controlled millions of ancient worlds. There were many warriors in the ancient world, but they were far weaker than those in the eternal world. Warriors in the ancient world could only reach the skyscraping realm. The divine realm was inaccessible to them. To become stronger, they had to go to the eternal world. Usually, the only way in was to get an ancient world token and attend the Firmament Territory Feast, which was held every 3,000 years. Firmament Territory Feast was the biggest gathering in the Firmament Territory. It was a dream destination for geniuses. Each Firmament Territory Feast would attract innumerable geniuses, which included skyscraping realm experts from both the ancient world and the Firmament Territory. If their displays of talent and potential at the Firmament Territory Feast were appreciated by Firmament Territory's top sects, they would receive many resources and treasures. Today was the opening day of the Firmament Territory Feast. Geniuses had come in great numbers. Among the ancient worlds, husband, father, master, an armor-clad and strapping middle-aged man with sword-shaped eyebrows was saying goodbye to his family and friends. His name was Feng. He was a born fighter and peerless genius. He had reached the peak in this ancient world with his unique gift in less than 100 years. He had been unbeatable in this ancient world 1,500 years ago. There were many skyscraping realm experts and several had created their own secret skills in this ancient world, but he was known as the strongest expert. If the skyscraping realm experts with secret skills banded together, they would still be no match for him. He had remained unbeatable for a long time. He had also spared no effort to elevate his son and other relations to the skyscraping realm. His entire life appeared perfect. Many experts in this ancient world respected and admired him. But only he knew that he had felt lonely for 1,500 years. To have no rival was lonely. He had been suffering from loneliness for 1,500 years. Today, the firmament territory feast would begin. His inner flame flared up again. I will be back. It wouldn't take long. After saying goodbye to them, Feng waved and flew into the portal. In another ancient world, a white-haired elder stood at the top of a mountain, looking up at the portal above him. The eternal world. His eyes were filled with frenzied excitement. He stepped forward in his bare white feet. The white-haired man entered the portal. No one noticed that the expert who had suffered from loneliness in this ancient world for 2,000 years had left. This white-haired elder was Hua Ying. There was a myth in this ancient world that Hua Ying was unbeatable. 800 years ago, Hua Ying had disappeared. All thought that he had died or left. In fact, he had concealed his identity and meditated alone in the mountains for all these years. That was because nothing in the ancient world held his interest. Today, he left with the ancient world token. Feng and Hua Ying were top geniuses who had been alone for years in their respective ancient worlds. The Firmament Territory Feast would be their chance for new adventures. In these ancient worlds, there were many people like them. The Firmament Territory Feast was held every 3,000 years, which was a long time for people in ancient worlds. People like Feng and Hua Ying were considered lucky, unlike most of the others. Some had no ancient world token. Even more tragically, some managed to obtain tokens but died before the Firmament Territory Feast. Only a few of them eventually made it to the Firmament Territory Feast. The Firmament Territory Feast was a very rare opportunity for them. No one would miss it. They arrived at a vast drill ground. Its gem ground was transparent, a sight that no one from the ancient worlds had seen before. People arrived at the drill ground in succession. Soon, at least 100,000 people had gathered there. The arrivals included men and women of all ages who were dressed differently. All of them looked around curiously after arriving at the drill ground. In the crowd, a black-robed young man with a long sword on his back surveyed his surroundings. Is this the eternal world? Jian Wushuang frowned. He noticed that the eternal world was different from the ancient world. Such a stable space. Jian Wushuang touched the air and found that the space was much more stable than that of the ancient world. In the ancient world, Dark Emperor's secret skill could produce a space rift, and Shui Yang could heavily damage the space with simple moves. But the eternal world was different. The space of the eternal world was much more stable. Jian Wushuang was much stronger than Dark Emperor now, but he knew that he couldn't do any harm to this space, even if he were 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Chapter 617. A Sea of Geniuses. Chapter 617. A Sea of Geniuses. Moreover, Jian Wushuang realized that the spiritual power and origin energy in the eternal world were much richer. The origin energy was at least 100 times richer than that of the ancient world. Jian Wushuang had cultivated the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace in the Monster Continent. Compared with the eternal world, the origin energy there was also much weaker. However, this was just an ordinary place in the eternal world. The ancient world is incomparable to the eternal world. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Just like the disparity between Nanyang Continent and the Divine Land, the difference between the ancient world and the eternal world was beyond words. The skyscraping realm experts from ancient worlds around Jian Wushuang looked around and gasped in admiration. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang saw a man he knew, Dark Emperor. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had spotted Dark Emperor, a black-robed man with a cold face. Jian Wushuang had met him before. Dark Emperor noticed Jian Wushuang too. He walked towards Jian Wushuang, accompanied by a black-skinned elder with a frail and thin frame. Jian Wushuang recognized the elder. Dark Emperor, Sir Ming. As Jian Wushuang looked at them, a smile spread on his face. Dark Emperor had done him a favor when Jian Wushuang was dealing with Su Ming. There were no grudges between the two of them. Although Jian Wushuang disliked Dark Emperor's selfishness, he was happy to meet an expert who came from the same ancient world. Sir Ming was a top expert as famous as Dark Emperor. As they came from the same ancient world, the trio naturally stuck together. "Are you Jian Wushuang? I've heard of you." Sir Ming looked Jian Wushuang. "It's my honor to be known by you." Jian Wushuang smiled. "We are in the eternal world. Just call us by our names." "My name is Ming Lu." Sir Ming said. "Call me Wu Xian. I will be in trouble if anyone here wants to kill me just because he dislikes the name of Dark Emperor." Dark Emperor said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang was surprised. Dark Emperor and Sir Ming were the unbridled top two experts in their ancient world. However, they seemed cautious and did not dare to use their titles in the eternal world. "It seems that only the three of us from our ancient world made it here to the Firmament Territory Feast," Dark Emperor commented as he looked around and realized that he didn't know anyone else. There was another drill ground, but fewer people were gathered there. "Is that another drill ground over there? I guess people there are geniuses of the eternal world." Geniuses of the eternal world? Unlike them, people on the other drill ground were familiar with the eternal world. They cast occasional glances at the ancient world visitors. Those glances were full of disdain. It was clear that the geniuses of the eternal world looked down on them. The eternal world geniuses had an innate sense of superiority because the ancient worlds were plane worlds at a lower level, while the eternal world had the dominant position of heavenly laws. A super expert in our ancient world once reached eternal realm in the eternal world. When he returned, he said that the gap between the eternal world and the ancient world was huge. A purple-clothed elder in the crowd spoke aloud. "People in the eternal world are born in particularly favorable natural conditions. Regardless of their talent, warriors will reach skyscraping realm and comprehend Tao within 100 years. Those who are talented can make it in decades. That's a built-in advantage we don't have." His words caused a great stir in the crowd. In the eternal world, no matter how little talent warriors had, they could easily reach skyscraping realm within 100 years. But in the ancient world, only a few could reach skyscraping realm. In the divine land where Jian Wushuang came from, only 3 had reached skyscraping realm. They were the 3 ancestors. Warriors in ancient worlds had to accumulate plenty of experience before they could even hope for an opportunity to reach skyscraping realm. However, skyscraping realm experts in the eternal world were common. Comparisons are odious. Many were complaining. Even the most ordinary places in the eternal world possess spiritual power and origin energy at levels 100 times that of the ancient world. With such an environment for cultivation, of course they're stronger than us. Dark Emperor muttered with dissatisfaction. "They should look down on us. We are much weaker." Jian Wushuang thought. "It is only because they have a better cultivating environment. We will be no weaker than them in future." Ming Lu was unwilling to concede. The skyscraping realm experts of the ancient worlds continued to discuss. They felt uncomfortable under the watch of those disdainful eyes. Right then, boom! A powerful force suddenly arose from the drill ground where the geniuses of the eternal world had gathered. Chapter 618. Excitement. Chapter 618. Excitement. "Ouyang Xian, bastard, I found you." At the drill ground where the geniuses of the eternal world were gathered, a shout sounded. A white-robed young man was aggressively brandishing his long gold spear. The power had burst out from the long gold spear. The long spear glittered with gold and shone like the sun. It immediately drew the attention of all the warriors. "That spear move." Audible gasps were heard around the ancient world camp as warriors saw the spear. "His secret skill is so terrifying." Dark Emperor narrowed his eyes, and Ming Lu stiffened. Jian Wushuang also couldn't help looking at the man. He perfectly mastered a pure light Tao. The spearmanship he displayed was an advanced rank 1 secret skill that he created himself. Jian Wushuang surmised. The man being attacked was a well-groomed young man holding a folding fan. As the white-robed man approached him, the young man lightly waved his folding fan in the air. As he turned his hand, waves erupted. The white-robed man's spear was engulfed by the waves, and its power was quickly weakened. Soon its attack was neutralized. What? That's it? He defused it with such a slight move? People of the ancient world camp cried out in astonishment. They had thought that the white-robed man was strong because of his deep Tao comprehension and his powerful secret skill. But on seeing the well-groomed man's move, they realized that he was much stronger. He has a high comprehension of water-drop Tao. He has nearly completed the occult in the first level. Jian Wushuang thought. After defusing the white-robed man's attack, the well-groomed man made another move, which seemed languid and simple. But as the folding fan moved, a storm of terrible sword essence was released. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously, a sparkling sword light reached the white-robed man from over 30 meters away. The white-robed man looked grave when he saw the incoming attack. He immediately thrust his long spear, and it rushed forward like a golden dragon. Bang! The two forces collided with great force. Geniuses of the eternal world, standing nearby, dodged as its impact reverberated through the immediate area. The impact of the collision continued to rush to the ground, but caused it no harm. In the air, the white-robed man gave a choked cry and stepped back in confusion. His right hand, which held the long spear, trembled slightly. "Kill me? You're not strong enough," the well-groomed man said with a smile. His voice was like a warm and gentle breeze. The white-robed man's eyes blazed angrily and bitterly. He had already been defeated. So strong. These two men are terrible. Especially the well-groomed man. He simultaneously comprehended water-drop Tao and gale Tao, both at high levels. He has also created a powerful secret skill. He is much more powerful than me. The skyscraping realm warriors of the ancient world camp looked at them in shock. They had witnessed every detail of the clash. That was why they were shocked. They were so strong, stronger than most of them. God, how could they be so strong? Dark Emperor was despaired inwardly. He had created his own secret skill. Therefore, he had been confident that he was better than average among the skyscraping realm warriors in the ancient world camp. Just now, he had been angry at receiving disdainful glances from the geniuses of the eternal world. He had thought that their pride was unjustified. Now, he knew that they really were very strong. Either of the two men could defeat or kill him easily. They were stronger than him in Tao comprehension and secret skills. He did not even have the courage to fight them. Furthermore, they were just two ordinary warriors among the eternal world's geniuses. He could tell from their playful smiles. The well-groomed man was stronger, but he was not necessarily ranked in the top 10. Are they geniuses of the eternal world? Jian Wushuang muttered as he looked at the two men with blazing eyes. He had reached a new stage after 3 years of earnest cultivation. He had lost interest fighting Dark Emperor, Ming Lu, or people like them. He was now more interested in challenging the geniuses of the eternal world. Having witnessed their fight, Jian Wushuang's heart surged with excitement and battle intent. Several other geniuses in the ancient world camp had the same sentiments as Jian Wushuang. Eternal world. This is the eternal world. Experts and geniuses are as numerous as clouds. Everyone here is no weaker than me. Hee, I'm expecting to fight them. People like Feng, Hua Ying, and Jian Wushuang felt excitement instead of fear. They had been unrivaled for too many years. Now they had rivals. Chapter 619, Battle of the Geniuses. Chapter 619, Battle of the Geniuses. Everyone's attention was drawn to these two men who had abruptly started to fight. "You two, what are you doing?" A cold voice echoed through the area. A figure appeared and hovered between the two drill grounds. The new arrival was a burly, middle-aged man who was filled with killing intent and emitted a terrifying aura. His appearance drew shock from the warriors, including the white-robed man and the well-groomed man who had been fighting. This man directed his aura towards them, making it hard for them to catch their breath, as though they were pinned down by a huge mountain. My lord, he started the fight. I have to defend myself, right? The well-groomed man responded. The middle-aged man noticed the white-robed man's belligerent expression and instantly realized what had happened. During the Firmament Territory Feast, everyone is banned from fighting, except in certain places. Since you flouted that rule, you will be disqualified from taking part in the feast. Get out of here. As the man's words faded, an immaterial power assaulted the white-robed man. He did not even have a chance to defend himself and was instantly thrown out of the drill ground. Ouyang Xian, I can't accept it, I can't. Everyone at the drill grounds could hear his howls clearly. Eventually, those sounds faded and finally died out. Listen, the Firmament Territory Feast is held by numerous sects in the Firmament Territory. It is a grand feast with strict rules. Just now, I administered the minimum punishment, but from now on, whoever breaks the rules will be killed without mercy. The middle-aged man's voice echoed coldly. The geniuses and warriors in the skyscraping realm level were shocked by this threat and naturally did not intend to violate the rules. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the gathered crowd and continued. The feast is held every 3,000 years and is the grandest genius feast in the Firmament Territory. I know all of you come from different places. Some hail from the eternal world, but more of you are from the ancient world. However, during the feast, everyone is equal. We will only focus on your talent and strength. As long as your talent and strength are good enough, you will have a chance to join the top sects here. So the key point is that we will only judge you by your talent and strength. Hearing this, the geniuses and warriors clasped their hands together in anticipation. There are 4 rounds in the Firmament Territory Feast. After each round, most of you will have been eliminated. The stronger are, the higher your chances of joining a sect. The first round of the genius battle will begin in an hour. You should prepare for it now. After his announcement, the middle-aged man closed his eyes and ignored the geniuses on the drill ground. The crowd stirred. 4 rounds of the genius battle. What will they be like? Many warriors were curious. Although I'm not sure what the genius battle is like, an elder from the ancient world said that the first round is very important. It'd be good if we could pass that round. The big sects might not be interested in us, but we could hope to become outer disciples in some small sects, a purple-haired elder said. Outer disciples? So, you mean we can only be outer disciples in small sects if we pass the first round? Many in the crowd frowned. Being an outer disciple just didn't compare with being an inner disciple, especially if one belonged to a small sect. The geniuses and warriors gathered here for the Firmament Territory Feast wanted to join the top sects. Joining a stronger sect would mean access to more cultivation resources and more room to cultivate and improve. Being only an outer disciple in a small sect would not satisfy most of the warriors. It's already an impressive achievement to become an outer disciple in a small sect. The elder mentioned that most people from the ancient world did not even manage to join a small sect. Instead, they wandered in the Firmament Territory when the feast was over. It's very dangerous here, and it'll be hard to survive if you don't have the protection of a sect, the purple-haired elder said and sneered. Those who lacked confidence in their strength reacted visibly to this revelation. They knew that the purple-haired elder was right. They had just arrived here and were unfamiliar with the eternal world. They were also not strong enough. Without the protection from a sect, they would barely survive here. Anyway, we need to pass the first round at the very least. I'm not holding out hope for the other rounds, but I have to pass the first one. At a minimum, I'll have to pass the first round. Then I can try my best to pass as many of the subsequent rounds. The warriors from the ancient world stood with their hands clasped together as they made their resolutions for the feast. Soon, 1 hour passed. The middle-aged man hovering in the void opened his eyes and waved his hand. A huge wormhole appeared at the perimeter of each drill ground. The battlefield of the first round is inside the wormhole, the man bellowed. For the first round, we will separate the ancient world and the eternal world. So there are 2 battlefields and 2 wormholes. One is for the ancient world and the other is for the eternal world. These 2 battlefields won't have any connection. The warriors from the ancient world camp were relieved on hearing that. So in the first round, we are not going to fight with the geniuses from the eternal world. These geniuses from the eternal world have more cultivation resources, and they should be much stronger than us. Luckily, we are not going to fight them just yet. In this case, I think I stand a good chance to pass the first round. Chapter 620, Round 1 Rules. Chapter 620, Round 1 Rules. Having witnessed the ferocious fight between the two geniuses from the eternal world earlier, the ancient world warriors were relieved that they wouldn't fight eternal world warriors in the first round. Of course, while some were glad, others were disappointed. They are going to separate us in the first round. What a pity. It seems I'll only have a chance to challenge the geniuses from the eternal world in the second round. It will be very boring if there are no the eternal world geniuses in the first round. The warriors who expressed disappointment were confident of their strength. They thought they were the real geniuses. For instance, Jian Wushuang was one of the warriors who felt that the first round would be unchallenging. Now, all of you can enter the wormhole, the middle-aged man said. The geniuses and warriors rushed into their respective wormholes without hesitating. The entry into the wormhole was relatively uneventful for the geniuses from the eternal world. For the ancient world, tens of thousands of people swarmed into the wormhole like locusts. Jian Wushuang also stepped into the wormhole without any hesitation. Soon, he found that he was on a vast plain with a dense jungle, some high mountains and rivers. Jian Wushuang glanced around the plain and noticed people standing near him. All of these people were at the skyscraping realm in the ancient world. They had just stepped into the wormhole and were very curious about this area. All scattered? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. On this seemingly endless plain, there were numerous warriors, but they were all scattered. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. There was a token in his right hand that was emitting a unique power, but he didn't understand its purpose. What's the first round of the genius battle, and what are the rules? Jian Wushuang mumbled. Right at this moment. Listen. The middle-aged man's voice echoed clearly above the entire plain. In first round of the genius battle, what you need to do is to kill others. As for the rules that are used to judge if you can pass this round, I'm sorry to tell you there are no rules. All of you are scattered over the plain. What you need to do is try your best to kill all the people around you and display your strength. Easy. We will announce the result when the time is right. Hearing this, all the warriors from the ancient world were stunned. No judgment rules? They would display their strength and get the results at the end. It seemed strange to everyone except Jian Wushuang, who understood that having no rules was the rule. No one knew the judgment rules, so no one would be confident of the result. Everyone would be nervous, so they would try their best to kill their opponents and display their strength. Each of you has a token now. That is your safety token. When your life is threatened, it will defend you against the attack, but you will also be immediately banished from the battlefield and disqualified from the feast. That means you don't need to worry about your safety here. The middle-aged man's voice still echoed in the void. The people on the battlefield finally understood the purpose of the token. Now I declare that the first round of the Firmament Territory Feast has begun, the middle-aged man announced, and his voice gradually faded away. Abruptly, the plain erupted in riots. No rule, so it's based on your strength to kill as many people as possible. That means I have to kill others instead of hiding. The more people I kill, the greater strength I display. Then I will have a good chance to pass this round. Jian Wushuang squinted as his right hand slowly stretched towards his heart-killing sword. At the same time, he noticed there were more than 10 skyscraping realm warriors nearby. They were all observing this area with strong killing intents. Kill! Kill! After the 2 successive howls, one person made his move and triggered the rest to begin attacking. Without reason or logic, they tried their best to kill as many people as they could on the battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield was an enemy. The rampant killing broke out in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful roars resounded through the void as killings took place all over the battlefield. Jian Wushuang was solemn. He glanced around him as he held his heart-killing sword. Go to hell. An aquamarine hair woman with a ferocious look popped up beside Jian Wushuang. Her soft sword swiftly cut towards his throat like a lightning flash. She had already comprehended Gale Dao, so its speed was extremely fast. Jian Wushuang snorted, then thrust his sword in her direction. His speed was at least several times faster than the woman's. It was also sneaky and full of killing intent. His attack was launched after the woman's, but it reached its destination earlier, at the front of her throat. How is that possible? The aquamarine hair woman looked terrified. Her words died as Jian Wushuang's longsword cut her throat. Her token was broke and blocked Jian Wushuang's attack. It emitted a shining light, covering the woman, and sent her out of the battlefield. Outside the drill ground, the aquamarine hair woman appeared again. She looked around and smiled bitterly. My strength is ranked third in the ancient world. I never expected to be defeated by my first opponent in the first round of the genius battle. As Jian Wushuang had killed the woman with only one attack, all attention on the battlefield was drawn to him. There are still 13 people around me. I need to kill all of them. His eyes turned cold and his figure swept out violently. Chapter 621. Killing with Abandon. Chapter 621. Killing with Abandon. When the first round of the genius battle began, rampant killing immediately broke out. Numerous people were gathered outside the battlefield. These people each had a jade slip and were quickly taking notes. In front of them, there was a huge screen which displayed thousands of small images. These images showed what the skyscraping realm experts in the ancient world were doing on the battlefield. This screen was called the mirror image. It was a unique technique that could be used to record any scene in any place. That meant that all the fighting taking place could be shown clearly in the mirror image. Number 69 image, the bald man with a battle axe. The voice was emotionless. Everyone turned their attention to the image. With his battle axe, a bald man cleaved two skyscraping realm who were attacking him. The two men died instantaneously. The axe did not lose its momentum as it continued its progress towards a majestic mountain and split it into two parts. He has comprehended the Earth Tao and created a higher level of advanced secret skill. Great comprehension. He passes the first round. Mark it immediately. Number 177 image, the burly middle-aged man in a thick armor. In the number 177 image, the man raised his sword-shaped eyebrows and stared at the 20 people in front of him. My name is Feng. In a cold voice, the man hacked with his saber. The saber produced a blade light that went unerringly to its target like a rolling river. The blade light suffused the battlefield and immediately killed 4 skyscraping realm experts. The burly middle-aged man then flew through the battlefield and killed the remaining 2 people within 2 breaths. Genius Feng has already comprehended the destruction Tao. It also seems that he has totally figured out the first occult and created the higher level of the advanced secret skill. He is qualified to enter the second round. Mark it. Number 19 image, the black-robed youth with a long sword. Instantly, all people focused on the number 19 image and saw Jian Wushuang. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With terrifying killing intent, the sword light rushed forward and killed 13 skyscraping realm experts in a couple minutes. Good comprehension of the slaughter Tao and his swordsmanship is extremely strong. So far, we don't know which level of the secret skill he has created, so he will be confirmed later. The cold voice spoke without pause and his pronouncements were all continuously recorded in the jade slip. Thousands of fights were occurring simultaneously on the vast battlefield, all of which could be observed using the mirror image. When any expert displayed an amazing strength, the action would be immediately recorded, and he would be judged for second-round qualification. The fights in the battlefield for geniuses in the eternal world were recorded too. As long as the warriors displayed impressive strength on the battlefield, they wouldn't be ignored. Swoosh! A figure rushed through the crowd with a sword light suffused with terrifying killing intent. This sword light with tremendous power easily outclassed 3 skyscraping realm experts. It killed them instantly and sent them out of the battlefield. So strong. There were still 4 people nearby, and they all looked at the black-robed youth in terror. The black-robed youth was Jian Wushuang. After 3 years of earnest cultivation, Jian Wushuang had significantly improved his strength. His comprehension of Dao and secret skill were both much better than an ordinary skyscraping realm. Even Dark Emperor and Wu Xian would be easily killed by him. He would only need to use Slaughter Body to defeat these skyscraping realm who hadn't created any secret skills. Few people would catch Jian Wushuang's attention, and he would dispatch the rest with ease. It was very difficult for him to meet an expert whose strength was comparable to his. That was why he could easily kill all his opponents here. Go to hell. Once again, Jian Wushuang started the attack and immediately sent another 4 people out of the battlefield. Continue the killing. Jian Wushuang looked grave as he continued to fight. On the battlefield, the killing continued at increasing levels of aggression. Everyone knew that passing the first round depended on their strength. Since they all had tokens to protect themselves, no one was worried about dying and went all out to kill their opponents. Soon, 3 days had passed. During this time, most of the skyscraping realm had been weeded out. Only a few people remained on the battlefield. There was no doubt that survivors after the 3 days were the real experts. All of them possessed a good comprehension of Dao, and almost everyone had created their own secret skill. They were really much stronger than the ordinary skyscraping realm experts. On the plain, Jian Wushuang slowly walked forward and glanced around him. Occasionally, he would see an opponent and kill him immediately. In these 3 days, strong experts had emerged and were now recognized by others on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's battle strength was at the top, so it was reasonable to rank him in the top 30. Many people would know of his reputation and chose to run when they saw him. Already 3 days. When on earth will the first round will be over? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The first round had no rules, so they had to keep killing their opponents, but he didn't know when it would be over. Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped and raised his head. A red-robed woman had flown from the hill in front of him and was slowly walking towards him. She held a scarlet scythe and was filled with killing intent. She looked at him with a hint of excitement. Chapter 622, Shui Feng. Chapter 622, Shui Feng. You are Sword Emperor? The red-robed woman, standing in front of Jian Wushuang, asked in a voice tinged with excitement. Lady Red, the scarlet scythe, you are Shui Feng? Jian Wushuang stared back at the red-robed woman. After 3 days of frenzied killing, strong experts had risen to fame. Everyone now knew Jian Wushuang as Sword Emperor. His strength was acknowledged on this battlefield, and he was ranked in the top 30. Shui Feng had also become an expert during the 3 days. She had comprehended the raging fire Dao, and her strength was extremely terrifying. She had killed at least hundreds of skyscraping realm and was ranked in the top 30. These 3 days, I've killed more than 300 skyscraping realm, but their strength was mediocre, so I could beat them easily. But now, meeting you, finally, Shui Feng licked her lips and said, Hope you are good enough to challenge me. I feel the same. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting his strong battle intent. He had also killed numerous skyscraping realm in the last 3 days, but no one had caught his attention. Now, he had finally met a decent opponent. Deep down, Jian Wushuang was full of anticipation for the fight. Let's start. Shui Feng blinked and transformed into a blood shadow which flew through the void. Her speed was so fast that ordinary skyscraping realm experts would only see a shadow. The blood shadow suddenly popped up in front of Jian Wushuang, and the scarlet scythe hacked towards him. The scarlet scythe looked like a beautiful scarlet moon as it split the void and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. The tremendous power compressed the air and produced successive explosions. So powerful, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although he hadn't fought against the scarlet scythe, he could sense its great power based on this attack. Fortunately, they were in the eternal world. If this had happened in the ancient world, the scarlet scythe would have split the void into 2 parts. Jian Wushuang proceeded with caution. His killing intent surged and his heart-killing sword was shaken because it sensed a strong opponent nearby. Jian Wushuang started his first attack. His sword impaled the void. Boom, an immaterial wave spread out. The first level of the advanced secret skill, heaven-breaking technique. Jian Wushuang's world body had been cultivated in the world prison with the support of Emperor Shao for 3 years. At the same time, with the guidance of Di Jing, his slaughter body had fought with thousands of crazy demons in the slaughter zone. During those fights, his comprehension of slaughter Dao had improved significantly, and he had created his own secret skill. The heaven-breaking technique which was created by his slaughter body had already reached the first advanced level. Pong! A loud bang made the battlefield tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Xue Feng were forced to retreat because of the explosion. None of them had an advantage in this round. The Sword Principle Manual is great. Obviously, your comprehension of the Slaughter Dao is not as good as mine, but the power of the secret skill that you have created is stronger than mine. Xue Feng stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of respect. Sword Emperor, you are the only skyscraping realm expert who has managed to withstand my previous attack in these 3 days. Now, I will try my best to fight. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang sneered, but deep down he thought, Xue Feng is indeed strong, but her strength is still not good enough to let my world body join the fight. I can beat her with my slaughter body. Jian Wushuang's 2 original bodies. The slaughter body was weaker than the world body. Since the start of the first round, he had only fought with his slaughter body. Even for this encounter with Xue Feng, he didn't plan to use his world body. Let's fight. Jian Wushuang and Xue Feng resumed their fierce fight. Swish, 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 swish. The 2 figures both transformed into shadows. They flew through the void with ease at extreme speeds. Then they exchanged blows. Xue Feng's scarlet scythe transformed to 3 blood shadows and hacked towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang easily dodged the attack and then swept his sword light outwards with powerful killing intent. As they fought, hundreds of huge holes appeared in the ground. The loud noises from the fight also drew the attention of experts nearby, but they did not dare to approach closer to watch. Sword Emperor and Xue Feng? The 2 of them are fighting now? Both of their battle strengths are ranked in the top 30, so they can easily pass the first round. It's not necessary for them to fight now. Maybe they have been unbeatable in the ancient world for a long time, so they are eager to have a fierce fight when they meet a worthy opponent. Many experts were discussing among themselves. At this moment, in front of the numerous mirror images outside the battlefield. Number 315 image, Sword Emperor and Xue Feng are fighting. Both of them can enter the second round. They are definitely the top ancient world warriors this time. Since they are fighting now, record the mirror image carefully, don't miss any details. The cold voice issued the command, and the fight was completely recorded by the mirror image. On the battlefield, the 2 experts were still fighting to death, and both were evenly matched. I've exploited the Dao comprehension well, but I still can't defeat him or even take any advantage. Xue Feng frowned. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression on his face as he thought, Xue Feng is much stronger than all the other skyscraping realm experts I have met. If I want to defeat her with my slaughter body, I should either use the spiritual power or physical power which are much stronger than the average level, or I need to use that trick. Jian Wushuang pondered over his options. He had cultivated the heavenly creation skill, so he had a perfect foundation which made his spiritual power and physical power much stronger than the ordinary skyscraping realm. This was his biggest advantage. However, Emperor Shao had cautioned him against showing his perfect foundation, so he couldn't really use it. Chapter 623, Feng. Chapter 623, Feng. Since I can't expose my flawless foundation to them, I'll have to use something else. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. However, before he could make that move, a deep voice interrupted his plan. The both of you not bad? A man's voice echoed throughout the area with a suppressing force, which drew the attention of the two people who were fighting as well as the skyscraping realm experts hidden in the surroundings. Looking towards the voice, they saw a man clothed in a heavy armor walking towards them with a saber in his hand. The man was strong-built and in his middle years. As he drew near, the experts could feel the suppressing force that surrounded them become stronger. When the man finally stopped walking, he looked toward Jian Wushuang and Xue Feng with battle intent in his eyes while loudly saying, "I'm Feng." Feng? The name caused the hidden experts to change their looks. Xue Feng also showed a grave expression upon hearing this name. As for Jian Wushuang, he only looked slightly serious at that moment. During the last 3 days on the battlefield, they had heard many famous names, most of which were of the top 30 experts, but none had frightened them so much as Feng had. It was all because many skyscraping realm experts had died in this person's hand, including some people as powerful as Xue Feng. Even more terrifying, those poor guys had been killed in a single strike before they could even struggle. In light of this, Feng was considered as one of the top 3 experts among everyone who was still on the battlefield. 2 days ago, when I first heard this name, I thought I would meet him in the second round, but it looks like he came sooner than I expected. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly at Feng, not frightened at all. He was not as famous as Feng, but that did not mean that he was weaker. After all, he had not used his full power yet. Sword Emperor, Xue Feng. Feng called their names while looking at them. You two are powerful, so you qualify to be my opponents. Now, accept my blow. After saying this, Feng swung his saber at Jian Wushuang and Xue Feng. Looking at this move, Jian Wushuang could tell the man had reached an extremely high level in the Destruction Dao and had comprehended all the key points at his current level. Besides the move, Feng also displayed a powerful secret skill. His saber surged toward its target like a rolling river. However, the target was only Xue Feng. Xue Feng had a grave expression while facing this blow. Without hesitation, she met the saber with her scarlet scythe and all her Dao power. When the two weapons collided together, the saber overpowered the scythe and cut through Xue Feng's body in an instant, while she stared ahead in amazement. Wong! A dazzling light flashed out of the drill ground. It was Xue Feng being sent out of the battlefield. How is this possible? He defeated me with a single strike. Am I really so powerless when compared with him? She stood there quietly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had been confident in her power before this, so it never occurred to her that she would lose to someone at the same level as her in one strike. The only reason had to be that Feng was just too strong. His power lives up to his fame. He should be ranked number 1 among us. She sighed, staring at the wormhole in front of her. Since he's not any stronger than me, Sword Emperor will be defeated by Feng with one strike as well. With this thought, she waited for Jian Wushuang to exit the battlefield and appear here as well. The hidden skyscraping realm experts were still in shock after seeing Xue Feng's failure. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't help narrowing his eyes. It's your turn. Feng turned towards Jian Wushuang and launched a ruthless attack. It was a blow as powerful as the previous one. The hidden experts started to take pity on Jian Wushuang because they thought that he could not survive it. They believed that Jian Wushuang was at the same level as Xue Feng. When he saw the move coming towards him, Jian Wushuang took action as well. He decided to continue relying solely on his slaughter body. The heart-killing sword quivered along with his surging killing intent. Cataclysm skill. As Jian Wushuang growled, killing intent began to radiate from him. Buzz. The moment he displayed this skill, the whole area became dark. Only his sword shone brightly in the darkness. Boom! With a fierce sound of metal on metal, a blast wave surged out towards the surroundings. Jian Wushuang was thrown back hundreds of meters like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Feng was only forced to take one step backwards. However, it still surprised him. The scene rocked all the hidden experts, so they started talking about it. Jian Wushuang is alive. He didn't get killed, and he even forced Feng to retreat a step. It was a brilliant move. The experts who were responsible for recording the battle results witnessed the fight through the mirror image. Superior secret skill of the first level. The skill Jian Wushuang displayed is of the first level. Write it down now. Jian Wushuang has survived Feng's attack with his superior secret skill. He even forced Feng to take a step backwards. Therefore, he is qualified for the second round and even the third round of the following battle. Chapter 624, Round 1, over. Chapter 624, Round 1, over. Jian Wushuang and Feng stood in the air, hundreds of feet apart. When Feng sensed Jian Wushuang's aura and realized it was as powerful as before, he frowned and said, "You're the first person who managed to take my blow on this battlefield. You're much more powerful than any of my previous opponents." "How flattering. You're quite powerful as well." Jian Wushuang praised him from the bottom of his heart. He was not sure if he could beat Feng, even with his world body. "With your current power, you can make it to the end of this round. I expect to meet you in round 2, Feng added. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard those words. He doesn't want to fight me now. After all, it was just the first round of genius battle in the ancient world. Therefore, they did not have to battle each other at that moment. I expect to see you in the following rounds as well. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with battle intent. Feng shot him a serious glance and nodded at him before leaving. After Feng left, the hidden experts were in a sudden uproar. This battle would bring Jian Wushuang's name to every corner of the battlefield as a person who had been able to push Feng back. In the next few days, the battle continued in a less fierce way since there were fewer people still fighting on the battlefield. After the battles with Xue Feng and Feng, Jian Wushuang encountered another expert ranked within the top 30. This opponent was even stronger than Xue Feng, but Jian Wushuang still killed him with his superior secret skill, Cataclysm skill. As time went by, the 5th day finally arrived, signaling the end of the first round of the genius battle. Boom! A mighty power swept over the whole battlefield and caused everyone there to cease what they were doing. The very next moment, they saw their token explode in a flash of light, and they were brought back to the drill ground. All the warriors from the ancient world had been gathered there again. The whole area was clamorous as the experts looked towards the people who had performed well during the battle. Look, he is Feng. He is a frightening guy. I heard that he killed countless opponents during the last 5 days, including some of the people in the top 30, with only a single strike. Very few managed to take his blow. This guy is terrifying. The man there is Hua Ying, and he's as famous as Feng. It's impossible to tell who is more powerful between the two unless they battle each other. That guy is Xian Ying. He has battled Hua Ying. Can you see that black-robed youth with a sword on his back? He is Sword Emperor, one of those who managed to survive Feng's attack. He might not be a match for Feng and Hua Ying, but he is not weak at all. Quite a lot of people were discussing the results with each other. They had talked very little at the beginning when everyone had yet to show their power, but now, after the first round, they had enough information to have discussions about the powerful experts. On the other side of the drill ground, the geniuses from the eternal world were talking to each other as well. I really want to know whether we have made it to round 2 or not. The results were a worrisome issue to most of them except for those who had absolute confidence in themselves, such as Jian Wushuang, Feng, and Hua Ying. Everyone waited in silence. By the time the elders finished calculating all the results, a half-hour had passed and the list of those who could get into the next round was decided. Here are the details on the first round of the genius battle. Send it to all the sects right now, the leader of the elders ordered. Understood. Someone want to send the files. Not many sects currently had their men watching the battle in Firmament Territory Feast. They did not care about the results of the first round because it would not be enough to determine who the most excellent talents were. That's why the elders had to send the results to them. However, when it came to the second round, the sects would be more concerned. The list of the winners of the first round is settled. Go announce it. Immediately, a white-robed man took the list to the drill ground and handed it to the host of the battle. After a careful glance, the host nodded and went to the drill ground where the geniuses from the eternal world were. We're ready to announce the names of those who make it to the second round. I'll read them to you one by one. The host started to read the names on the list before the warriors could react. Gu Qing, Mu Zhan, Ouyang Xian, Ling Hu. Those whose names were called all beamed with joy, while the others remained anxious. The host read out 900 names without pausing. The above 900 people are eligible for the second round of the Genius Battle. As for the rest of you, you all failed, the host said indifferently. Feelings of happiness and sadness encompassed the area. Chapter 625, Unfair? Chapter 625, Unfair? A little later, the host appeared at the drill ground on the other side, where the warriors from the ancient world were gathered. Just as before, he started reading the names on the list. Feng. The first name he read out was Feng. No one felt surprised by that because Feng had demonstrated his incredible power in the first round and was regarded as the #1 expert among them. Hua Ying, Long Ying, Bing Shan. Those names echoed loudly throughout the area. Jian Wushuang was the 13th one to be called. He slightly smiled among the crowd, but he was not surprised. Even though he had not used his world body even once during the last 5 days, only relying on his slaughter body, he could easily rank within the top 20 among all the competitors. Therefore, he was confident in his results. He Xian, Dongfang Lingyue, Xuefeng. The red-robed woman, Xuefeng, let out a sigh of relief after hearing her name. She had been worried about the result because Feng had defeated her in the first half of the first round. However, it turned out that anyone who demonstrated their talent and power would get into round 2. I can't believe Sword Emperor made it to the end of the first round. She could not help glancing at Jian Wushuang with an odd look. Back when she was locked in battle with him, Feng approached them and defeated her, throwing her out the battlefield with one strike. She had thought that Jian Wushuang would suffer the same result as her, but she was wrong. Jian Wushuang had not been sent out of the battlefield, no matter how long she stood there waiting. Could it be that Jian Wushuang was hiding his power when he fought against me? Xuefeng thought to herself. Up in the air, the host suddenly paused after announcing 100 names. What's the matter? Why did he stop reading? What's going on? The warriors all looked confused. Then, they heard an icy voice say, "The above 100 people can participate in the second round. Everyone else has been eliminated." Those words dumbfounded the warriors. What? Is that it? Only those 100 people made it to the second round? No, it's not fair. Someone roared. How could it just be 100 people? In fact, those who had made it to the next round looked surprised as well. They could not believe that among the 100,000 participants, only such a small number of them managed to pass the first round, while the other side of the battlefield had 900 people out of 10,000 from the eternal world that could enter the second round. There was a huge difference between the two numbers. It's not fair. Why are there only 100 of us allowed in the second round while 900 passed? The number of our participants was 10 times larger than theirs. They showed more favor to those from the eternal worlds. I don't believe I'm weaker than the talents from the eternal world. Why are they allowed in the second round but I'm not? Just because I'm from the ancient world? I can't accept this. Roars kept resounding from the drill ground. There were many who had confidence in their power, but they were not on the list, so they were unconvinced. Humph! The host snorted and looked down at the warriors and used his aura to suppress the whole area. The aura was 100 times more powerful than the one Jian Wushuang had felt from Xueyang. Everyone became quiet while facing this pressure. Some of the rebellious ones were even forced down on their knees by the pressure. I told you that everyone is equal in Firmament Territory Feast. Only your talent and power can determine your fate. Those who failed in the first round failed because you lack power. The voice of the host was heard again. As for whether it's fair or not, the weak have no right to judge that, the host continued firmly. He waved his hand and added, as I said previously, the people on the list can stay. As for the others, your time in Firmament Territory Feast is over. You can choose to leave here on your own in a half hour or be killed. Those words caused the place to be shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. The warriors who failed in the first round had to leave hopelessly, no matter how unwilling they were. They dared not challenge the host, nor the sects behind him. Sword Emperor, congratulations. Jin Wushuang, among us three, only you made it to the second round. Remember to win some fame for our ancient world. Wu Xian and Ming Lu looked at Jin Wushuang with envy. The two had tried their best to fight, but they were too weak and failed to earn themselves a place on the list. You two, please take care of yourselves. Jin Wushuang shook his head while watching their backs. He could do nothing about their results. He knew very well that, due to their weak power, no sect would offer them an olive branch, so leaving here was the best choice for them, as it would be too dangerous to adventure in the eternal world. Lots of warriors left while grumbling about it. Jin Wushuang shook his head at them in secret. Is this really not fair? Is it? He could not help looking toward the drill ground where the geniuses from Eternal World were. Chapter 626, The Three Magnates. Chapter 626, The Three Magnates. Tens of thousands of people from our ancient world participated in the battle, many more than that of the Eternal World. Nevertheless, our overall level of power is less than theirs. They possess superior resources for cultivation, so they have a great advantage over us, allowing them to gain more power. The 900 winners of the first round are the top talents among them, and it's true that only 100 of us could be their match. Jin Wushuang sighed in private. The host was right. It's a fair battle. In less than half an hour, all those who failed the first round had left. The number of those who remained in the two drill grounds amounted to about 1,000. They stood on two opposing sides, the people from the Eternal World on one side, while those from the Ancient World were on the other side. However, the next round would be different from the first round because they would encounter opponents from both sides. Listen. The host spoke again. All of you are definitely geniuses of the firmament territory since you have survived the first round, but the second round will take place in 10 days. Please prepare yourselves. In 10 days? The geniuses were surprised. I'll give you the information on all the sects in the firmament territory so you can consider which one you want to join while you are preparing for the following battles. Of course, you should know that your performance in the upcoming battles will decide whether you can achieve your wish or not. So, geniuses, show your power as much as you can, and it may result in you receiving an invitation from the sections. An intense discussion immediately broke out among the geniuses when the words fell. Sword Emperor. Xuefeng walked over to Jin Wushuang. Xuefeng. Jin Wushuang gave her a smile. I heard that you managed to survive Feng's attack, Xuefeng said with a strange expression. I was just lucky, Jin Wushuang replied. I don't think it's luck that you created a superior secret skill. Xuefeng curled her lip and continued. It looks like I have to watch my back if I meet you in the future rounds. Well, Jin Wushuang forced a smile. Right then, both Jin Wushuang and Xuefeng felt several disdainful eyes fall on them. Those guys. Xuefeng gritted her teeth and looked toward the geniuses of the Eternal World. That was where she felt the stares coming from. They are really arrogant. How annoying. She growled. Yes, they look down on us from the bottom of their hearts since they have more advantages than us. Jin Wushuang echoed her thoughts while frowning. But we have to admit that they are more powerful than us. Even Feng, the strongest one among us, is probably no match for the top 10 experts among them, Xuefeng said dejectedly. Her conclusion made Jin Wushuang narrow his eyes. He had learned of Feng's incredible power, so it was really astonishing to know that Feng, who had defeated Xuefeng with one attack, could not make it into the top 10. Maybe it's true. Jin Wushuang sighed in secret. While the geniuses were chatting with each other, someone came and handed them a file containing detailed information on all the sections. The geniuses immediately started reading through the information as soon as they received it. After all, the 100 geniuses from the ancient world knew very little about the eternal world and the sects, so they read the files with their full attention. Jin Wushuang was no exception. The firmament territory covers a large area in the eternal world and it's home to numerous sects and forces, both strong and weak ones. Among the forces, there are three magnates: Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect. Those three sects possess the best resources and have the most disciples in the firmament territory. Men of talent appear there in large numbers with every generation. In short, they are the most powerful sects in the whole territory. As the geniuses were reading, the descriptions about the three magnates caused their eyes to light up. They knew that the stronger a sect was, the more resources it could provide them. All they wanted from the firmament territory feast was to join a powerful sect, so it was obvious that the three magnates would be their best choices. However, the strong sects always had a higher standard for their disciples. Normal geniuses would never enter their eyes. Only the truly exceptional ones could win their favor, like the top 10 geniuses. It's too hard for me to reach the standards of the three magnates. I should just give up. As for what has been written in the file, only the very best will be accepted as inner disciples. Even becoming an outer disciple requires one to enter the top 50. Obviously, I'm far from their requirements. Take it easy. There are other sects besides the three magnates. We may still have some hope. The drill ground was abuzz with discussion. After carefully reading through the information of the magnates, Jian Wushuang turned to the 9 other top sections. Those sects might not be as powerful as the magnates, but they still possess a certain level of strength. The best of them was a sect called the Ancient Sect. Chapter 627, Skyward Pavilion. Chapter 627, Skyward Pavilion. The Ancient Sect? Those words caught his eye, so he continued reading. According to the file, even though this sect was only one of the top sects, it had won as much fame as the three magnates. The master of the Ancient Sect is acknowledged as the #1 expert in firmament territory, and Xianyi from this sect is the best among those in the Eternal Realm. In addition to the sect master, there were also 3 Dao masters in its long history. The information caused Jian Wushuang to have a strange expression on his face. He was almost lost in those words about the brilliant achievements of the Ancient Sect, which, based on the file, seemed to be more impressive than the three magnates. The fact that the #1 expert in the firmament territory was not from the 3 supreme magnates had been totally beyond his expectation. What had surprised him even more was that, while there was only 1 Dao master in each magnate, there were 3 in the Ancient Sect. 3 Dao masters in 1 sect. There was no doubt that the Ancient Sect could outshine the 3 magnates. The Ancient Sect. Jian Wushuang repeated the name in secret. If the author of this file is not from the Ancient Sect and has not over-glorified it, the only logical reason to justify such a magnificent description is that this sect is quite unusual. With this assumption, Jian Wushuang continued reading about the other sections. The rest of the 9 sects were actually very normal and not up to par with the 3 magnates. Following the 9 sects were many middle-sized and small sections. However, as powerful as they might be, they were no match for the top 9. After reading through all the information, Jian Wushuang finally understood the general knowledge related to all the sections. If I want to gain more benefits, I will have to do my best to join a more powerful sect. The 3 magnates and the Ancient Sect should be my best choices. If that doesn't work out, there are the other top sections. As for the middle-sized and small sects, they would be about as helpful to me as adventuring on my own. Jian Wushuang was determined to at least join one of the top 9 sections. Of course, he knew it would all be up to the sections. On the drill ground, all 1,000 geniuses were waiting in silence. 3 days later, they heard a series of booming sounds and felt a mighty power descending. What's happening? They immediately looked up only to see a towering pavilion floating in the sky above them. The pavilion was as huge as a mountain and had 2 golden words that seemed to be carved at the center of it: Skyward Pavilion. A pavilion? A floating pavilion? This pavilion has such an overbearing aura. The geniuses all studied it with astonishment and awe in their eyes. They could feel the aura very clearly. At the same time, They also noticed that the pavilion had 4 floors with several rooms on each floor. However, the top floor only had 3 big rooms. Judging from the awe-inspiring aura that was coming from them, they guessed that those rooms were for the 3 magnates. On the 3rd floor, there were 9 rooms, representing the top 9 sections. As for the rooms on the 1st and 2nd floor, they belonged to the small and middle-sized sections. Inside the center room on the top floor were the people from Cloud Sea Asgard. Your Excellency, the details of the geniuses who have survived the first round are in those 2 files. This one is for the 900 people from the Eternal World, and that one is for the 100 people from the Ancient World. In the room, a man dressed in white handed 2 files to an elder. The elder, who was sitting in a wooden chair, looked like an immortal with black hair. His milky eyes glanced over the man before he accepted the file with the information on geniuses from the Eternal World and began to read it. As for the other file, he did not even spare it a glance. The elder quickly finished reading. The geniuses this year seem to be more outstanding than in the previous years. The elder murmured. We plan to accept 3 new disciples from them, but it looks like we will have to increase it to 5. Your Excellency, do you want to take a look at the information of those geniuses from Ancient World? The man in white asked gingerly. From the Ancient World? The elder raised his eyebrows and sneered while saying, Hell no! They are no match for those from the Eternal World. Because of their limited resources, they were born to be inferior to those in the Eternal World regardless of their talent or insight. In addition, their foundations are also inferior. The further they go after reaching the skyscraping realm, the nearer they draw to their limitations. So, I don't actually think they should be considered geniuses because of their disadvantages and useless cultivation. I reckon that less than 5 among them will survive the 2nd round of the genius battle. I don't want to waste my time on them. Obviously, the elder thought little of those geniuses from the Ancient World. On the contrary, I'd love to pay more attention to the shining stars among the geniuses from the Eternal World, the elder added with a smile. Your Excellency, do you need me to send them an invitation now? No, not yet. The elder continued speaking with an expression of pride. We can't make it too easy for them. If they want to be one of our disciples, they will have to show us more of their talent. The elder showed his pride as a member of the top sect among the 3 magnates. Chapter 628, An Invitation. Chapter 628, An Invitation. At the top floor of Skyward Pavilion, in the room on the left, were the people of the Immortal Dynasty. Among them, a middle-aged man with matted hair who was sitting straight in his chair, with 2 files at hand. His eyebrows revealed his rebellious character. After he glanced through one of the files, the one containing the information on the geniuses from Eternal World, he nodded and exclaimed, Some of these youngsters are really outstanding. Your Excellency, should we send them an invitation in advance? A white-robed man standing beside him asked respectfully. No, let's wait a little longer, the middle-aged man replied. From the very beginning to the end, he never even cast a glance at the other file. The geniuses from the Ancient World were completely ignored. At the same time, in the room of the Boundless Demon Sect, a girl was reading a file as well. She looked quite young, but her aura was evil and terrifying. When she finished reading the information on the geniuses from the Eternal World, she turned to the file on those from the Ancient World. The man named Feng has performed well, but he will, at best, only make it within the top 20. She curled her lips and put the file away casually. It seemed that none of the 3 magnates had really been interested in Jian Wushuang and the others that came from the Ancient World. What's worse, the same was true of the top sects as well. They did not believe that there were real geniuses in the Ancient World. However, being less competitive than the top sects, the middle-sized and small sects had decided to target those who were less favored. The genius Feng, despite being from the Ancient World, is really something and may even make it to the top 20 in the Firmament Territory Feast. Send him an invitation saying that we want to accept him as our disciple. An order was given out by the Luotian sect. Send Feng an invitation and tell him we're willing to have an Eternal Realm expert teach him in person. Another order came out from the Icefire sect. The man named Huaring is really impressive and can probably survive the second round. Tell him our Sky Shadow Temple is willing to accept him as an inner disciple. Bing Shan is excellent. Those invitations from the middle-sized and small sects went to the outstanding geniuses from the ancient world in succession. While all the geniuses were gathered in the drill ground, some men dressed in white robes would arrive and give the geniuses from the eternal world an invitation from time to time. As for those from the ancient world, like Jian Wushuang, they had received some invitations as well, but all of them were from the middle-sized and small sections. Jian Wushuang. A man came to him and said, "Here is an invitation from our Mahua sect. If you accept it, then you will be an inner disciple, and one of our divine realm experts will teach you in person." Understood, thanks. Jian Wushuang simply nodded without giving a definite answer. This is a message token from the divine realm expert Jiu Yi. Once you've decided to accept our invitation, you can contact him through it. Jian Wushuang accepted the token and put it in his interspatial ring without taking a careful look at it. He was not interested in joining a powerless sect where the strongest person was a divine realm expert. The invitation might not appeal to Jian Wushuang, but it did to many others who looked at Jian Wushuang with envy. Some of them had only received an invitation from the small sects and could only be outer disciples, while some had not even been invited once. Therefore, being an inner disciple of the Mahua sect and having a divine realm expert as a master was a very satisfying prospect to them. So far, I've received 4 invitations, 3 from small sects as an inner disciple, and 1 from a middle-sized sect as an outer disciple. Jian Wushuang shook his head in secret, but he was not discouraged. After all, he had yet to show his real power in the 3 rounds of this genius battle. He was sure that he would receive many better offers after the second and third round. Feng was the origin of his confidence in that. After demonstrating his power, Feng had received a dozen invitations from the middle-sized sects. Even a top sect had offered him a place as one of their outer disciples. As the people on the drill ground continued waiting, in the center room on the 3rd floor of Skyward Pavilion, a white-robed man stood with 2 files in his hand. The man had been waiting there for the past 7 days for the experts who were supposed to be in the room. It's been 7 days, but no one has come. The man was quite bothered and helpless. He was waiting for the representatives of the ancient sect to come. He knew very well that, just as everyone who had ever adventured in the firmament territory knew, even though the ancient sect was less powerful than the 3 magnates, they would be harder to deal with than those 3. Right then, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in the room as if it appeared out of thin air. The waiting man was startled inside as he looked toward the newcomer. It was a tall man, more than 2 meters in height, with a gentle look and purple hair. The man wore a charming smile on his face and was standing with both hands behind his back. Towering like a mountain, that's the impression he gave to others. He showed a smile at the man who was waiting for him and apologized. "Sorry, I'm late." The waiting man was so surprised that his eyes opened wide when he finished getting a clear look at the newcomer. "Master, Xian Yi?" Chapter 629, The Second Round of the Genius Battle. Chapter 629, The Second Round of the Genius Battle. Master Xian Yi has come in person, and he apologized to me just now? Staring at the towering gentleman in front of him, the white-robed man could not believe his eyes. At that moment, the people in the surrounding rooms noticed Xian Yi's arrival as well. The girl from the Boundless Demon sect was the first one to speak to him in a humble tone. "Mr. Xian Yi, I never thought that you would personally attend the Firmament Territory Feast. Xian Yi, are all the Eternal Realm experts in your sect dead? If not, then why would you, as the #1 Eternal Realm expert, come here by yourself?" The voice was from the black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard. The words might not sound kind, but the others could tell that the elder was in awe of Xian Yi. The middle-aged man from the Immortal Dynasty also chimed in with a laugh and said, "Mr. Xian Yi, we all feel honored by your presence." While those people addressed Xian Yi in a more casual way, the experts from the middle-sized and small sects did it more reverently. They called him Master Xian Yi. "Well, I just came to join in the fun. Of course, it would be good if I could find some new disciples for our sect, Xianyi said with a casual smile. After a while of chatting, Xianyi turned to the white-robed man and ordered, "Give me the files in your hand." "Yes, Your Excellency." The man immediately handed the files to him. After taking a quick glance at the information of the geniuses from the eternal world, Xianyi put it away and started reading the other file carefully and even made some comments. The ancient world really has some talents this time. His words somehow stunned the white-robed man. Why did His Excellency favor the participants from the ancient world more than he favors those from the eternal world? He is completely different from the three magnates and the top 9 sections. Feng, Hua Ying, Bing Shan, and Jian Wushuang. They are all impressive. Let's wait and see their performance in the second round, Xianyi murmured to himself as he took a seat nearby. 10 days passed quickly. The second round of the genius battle was about to begin. All the geniuses on the drill ground were itching for a fight, especially those who had not received a satisfying invitation from the sections. Their eager eyes betrayed their anxiety. It was clear to all of them that the battle results of the first round could not decide their fate alone, so they were ready to show their real power in the remaining rounds. 10 days have passed. Now, the second round of the genius battle can finally begin. The host's loud voice echoed throughout the whole drill ground from above. This will be different to the first round. In this round, you will be fighting against puppet fighters instead of other participants. After saying this, the host waved his hand, at which point 5 tall and wide platforms, capable of supporting a fierce battle between 2 skyscraping realm experts, appeared in front of the drill ground. In addition to that, each of the platforms was covered with a restriction and had a single towering figure about 2 meters tall standing on it. It was the puppet fighters. The 5 platforms constituted 5 battlefields. Listen, the host continued. The rules for this round are very simple. You can choose any one of the 5 puppet fighters to fight. If you are able to survive against it for 15 minutes, you win. The words caused the geniuses to have a complex feeling. The rules for this round were simple, but it would be harder to pass it. Now, I'm going to call out names in batches of 5 for this round, the host said while looking around. Long Xian, Shuewuji, Beast, Baitsong King, Zhuge Qing. The 5 of you are the first batch. The 5 men immediately walked to the host in succession. Among them, only Baitsong King was from the ancient world. The rest of them were from the eternal world. The 5 each entered their own battlefield. They were the first batch of challengers, which made them a little uneasy because they did not know how powerful the puppet fighters were. Begin. With the host's shout, all 5 puppet fighters began to move. They all charged at their targets at the same time, each one with a long spear in hand. They drew near to the challengers at an amazing speed and started attacking. Boom, 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 boom. 5 blows pierced towards their targets. They're quite powerful. The geniuses showed a horrified look as they watched this scene. They could see each of the blows very clearly. Those 5 puppet fighters are really strong. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the puppet fighters were a level more powerful than normal skyscraping realm experts, no matter in power or speed. Most importantly, they all had a profound comprehension of the Tao. All of them have been cultivating the destruction Tao and have mastered its first level. Even the skills they are displaying are superior rank 1 secret skills. Jian Wushuang could not help being astonished. As far as he knew, only about 20 people in the Firmament Territory Feast had mastered the first level of a Tao, and the ones who had managed to create a superior rank 1 secret skill might be even fewer. Therefore, there was no doubt that those puppet fighters could be ranked within the top 20 among them with their achievements in the Tao, skills, strength, and speed. Which to say, the puppets were equal to the more powerful challengers, like Feng. The thought of holding on for 15 minutes under such formidable attacks really scared some of the geniuses. Some of them even became pale-faced. Chapter 630, Qinxia Wuhan. Chapter 630, Qinxia Wuhan. Bang, bang, bang. On each of the platforms, a fierce battle was taking place as the sounds of intense combat continuously echoed throughout the area. Among the 5 battles, 2 of them were settled in a short moment. Baitsong King and Zhuge Qing, from the ancient world and the eternal world, were kicked out the battlefield by the puppet fighters. As for the other 3 battles, they lasted a little longer than the first 2, but they still ended with the 3 challengers failing in less than 15 minutes. In short, the first batch of challengers all failed. The geniuses all forced a bitter smile after seeing the results. The puppet fighters are so incredible. I don't think I can hold on for even 3 breaths against their attacks. There's no way I can survive the second round. Even though we can't make it to the next round, we should try our best to prolong the battle and draw attention from the sections. Most of the participants knew that their failure in this round was certain, but they still wanted to do their best. The second batch of challengers, the host read out 5 more names. The moment their names were called, those people immediately went onto the platforms to fight. As time went by, batch after batch, the geniuses went forward faced the challenge, but most of them lost the battle while only some really powerful ones made it to the next round, and all of them were from the eternal world. So far, 1/3 of the participants from the ancient world had tried their luck on the platforms, but none of them had won. Shuefeng, who had previously been defeated by Feng with 1 strike, had managed to hold on for a moment when fighting against a puppet fighter as powerful as Feng, but she failed in the end without a doubt. Now, it's time for the 41st batch. Feng, Kongyuan, Shueho, Xinyuan Wudao, Yijie. At this time, another 5 geniuses walked onto the platforms. The geniuses from the ancient world all looked up towards one of the platforms, only for the reason that their number 1 expert, Feng, was on it. In no time, Feng was locked in a fierce battle with the puppet fighter. Just like the 5 puppet fighters, Feng had comprehended the first level of the destruction Dao. He had even made some progress in the second level, which resulted in him having a better comprehension of the Dao than the puppets. Not only that, the saber technique he displayed was so forceful and domineering that it overpowered the puppet's spear technique. With all this combined, he was able to gain the upper hand in the battle and suppress his opponent completely. The battle lasted over 15 minutes like this, which really astonished many geniuses from the eternal world. Sure enough, Feng survived this round. The experts in the Skyward Pavilion had also witnessed Feng's performance. Even though Feng is from the ancient world, he is highly gifted in the destruction Dao. Go find him and tell him that we'd love to accept him as an outer disciple. The voice came from the room of the 1,000-star sect. Tell him there is a spot for him as an outer disciple. Many top sects hurriedly sent their invitations to Feng, but all of them only offered the position of outer disciple. As for the 3 magnates, Feng was still beneath their notice. Meanwhile, on the drill ground, the battles continued. From the Eternal Worlds group, a red-robed man with red hair caught some eyes. As he walked forward slowly, even his eyes had a red shine to them. The moment he stepped out from his group, he attracted everyone's attention, including the 3 magnates and the experts in the Skyward Pavilion. It's him. Good Lord. He is Qinxia Wuhan, a peerless genius who has the ability to be in the top 5 among all the challengers in the Firmament Territory Feast. Some of the geniuses from the Eternal World frowned at this red-robed man with a hint of fear in their eyes. After all, this man was the most outstanding one among the super geniuses that had drawn the crowd's attention in the first round. Of course, Feng, Hua Ying, Bing Shan, and Jian Wushuang could be called super geniuses as well, but only within their own group. In the first round, Qinxia Wuhan demonstrated his power by defeating his opponents like a storm of lightning. No one knew exactly how powerful he was, but they knew that he was terrifying. With his level of power, he can directly beat the puppet fighter down. Yes, he can, but I wonder how long it will take him to do that. I bet he can do it within 10 breaths. Geniuses from the Eternal World were discussing the matter with interest. In the rooms on the top floor of the Skyward Pavilion, the 3 magnates kept a close eye on Qinxia Wuhan. They were all looking forward to seeing his brilliant performance. Under all those eyes, Qinxiu Wuhan moved onto a platform. Start. As soon as the words were heard, the puppet fighters all made their moves. Qinxiu Wuhan acted at almost the same moment. He stretched out his hand and punched toward his opponent in a gentle and casual way. Boom! The puppet moved back rapidly as the sound rang out. A moment later, another palm carrying a formidable power landed on the puppet. Boom! The powerful puppet fighter was smashed into pieces under the force. Chapter 631. Jin Wushuang makes his move. Chapter 631. Jin Wushuang makes his move. Upon seeing the puppet fighter which fought with Qinxiu Wuhan being directly destroyed, all the people on the drill ground quieted down. Was the puppet fighter broken? He only attacked twice, with the first palm slapping the puppet fighter away while the other directly smashed it. After all, the battle strength of the puppet fighter was equal to Feng, who was one of the top 20 geniuses in the Firmament Territory Feast. Additionally, its body was stronger than an ordinary skyscraping realm warrior. However, it was still smashed by 2 palms. How powerful was he? How terrifying. Too strong. This guy is simply a monster. Countless geniuses widened their eyes in awe and horror as Qinxiu Wuhan slowly walked out of the battlefield. Many of these geniuses couldn't hold out against the puppet fighter for long, and some of them were even defeated by it very quickly, but Qinxiu Wuhan had smashed it with only 2 palms. There was a huge gap between their strength. After seeing what happened on the battlefield, those experts from all sects in the Skyward Pavilion couldn't calm down at all. The 3 experts on the top floor who represented the magnates were a little excited. Qinxiu Wuhan is very impressive. He has an extremely great understand of the Raging Fire Tao, comprehending the first level and most of the second level. Besides, the secret skill that he created is extremely powerful and can completely display his comprehension in the Raging Fire Tao. How amazing! He fought in the first round of the genius battle, but his strength wasn't that exaggerated. It's clear that he didn't use his full power at that time, and what he just revealed might not be his limit either. The 3 experts representing the 3 magnates all spoke highly of Qinxiu Wuhan. The experts from the other sects were also shocked by Qinxiu Wuhan's display of strength. Given his strength, this Qinxiu Wuhan could definitely have won first prize in some of the previous Firmament Territory feasts. The previous champion's battle strength is actually slightly weaker than his, but the geniuses in this feast are all stronger than the previous ones, so it's not yet clear whether this little guy can rank first. Yes, it's a little early to confirm he'll be the first, but he'll at worst rank third. Go to tell Qinxiu Wuhan that we, the Immortal Dynasty, are willing to offer him admission as an inner disciple. Tell Qinxiu Wuhan that if he joins us, Cloud Sea Asgard, there'll be endless cultivation resources available to him. Elder Fire, from our Boundless Demon sect, has the strongest comprehension in the Raging Fire Tao among all the Eternal Realm cultivators in the Firmament Territory. Tell him that as long as he's willing to join us, the Boundless Demon sect, I'll personally recommend him to Elder Fire. The 3 magnates and various top-class sects all invited Qinxiu Wuhan in succession. As for the medium and small sects, they all knew clearly that top geniuses like Qinxiu Wuhan were talented people that they could never possess. They also knew that they couldn't win against the top-class sects, so they were sensible enough to not even try inviting him. However, there was an extremely special existence among all the sects, the Ancient Sect. Generally speaking, the Ancient Sect could compete with the 3 magnates in strength, but they didn't do anything after Qinxiu Wuhan showed his strength. In the room where the Ancient Sect was, Xian Yi, the purple-haired man with a gentle smiling face, looked down towards the drill ground. Qinxiu Wuhan? He has good talent, but these geniuses are far more gifted than those in the previous feasts. There are at least 3 geniuses who can compete with him, but they aren't in a hurry to expose their strength. After all, no one knows what they'll encounter in the 3rd and 4th round of the genius battle. The more strength they hide, the more trump cards they'll have, which will also increase the possibility of them winning. So, this Qinxiu Wuhan is a bit impatient. Xianyi shook his head and just watched quietly. He didn't ask the white-robed man to send out any invitations to the geniuses on the drill ground. The second round was still going on. The shattered puppet fighter had been replaced, and it was Jian Wushuang's turn after this batch of geniuses. Under the watchful eyes of the other geniuses and the sect experts in the skyward pavilion, Jian Wushuang entered one of the battlefields. While standing in front of the puppet fighter, he could clearly sense the pressure it released. Start! Outside the battlefield, with the shout from the middle-aged man, all 5 puppet fighters moved at the same time. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang clearly heard the wind-breaking sound in front of him as the puppet fighter's figure appeared, holding a long spear. The moment the puppet fighter stood in front of Jian Wushuang, the long spear fiercely struck at him. A mighty power burst forth immediately. Jian Wushuang had seen other geniuses fighting against this puppet fighter outside the battlefield, so he had known a little bit about its strength. Thus, he dared not be careless. Boom! Jian Wushuang radiated killing intent as he held the heart-killing sword in his hand. A bright beam shot out as he directly chopped at the fighter puppet. The whole area suddenly fell into darkness. Jian Wushuang directly displayed the superior rank 1 secret skill, Cataclysm skill. Bang! There was the sound of a tremendous collision as a great pressure arrived, causing Jian Wushuang's face to instantly darken. He staggered and immediately took a quick step backwards. Its power is genuinely strong, but it's still weaker than Feng's attack. Jian Wushuang was forced to step back, but a smile appeared on his face. The puppet fighter's strength is good, but it will only keep this up for 15 minutes. I don't even need to display the world Dao. Hua! The puppet fighter flickered about like a ghost, forcing Jian Wushuang to retreat as it quickly rushed to attack him. The long spear in its hand lunged out like a poisonous snake. Swoosh! 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 Spear shadows darted forward like a poisonous snake's tongue, so quickly that no one could see them before they came into contact with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's vision darted about like lightning, while the sword soul in his sea of consciousness was emitting sword soul power. Jian Wushuang wielded the heart-killing sword, producing sword shadows and releasing an incredible amount of power as he fought against the puppet fighter. Their battle was extremely intense. Jian Wushuang was completely suppressed, but there was no sign that he would be defeated. In the skyward pavilion, the experts from the different sects all looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. This little guy has great talent in sword principle. Yes, his sword soul power is extremely strong. It's much stronger than many sword principle geniuses. Chapter 632, Barely. Chapter 632, Barely. All these experts had very sharp eyes, so they could tell that the reason Jian Wushuang was able to fight against the puppet fighter for so long was that his sword soul power was very strong. A sword soul strength was determined by the user's talent in sword principle. The stronger the sword soul was, the more gifted they were in sword principle. Therefore, they thought Jian Wushuang had a good talent for sword principle. However, they didn't know that this wasn't the peak of Jian Wushuang's sword soul power at all, and that he was merely using a portion of his sword soul power. Emperor Xiao told me that my sword soul is the strongest sword soul he has ever seen and that it is unusual. So he asked me not to expose my strongest sword soul in the Firmament Territory Feast. Because of that, I can only use a portion of my sword soul power, and I have to purposely hide my sword soul phantom so that no one will know I have awakened the strongest sword soul, Jian Wushuang thought as he fought with the puppet fighter. Emperor Xiao warned him about many things before Jian Wushuang left to attend the Firmament Territory Feast. Because his flawless foundation and sword soul were very significant, Emperor Xiao reminded him not to expose them easily. As for his other abilities, there was no harm in exposing them. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang engaged in close combat with the puppet fighter, the physical strength from his foundation and the advantage from his bursts of spiritual power had not been completely put on display. He had hidden most of his sword soul power. But, even so, the experts from the sects still thought that Jian Wushuang was quite gifted in sword principle. 15 minutes quickly passed. Jian Wushuang exited the battlefield. As he exited, he noticed that many of the surrounding geniuses were staring at him with very strange expressions. This boy, he has already reached his limit. Yeah, it was clear that he was about to lose, and that as long as the puppet fighter made another move, it might have defeated him and sent him out, but the 15 minutes ended just in the nick of time. He's a lucky dog. These geniuses could tell that even though Jian Wushuang passed the second round, he barely passed. Barely, just barely. Everyone could see that Jian Wushuang had been one-sidedly beaten by the puppet fighter the entire time. If it kept attacking Jian Wushuang, it would win eventually, but time ran out. My performance in this second round really did look like I reached my limit. Perhaps everyone thinks I passed this second round because of luck? Jian Wushuang looked around, but he was laughing in his heart. He didn't care at all about what these geniuses thought of him. They were free to believe that he barely won if that's what they wanted to think. It was only the second round anyway, and there would still be a third and fourth round in which he would have many opportunities to reveal his strength. In the Skyward Pavilion. This boy has good talent in sword principle, but it's a pity that he's weak in comprehension of the Tao, and he's still far from complete comprehension in the first level of the Slaughter Tao. Besides, he's from the ancient world. He is good talented since he was able to get to this point from the ancient world, but he is much weaker than the geniuses from the eternal world. Passing the second round is already his limit. As for the third round, he has no chance of passing it. The experts from the sects talked casually as they laughed. There were only a few small sects and one medium sect that sent people to invite Jian Wushuang. As for the three magnates and the top sects, they didn't do anything. But in the room where the ancient sect was, Xian Yi, the purple-haired man, looked at Jian Wushuang with a lot of interest. That little guy hides his strength so well? Xian Yi smiled. There are quite a few people hiding their strength in the Firmament Territory Feast, but he is one of the few who is hiding their strength the best. The other experts felt that Jian Wushuang's strength was very normal. Only Xian Yi saw at a glance that Jian Wushuang had hidden his strength very deeply. I've seen so many sword principle geniuses and even some sword principle experts, among which were many great talents. But, no matter how gifted they were in sword principle, it wasn't enough to influence me. However, this little guy, his sword soul actually caused my sword heart to become a little excited. Haha. He's not simple. On the drill ground, the second round was still in process. It went on for a whole day and night before the second round was finally over. After the second round, only 124 of the 1,000 talents who emerged from the first round were left. These 124 people were eligible to enter the third and fourth rounds of the Genius Battle while all the others were eliminated. Among the 124 people, there are only 6 from the ancient world. Jian Wushuang frowned. The 5 people next to him included Feng, Hua Ying, Bing Shan, Xianing, and Wu Huang, who all stood there and frowned as well. The 5 of them, plus Jian Wushuang, were the only 6 among the 100,000 odd geniuses in the ancient world who survived the first 2 rounds of the Genius Battle. However, there were still 118 talents from the eternal world remaining. The difference was too obvious. Of course, those who could still stay after the first 2 rounds were very excellent. They were all transcendent talents. In the Skyward Pavilion, plenty of sect experts were considering what conditions they should offer to attract the top geniuses on the drill ground. At this moment, Xian Yi, the purple-haired man in the ancient sect's private room, finally made a move. Give the 6 tokens to these 6 people. Xian Yi passed the 6 tokens to the white-robed man. The white-robed man nodded respectfully. Although he was surprised at Xian Yi's decision, he left immediately. Seeing the white-robed man flying out of Xian Yi's room, many of the sect experts in the Skyward Pavilion immediately looked at him. After all, this was Xian Yi's first invitation to the Genius Battle. They were all very curious about who the ancient sect, which had a great position in the whole Firmament Territory, and Xian Yi, who was called the number 1 Eternal Realm Cultivator in the Firmament Territory, would choose. A large number of the sect experts, including the 3 people representing the 3 magnates, stared at the white-robed man. When the white-robed man appeared on the drill ground, he directly walked toward the 6 geniuses from the ancient world. Feng, Hua Ying, Bing Shan, Xian Ying, Wu Huang, and Jian Wushuang. The white-robed man spoke in a cold voice. Jian Wushuang and the other 5 people immediately looked at him. These are the tokens that Master Xian Yi from the ancient sect ordered me to give you. After saying that, the white-robed man threw the 6 tokens to the 6 geniuses. The white-robed man didn't hide his voice in the least, so the surrounding geniuses from the eternal world heard it and instantly fixed their sights on Jian Wushuang and the other 5. Chapter 633, Xian Yi's Token. Chapter 633, Xian Yi's Token. The ancient sect? Master Xian Yi? All the people were startled. All the geniuses here had carefully read the information on the sects and clearly understood the ancient sect's position among the sects in the firmament territory. Although it was one of the top 9 sects, the ancient sect was stronger than the 3 magnates in many ways. Especially when it came to cultivating disciples, the ancient sect surpassed the 3 magnates. Otherwise, it could not have produced so many experts. It could be said that the ancient sect's appeal to these geniuses was no less than that of the 3 magnates. Master Xian Yi? He was the strongest person in the eternal realm in the firmament territory, with an outstanding level of strength and identity. This same person, Master Xian Yi, not only personally watched this genius battle from the Skyward Pavilion, but even directly offered tokens. But he gave those 6 tokens to the 6 people from the ancient world instead of the top geniuses from the eternal world. What was going on? Even the 6 people, including Jian Wushuang, were a bit confused, not to mention the geniuses from the eternal world. Although they could hardly believe it, Jian Wushuang and others still accepted the tokens, at which point they heard a message. I am Xian Yi, from the ancient sect. The performance of the 6 of you in the genius battle is very good. The 3rd round will be very important. After that, I will decide whether to accept you as a disciple of the ancient sect, so I hope that you will display your full strength in the 3rd round. The message was simple and did not directly invite them to join the ancient sect. However, after receiving the message, the 6 geniuses, including Jian Wushuang, became greatly excited. The ancient sect. Hua Ying clenched his hands with burning eyes. I thought it would be good enough if there was a top sect willing to accept me as an outer disciple. Bing Shan, who wore a white robe and had a cold expression, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The ancient sect? Feng raised his head as his eyes narrowed slightly. The geniuses of the eternal world looked over at Jian Wushuang and the other 5 with a little jealousy. It's the ancient sect. Even we are not eligible to be invited by the ancient sect, but these 6 people from the ancient world actually got tokens from Master Xian Yi. When it comes to talent and strength, Feng is the strongest among the 6 people from the ancient world, but he can only rank in the top 20 among us. And for Wu Huang, Jian Wushuang, Bing Shan, and Xian Ying, they are at bottom among us. How could they also receive a token from Master Xian Yi himself? What exactly is going on in the mind of Master Xian Yi and the ancient sect? This question not only bewildered these geniuses, it also puzzled the experts from the sections. Mr. Xian Yi is interested in the 6 little guys from the ancient world? The evil girl from the Boundless Demon sect asked telepathically with a bit of doubt. Haha. Xian Yi didn't hide his thoughts and spoke directly. We, the ancient sect, value geniuses. But there are 2 kinds of geniuses. The first type are the ones who possess excellent talent, while the second are the ones whose minds are as firm as a demon. Personally, I prefer the second type. Compared with those geniuses from the ancient world, these geniuses who were born in the eternal world have too many innate advantages. They're endowed with unique advantages and can easily reach the skyscraping realm. It's very seldom that they encounter obstacles or go through hardships, so they tend to have a bad temperament. But those little guys from the ancient world are different. The cultivation condition in the ancient world, which is a plane world, are pretty bad. There are numerous warriors in a plane world, but few people are able to reach skyscraping realm. Anyone who makes it had to face endless setbacks. Their wisdom has already matured, and it's not an exaggeration to say they're quite clever. The eternal world is deadly and dangerous. If someone wants to survive in it, a good temperament is the most important asset to have. After Xian Yi finished the sentence, quite a few of the sect experts in the Skyward Pavilion agreed with him. Temperament was indeed extraordinarily important for surviving in the eternal world. Of course, there were some people who were displeased with his words. Xian Yi, we're here to choose talents. The reason why we choose them is to make them experts who can support our sections. We aren't choosing them to help them live a long life. The black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard sneered. That's what Cloud Sea Asgard is doing. The disciples in our ancient sect only cultivate to live happily and leisurely. Whether we're strong or weak, it's enough if we can keep living happily, said Xian Yi. That notion isn't right. No wonder you can't become the fourth magnate in the firmament territory, the black-haired elder sneered and said. In that case, it will be enough for you to take away those 6 little guys from the ancient world. If you don't compete with us, then we'll accept all 6 of them, Xian Yi immediately said. That's fine then, you can have them. They're merely 6 little guys from the ancient world. The black-haired elder was dismissive. Since Mr. Xian Yi wants those 6 little guys, we, the Boundless Demon sect, will definitely give you face. The evil girl from the Boundless Demon sect spoke directly. We, the Immortal Dynasty, aren't interested in those 6 little guys at all. Since Mr. Xian Yi wants them, I won't compete with you, either. The arrogant middle-aged man from the Immortal Dynasty also agreed. Well then, thank you, all of you. Xian Yi gave a faint and mysterious smile. On the drill ground, the 124 talents who had passed the second round of the genius battle were quietly waiting for invitations from the sections. There were indeed many white-robed people flying out of the Skyward Pavilion in a row at first, representing the sects and delivering invitations. But the invitations quieted down after half an hour. After that, under the surprised gazes of these geniuses, a lot of experts flew out of the Skyward Pavilion and immediately left. Why did they all leave? The geniuses were all confused. At this moment, the middle-aged man that was presiding over the conference spoke again. After the second round, it will be a month before the third round begins. I'll take you to a place where you can rest for this month. Hearing this, the geniuses couldn't help wondering. The third round of the genius battle wouldn't be on until a month from now. Take us to a place? Jian Wushuang cocked his eyebrows. Where will he take us? Chapter 634, Enlightenment Mountain. Chapter 634, Enlightenment Mountain. Bewildered, the geniuses who passed the second round left the drill ground with the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man quickly took them to a towering mountain. Here we are. The middle-aged man stood in the air and pointed toward the towering mountain in front of them, then said, This is Enlightenment Mountain. There are many cave mansions on the Enlightenment Mountain. You can stay here for a month and cultivate. Go. The middle-aged man waved and did not explain anything. The 124 geniuses were confused, but they rushed toward Enlightenment Mountain since the middle-aged man told them to. However, as soon as they reached the mountain, the geniuses immediately noticed there was something unusual about it. What's going on? Why do I feel like it is easier to comprehend Tao here than it is in other places? Right? I feel like that too. All the geniuses were surprised to find that it was much easier to comprehend the Tao here. This Enlightenment Mountain actually has such a kind of ability? With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Jian Wushuang immediately found a cave mansion and entered. As soon as he entered the cave mansion, he found it easier for him to comprehend the slaughter Tao. It's faster to comprehend the Tao in the cave mansion than outside. These geniuses also quickly noticed this point. They couldn't help being overjoyed. Naturally, all the geniuses found their own cave mansion and began to comprehend and cultivate. At this time, no one wanted to think about anything else. All they were thinking about was cultivating and comprehending. They meditated on the Tao they had comprehended. They found that meditating on the Tao here was at least twice as fast as in other places across the world. That was to say, 1 day of meditation in the cave mansion was equal to 2 days outside. Besides, they could stay here for a full month. A month was brief, but they could reach a new level in Tao comprehension with such great cultivation conditions. We're here to see who can make the most progress. Sitting cross-legged in the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang knew very clearly in his heart why the man wanted them to stay here for a month. What kind of person could be called a genius? Those who had a gift. And what was the best way to demonstrate how gifted they were? Progress. The speed of progress was also the standard for those sect experts to choose talents. This month seemed short, but anyone with real talent would be able to make a lot of progress under such conditions. 1 month. A spark flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. A month was a short amount of time, even for the top geniuses here. They could make progress this month, but they couldn't make much progress. But Jian Wushuang was different. He had just broken through and took the first step in the heaven-treading realm. He went straight to the firmament territory feast immediately after making his breakthrough. But the greatest benefit of the heaven-treading realm was talent and comprehension, which was very different from the skyscraping realm. He was already an absolute genius with a flawless foundation, and his talent was so great that he was by no means weaker than the 123 geniuses that were currently at Enlightenment Mountain. Furthermore, his talent and comprehension directly became 10 odd times better after reaching the heaven-treading realm. His current level of comprehension was already beyond imagination. 1 month was enough to increase his strength by leaps and bounds. Now I just have to wait and see how much progress I can make in 1 month. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, with a glimmer of expectation in the eyes. Then, with a thought, an identical figure appeared beside him. The world body and the slaughter body both began to focus on cultivation and meditation in this cave mansion. There were many geniuses in Enlightenment Mountain, but they were all currently busy in their own cave mansions, so none of them would bother Jian Wushuang. Time went by slowly. In a flash, 1 month had passed. "Come out, all of you," the middle-aged man shouted out from above Enlightenment Mountain, but his voice contained magic power which transmitted it to all the cave mansions. Those geniuses, who were completely absorbed in meditation, were immediately awakened, one by one. The 2 Jian Wushuangs in the cave mansion opened their eyes at the same time. A month passed so quickly. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, but there was no regret on his face. Instead, his eyes were shining. After the 2 original bodies were united again, Jian Wushuang slowly walked out of the cave mansion. All the other geniuses also came out one by one. Seeing their expressions, Jian Wushuang knew that they all should have benefited a lot in this last month. "Follow me." After saying this, the middle-aged man took them back to the drill ground where the firmament territory feast was held. The skyward pavilion was still quietly floating above the drill ground, and the sect experts were already back. They were talking casually. "Now that a month has passed, I wonder how much progress these little guys have made. Who knows, but it should not be small. After all, they stayed at Enlightenment Mountain for the whole month, where they could meditate on the Tao twice as fast as in other places. Even an average genius can make some progress in a month, let alone these top geniuses who can make it to the 3rd round. Let's wait and see. Many of these little guys have deliberately hidden their strength during the first 2 rounds of the genius battle, but the 3rd round is different. These little guys will reveal their strength one by one. Then we'll find out who is the strongest." The experts from the sects were all looking forward to what would happen. In the room where the ancient sect was, the eyes of the purple-hair man, Xian Yi, were focused on Jian Wushuang, Feng, and the other 4 people. But he was not concerned with the top geniuses from the eternal world. The 2 little guys, Jian Wushuang and Feng, have hidden themselves very well. Especially Jian Wushuang. He even caused my sword heart to become excited, which has never happened in the firmament territory. Even more of their strength will be revealed during round 3. I hope they'll give me a surprise. Xian Yi smiled. The middle-aged man presiding over the conference had already begun to announce the contents of the 3rd round on the drill ground. Round 3 consists of the arena battle. Chapter 635, Round 3, Arena Battle. Chapter 635, Round 3, Arena Battle. The Round 3 is an arena battle, said the middle-aged man. All the geniuses taking part in Round 3 will draw lots, one by one, to select their opponents. The winners can continue to battle, and the losers will be eliminated. By the end of the round, only the strongest will remain. The top 10 geniuses will gain generous rewards for making it to the end of Round 3 in the genius battle. Only the top 10 geniuses will be rewarded with 100,000 divine gems. Second and third place will receive 500,000 divine gems. Whoever gets first place will be given 1 million divine gems and a Tao origin fruit. Hearing this, many geniuses became quite excited. Divine gems were the currency for trading in the eternal world. They were capable of restoring spiritual power. In the eternal world, an ordinary person in the divine realm would only possess several thousand divine gems. 100,000 divine gems was a great amount of wealth for these geniuses, since it was already more than the assets of most divine realm experts. 1 million divine gems was very close to the entire fortune of an eternal realm expert. As for the Tao origin fruit, it was one of the most valuable treasures for comprehending the Tao, so its value was even greater than 1 million divine gems. No wonder these geniuses were so anxious to receive such a generous reward. However, Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. Doesn't the genius battle have 4 rounds? The geniuses will be ranked in Round 3, so what will we compete on in Round 4? Jian Wushuang had some doubts, but he didn't think about it anymore. Everyone quickly stepped forward to draw lots for the next round. Jian Wushuang also took a token. Jian Wushuang checked the token and found the number 28 on it. So Jian Wushuang's opponent was the person who had token number 27. Who will my first fight be against? Jian Wushuang thought, looking around and eventually locking on to a wicked man. The wicked man was also staring at Jian Wushuang. It's him. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Jian Wushuang knew of the wicked man called Chu Yang. He had witnessed Chu Yang's strength in Round 2. Chu Yang had a very good comprehension of the Earth Tao, only a step away from the first level. He had also created a Stage 1 superior secret skill. With regard to overall strength, he barely ranked in the middle of the remaining geniuses. I am lucky to be fighting with a genius from the ancient world in the first battle. Chu Yang sneered and walked towards Jian Wushuang, radiating a commanding atmosphere as he said, "Young man, I saw your performance in Round 2, but you are far weaker than me, so you'd better give up in the upcoming arena battle. Save both of our time." I should give up? Jian Wushuang said with an interesting smile. If you are strong enough, I'll give up. I did give you a chance, but you don't want it. Well, I'll make you regret your choice. Chu Yang snorted and then left. He really was looking down Jian Wushuang the whole time. It was normal. Jian Wushuang squeezed through Round 2 with a poor performance. Among the 124 geniuses, his strength was at the bottom. It was no wonder he was being looked down upon by the others. However, Jian Wushuang did not care. It wasn't long until Round 3, the arena battle, finally kicked off. The battleground was situated in a huge open space at the center of the drill ground, and it was large enough for 2 geniuses to battle at will. The first fight of the arena battle started. The 2 first geniuses showed their strength completely. Because their strengths were somewhat equal to each other, the fight went on for quite a while before a victor was finally decided. The winner remained and continued to participate while the loser was eliminated. As time went by, everyone fought fiercely while trying to display their full power. Many of them had deliberately hidden their strength in the first 2 rounds, but none of them were holding back in Round 3. It was also true that they had all made progress in the last month because of their time at Enlightenment Mountain. These geniuses had made a lot of progress in that month. Boom! Suddenly a fierce roar emerged from the middle of the battlefield. Many geniuses from outside the arena and those sect experts in the Skyward Pavilion all cast their eyes on 2 specific figures in the arena. The 2 men were having a fierce fighting. One of them was named Jinyu, whom many had high expectations of because he was strong enough to rank among the top 20 in this Firmament Territory feast. Before the drawing, many geniuses had prayed that Jin Yu would not be their opponent. But now, this genius was lying awkwardly on his stomach and coughing up blood while he struggled to stand up. But, in the end, he failed. Jin Yu was defeated. He had received a heavy blow. The genius fighting with Jin Yu was a purple-robed youth with a stone staff in his hand, a cold look on his handsome face, and a particularly strong aura. Just then, the purple-robed youth attacked 3 times in succession and defeated Jin Yu. Jin Yu didn't even get the chance to struggle because the gap between them was that big. This man, I remember him. His name is Gong Chao. All eyes were concentrated on the purple-robed youth. Gong Chao was from the eternal world. In the first 2 rounds, his performance was only good enough to let him qualify, so very few people paid attention to him. But, at the beginning of round 3, he had instantly defeated Jin Yu, who was strong enough to rank in the top 20. His strength was instantly recognized. Top 3. His battle strength is within the top 3 at the very least. He is definitely as powerful as Qinqiu Wuhan. His comprehension of the Thunderbolt Dao is very good. With his strength, it is quite possible to strive for first place in this firmament territory feast, just like Qinqiu Wuhan. Another extreme genius has appeared. Quickly, send him an invitation right now. The 3 magnates and the top sect experts all send invitations to Gong Chao. Chapter 636, Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang. Chapter 636, Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang. At the drill ground, many geniuses stared at Gong Chao as he exited the battlefield. They all had serious looks on their faces. Gong Chao? Great. He's qualified to be my opponent, but I'm definitely stronger than him. Qinqiu Wuhan clutched his hands as battle intent raged in his eyes. Gong Chao? A slovenly girl in green from among the crowd glanced at Gong Chao. A sliver of light flashed in her eyes. He's quite strong. Feng stared at Gong Chao and pondered, I'll have to go all out if I battle him. He only needed 3 strikes to defeat Jin Yu. His strength is quite good. As Jian Wushuang peered at Gong Chao, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. The arena battle continued. Several geniuses competed against each other. One fierce fight after another. Chu Yang, Jian Wushuang. The middle-aged man shouted these 2 names. Immediately, the geniuses cast their eyes towards Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang. It's my turn. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his head. Jian Wushuang, fight. Bing Shan and Xianing said. These 2 had just failed to defeat their opponents in the arena battle. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, then stepped towards the battleground. Chu Yang also walked towards the battleground while many geniuses from the eternal world looked at him enviously. Chu Yang is so lucky. He gets to fight with Jian Wushuang from the ancient world. Among the geniuses in round 3, Jian Wushuang is definitely at the lower end. Whoever fights with Jian Wushuang is guaranteed to win. Chu Yang is so lucky. There is no suspense in this fight. Those geniuses from the eternal world all sighed with emotion. In the Skyward Pavilion, those sect experts were obviously not very interested in this fight. Since Jian Wushuang had a terrible performance in round 2, no one believed he could hold a candle against Chu Yang. Therefore, they all thought there would be no suspense in this fight. Only Xian Yi from the ancient sect had a glimmer of hope while waiting for the fight. That boy has hidden his strength for so long. Is it time for him to show his strength? Let me see a good show. On the battleground, Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang stood facing each other, hundreds of feet apart. Boy, remember what I told you? Chu Yang sneered and a bronze sledgehammer appeared in his hand as he continued saying, I told you that I would not give you the chance to surrender. Well, I'll be waiting, Jian Wushuang said while slightly smiling. This boy is pretty calm. He must be pretending. I bet he will be defeated by Chu Yang in 10 breaths or less. 10 breaths? Isn't that too short? After all, Jian Wushuang fought with the puppet fighter for 15 minutes when he passed round 2. The geniuses from the eternal world on the battleground were talking and laughing. At that time, Chu Yang grasped the bronze sledgehammer, started to attack. Boom! With a harsh wind-breaking sound, Chu Yang turned into a phantom and instantly appeared near Jian Wushuang. As he swung the sledgehammer, a majestic earth Tao emerged. The sledgehammer immediately rocketed forward at a staggering speed. In the blink of an eye, the sledgehammer seemed transformed into a towering bronze mountain with immense power as it crashed down towards Jian Wushuang. Seeing the bronze mountain, everyone on the battleground shouted out in surprise. He's lifting that much weight so easily? How did Chu Yang achieve such a high level and comprehension of the Earth Tao? His understanding of the Earth Tao was not this high a month ago. It seems like he made great progress during the month he spent at Enlightenment Mountain. Jian Wushuang is unfortunate. Many geniuses sighed. Chu Yang, who was holding the bronze sledgehammer, had a treacherous smile on his face. Now do you see? Do you understand how much progress I made this month? Chu Yang said with pride. He really made a lot of progress last month, so he could not wait to show off his progress in hopes of attracting the attention of sect experts as soon as he had entered the arena battle. As for Jian Wushuang, Chu Yang only thought of him as a gauge he could use to show his strength. But, at this exact moment, Jian Wushuang slashed out with his sword. Buzzing. The moment he swung the sword, the surrounding area became dark. Only his sword shone brightly in the darkness. Superior rank 1 secret skill, Cataclysm skill. This skill seemed similar to a month ago, but it shined more brightly now. Its power increased several times over. The two attacks collided. Bang! After a thud, the stronger person was victorious. Puff! While coughing up a full mouth of blood, Chu Yang's expression froze and his pride instantly vanished. He stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of shock. He was forced backwards several hundred meters by the tremendous impact. Outside the battleground, all the bantering eternal world geniuses were standing there motionless. They all had stunned expressions on their faces. They were completely astonished. They had thought that there would be no suspense in this fight. Yet, Chu Yang had been forced to cough up blood after only one exchange. He had been completely overpowered. They had assumed that Chu Yang would overpower Jian Wushuang, but the result was the exact opposite. How could it be possible? These words echoed in everyone's mind. In the Skyward Pavilion, those sex experts all looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time. They had seen the collision very clearly. Does he thoroughly understand the first level of the Slaughter Dao? It seems so. If not, his power would not be that strong. But how could this be? A month ago, his understanding of the Slaughter Dao was just average. He still had a long way to go before he reached the first level. How could he grasp it in just a month? Not only that, he has made progress towards the second level. He improved so much in only a month? Those sect experts were shocked. During the 1 month at Enlightenment Mountain, those geniuses had all made some progress, but Jian Wushuang improved at such a fast speed? From almost comprehending the first occult to complete comprehension of it, and even beginning to comprehend the second occult, it would take a normal genius at least a year or more. But Jian Wushuang only spent a month? Chapter 637, Ouyang Xian. Chapter 637, Ouyang Xian. At first, those sect's experts thought that Jian Wushuang might have hidden his strength, but they quickly denied it. They had witnessed Jian Wushuang's performance in Round 1 and Round 2, so they were quite sure that Jian Wushuang had not hidden his strength, at least, not in his comprehension of the Slaughter Dao. After all, his understanding of the Slaughter Dao had been normal. The reason he made such incredible progress on the Slaughter Dao was completely due to the month he spent in cultivation at Enlightenment Mountain. He improved so quickly in only a month. Even those sex experts, who had experienced many ups and downs over the years, were shocked. On the battleground, Chu Yang was completely dazed because of the confrontation. Impossible. This is impossible. How could he make so much progress in only a month? Chu Yang kept roaring. Jian Wushuang was standing in front of him with the heart-killing sword in his hand and a cold look in his eyes as he said, "You just said that I won't even have a chance to surrender?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Let's see who won't get the chance to surrender." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, a continuous flash of sword shadows flew towards Chu Yang. The progress made by these geniuses was not comparable to the progress that Jian Wushuang made in the month he spent meditating at Enlightenment Mountain. He became much stronger in just the Slaughter Dao. He had finished comprehending the first occult, even started meditating on the second occult. However, these improvements by Jian Wushuang also greatly affected different aspects of his swordsmanship. Because of his progress in the Slaughter Dao, Jian Wushuang was much stronger than a month ago. Chu Yang had no chance to win, so his only choice was to resign and accept his defeat at the hands of Jian Wushuang. This fight ended in Jian Wushuang's victory. Jian Wushuang noticed that everyone was looking at him differently when he exited the battleground. Those geniuses from the eternal world had looked down upon Jian Wushuang. After this fight, however, they would not underestimate him anymore. Jian Wushuang displayed an incredible strength that exceeded that of ordinary geniuses. What struck them the most, though, was the amazing speed at which he improved. He made such rapid progress in only a month, which was impossible for these geniuses to catch up to. As soon as Jian Wushuang returned to the crowd, he was surrounded by the geniuses from the ancient world. "Jian Wushuang, congratulations." Feng looked over at Jian Wushuang and spoke in an icy voice. "Jian Wushuang, you're amazing." Bing Shan, Xin Ying, and Wu Huang all sighed with emotion. Before that, they had thought that Jian Wushuang would be unable to win since his strength wasn't as good as theirs, but the result was far different from what they had imagined. "Not bad." Hua Ying looked at Jian Wushuang. "Hua Ying, this is just the first battle. It should be an easy win for you," Jian Wushuang replied. "I hope so." Hua Ying smiled slightly. Among the 6 geniuses from the ancient world who made it to round 3, Feng was considered to be the strongest, with Hua Ying, who had comprehended the first occult, trailing right behind him. Hua Ying's first opponent was not any stronger than Chu Yang, so he should be easy to defeat if everything went well. As expected, Hua Ying easily defeated his opponent. Feng also defeated his opponent, who was a little stronger than Chu Yang but wasn't able to hold one any longer than him. The first round of the arena battle quickly ended. Among the 124 geniuses, 62 winners continued on, drawing lots once again to decide their next opponent. Jian Wushuang checked his token and saw that it had the number 1 on it. That meant Jian Wushuang would be the first one to fight. "My opponent is him." Jian Wushuang instantly locked onto his target. It was a young, well-groomed man with a folding fan in his hand. Jian Wushuang knew this guy. He was Ouyang Xian. Before the Firmament Territory feast had started, someone had attempted to kill Ouyang Xian in spite of the rules of the feast. However, that person had been easily defeated because his strength was not good enough. Everyone had witnessed how powerful Ouyang Xian was during that fight. Afterwards, Ouyang Xian easily passed round 1 and round 2. They easily beat his opponent in the first round of the arena battle. In this Firmament Territory feast, his overall strength was good enough for him to rank within the top 20. "Jian Wushuang, Ouyang Xian," the middle-aged shouted loudly. Then Jian Wushuang and Ouyang Xian instantly appeared on the battleground. Everyone looked at them as soon as they appeared. Even the sex experts in the Skyward Pavilion watched this with interest. Jian Wushuang made such great progress in only a month, even though he's from the ancient world, so he must be very talented. As for Ouyang Xian, he is a top genius with a strong spirit. Very few people noticed him, even though he showed tremendous strength from the beginning. He is quite promising. Since Xian Yi has already claimed Jian Wushuang, we can try to rope in Ouyang Xian. Jian Wushuang is supposed to be as powerful as Ouyang Xian, but I wonder which one will triumph. Just wait. It's hard to tell who is stronger without a fierce fight. Until they saw Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang fight each other, those experts would not compare Jian Wushuang with Ouyang Xian. At this moment, They were not sure who would win in this fight since Jin Wushuang's strength seemed to be as powerful as Ouyang Xian's. In the ancient sex room, Xin Yi was staring at Jin Wushuang. He suddenly sighed and thought, "What a pity. I thought Chu Yang would be able to force this little boy to show some of his trump cards. But who would have thought that he could make so much progress in 1 month and beat Chu Yang with only the slaughter Dao?" As of now, Xin Yi was once again filled with hope when he saw that Jin Wushuang would be battling Ouyang Xian. Chu Yang was not strong enough, but I believe that Ouyang Xian can force him to reveal some of his trump cards. Chapter 638, Lu Yun's 13 Sword Moves. Chapter 638, Lu Yun's 13 Sword Moves. On the battleground, 2 figures were staring at each other. Ouyang Xian. Jin Wushuang radiated killing intent, but his heart was quite calm. Violent but cold. This was what Jin Wushuang had cultivated while on the edge of life and death so many times in the ancient world. Ouyang Xian has comprehended the first occult of the Water Drop Dao and the Gale Dao. He should have made a lot of progress last month, so Chu Yang is far weaker than him, Jin Wushuang said to himself. Jin Wushuang, I saw your fight with Chu Yang. You're strong. Ouyang Xian said, I have fought with many people since the beginning of the Firmament Territory Feast, but none of them could force me to exert my full strength. I hope you can do it. Many geniuses could not help gasping in surprise. The strength Ouyang Xian had displayed was already shocking enough, but he had not gone all out ever since the beginning. Jin Wushuang still looked cold. Ouyang Xian had not done his best, but neither had Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, I know you are good at sword principle. So am I. Ouyang Xian smiled slightly. He withdrew the folding fan and placed it in his interspatial ring, then took out an aquamarine longsword. A soaring sword essence immediately radiated from Ouyang Xian. At the same time, a supreme sword essence exploded from Jin Wushuang. With the 2 essences colliding in the air, the whole area seemed to come to a standstill. This was a fight between 2 sword principle experts. When the 2 soaring sword essences collided, the 2 experts began to move as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures quickly rushed forward, leaving behind residual shadows. After that, 2 sword lights moved. Cataclysm skill. Jin Wushuang slashed out ferociously with the heart-killing sword. Sword C. Ouyang Xian stabbed forward with the sword. Swoosh! A vast ocean was swept toward Jin Wushuang. However, the collision did not create the violent explosion that everyone expected. Instead, the crowd only heard a squeezing sound. Jin Wushuang suddenly felt as if he was wrapped by an endless sea. Ouyang Xian could already use the water drop Dao to the limit of perfection. Roll! As Jin Wushuang surged forward, a killing intent exploded from his body and shot out like a barrage of sharp swords, striking the rolling sea. Sword lights flashed throughout the area. Jin Wushuang waved the heart-killing sword while displaying a murderous swordsmanship and a monstrous killing intent. However, Ouyang Xian's swordsmanship was quite flexible, sometimes quick and violent, sometimes soft and durable, just like the roaring sea. These 2 completely different types of swordsmanship violently clashed with each other. Dang! 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 The sound of deep crashes echoed. Even though Jin Wushuang's swordsmanship so powerful, he was still unable to break through the surging waves that surrounded him. As for Ouyang Xian, he had displayed a marvelous swordsmanship with a perfect application of the water drop and gale das, but he failed to overwhelm the heart-killing sword. Ouyang Xian, is this your full strength? Jin Wushuang sighed and then struck out with the heart-killing sword. A soaring killing intent burst from the sword blade, releasing an overwhelming amount of sword shadows that surged towards Ouyang Xian, colliding with the long sword in his hands. Dark cyan waves appeared in front of Ouyang Xian and withstood the monstrous sword shadows. Very good. Ouyang Xian looked at Jin Wushuang with a glow of excitement in his eyes and said, You're the first person here to make me go all out. After saying that, Ouyang Xian placed the aquamarine longsword back in his interspatial ring and exchanged it for a huge, heavy sword. A heavy sword? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Everyone outside the battleground was very shocked. Ouyang Xian had revealed his heavy sword. Jian Wushuang, take this attack. Ouyang Xian growled before suddenly appearing in front of Jian Wushuang, swinging the huge, heavy sword in a chopping motion towards Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! The sword essence was like an endless torrent of water, inundating Jian Wushuang. This is... Many experts in the Skyward Pavilion were surprised when they saw the sword skill that was being displayed by Ouyang Xian. It's the 13 sword moves of Lu Yun. It is a unique skill for the Water Drop Dao. It was created by Lu Yun, who is in the Eternal Realm. How did this boy learn it? The 13 sword moves of Lu Yun is quite valuable. How could someone like Ouyang Xian, who is only in the skyscraping realm, get his hands on it? In the 13 sword moves of Lu Yun, each successive move is more powerful than the previous one. I wonder how many moves he is capable of displaying with his current comprehension of the Water Drop Dao. Under the watchful eyes of those experts, Ouyang Xian executed the first move. Jian Wushuang fended it off with all his strength, forcing both of them to take a step back. However, Ouyang Xian didn't stop and went on to display the second move, which was more powerful than the first one. Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat by this move. Without waiting, Ouyang Xian executed the third move. As the heavy sword swung out, its power instantly skyrocketed. He can display the third move? Since the 13 sword moves of Lu Yun were not created by him, it is very remarkable for Ouyang Xian to be able to display the third move while only in the skyscraping realm. With this move, Ouyang Xian can definitely rank in the top 20. Jian Wushuang is going to be defeated. On the battleground, Pong. With a loud boom, everyone witnessed Jian Wushuang being knocked to the ground so forcefully that a hole was left at the point of impact. Everyone believed that Jian Wushuang had been defeated. Bang! At this point, the hole suddenly exploded and a figure rushed out into the air. Naturally, it was Jian Wushuang. He didn't look injured in the least, and he even looked excited. Ouyang Xian looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown while still holding the heavy sword. Jian Wushuang had not been injured by that powerful move. Ouyang Xian, you are also the first one here to force me to go all out. Jian Wushuang said in a loud voice as a burning desire flashed in his eyes. He finally decided to use his full power? Xian Yi in the Skyward Pavilion narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Jian Wushuang slashed out with his sword. In that instant, an intense world energy surged forward. Chapter 639, Erupt, World Dao. Chapter 639, Erupt, World Dao. All the spectators who had witnessed Ouyang Xian display the third movement of the 13 sword moves of Lu Yun thought that Jian Wushuang was doomed to lose the fight. However, things went against their expectations. Jian Wushuang was not injured under that attack. He brandished his long sword, which startled all the spectators. That is, World Dao, it's the World Dao, and he has a high understanding of it. They saw the strike, which seemed to contain a huge world, charging toward Ouyang Xian. This was a superior rank 1 secret skill, named Stars. It was much mightier than the Cataclysm skill, as Jian Wushuang had a better comprehension of the World Dao than the Slaughter Dao. Humph! Ouyang Xian snorted, without a hint of fear in his eyes. He wielded his huge, heavy sword and attacked again. He displayed the same move. Bang! The two strikes violently crashed together, causing a terrifying boom. World Prison! Jian Wushuang growled as he waved his hands. A mighty world energy gushed out from his palms, forming a colossal world prison around his opponent. This world prison was equivalent to the one that Emperor Shao had used to train him, but it was weaker. After the world prison covered Ouyang Xian, Jian Wushuang immediately launched continuous attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword shadows had completely shown the power of the world Tao and slaughter Tao that he had comprehended. Numerous giant hands appeared in the world prison and began hitting Ouyang Xian crazily. What? Ouyang Xian turned pale. He was locked in the world prison while being attacked by the world Tao and slaughter Tao. The only thing he could do was to try his best to resist. The spectators in the skyward pavilion were rocked. He must have comprehended the first occult of the world Tao and has almost mastered the second occult. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control such a huge world prison. He is amazing. He didn't reveal that he had mastered the world Tao during the previous genius battles. We all thought he had a high comprehension of the slaughter Tao, but didn't expect that his perception of the world Tao was so wonderful. He's already qualified to rank in the top 20 just by using his slaughter Tao in this feast. Now seeing that his comprehension of the world Tao is superior to that of his slaughter Tao, this strength. Top 10. He definitely has top 10 battle strength, or even top 5. He has an excellent understanding of the slaughter Tao and world Tao, and he is adept at the sword principle. Having such strength, he's certainly able to enter the top 5. Most importantly, this boy actually comes from the ancient world. Upon hearing this, many experts quieted down. The Firmament Territory Feast was held every 3,000 years. In its history, those who ranked in the top 20 were almost always the local geniuses from the eternal world. As for the geniuses from the ancient world, it was rare for them to enter the top 20, let alone rank in the top 10. Among previous feasts, only one genius from the ancient world had reached the top 10. However, they now thought that Jian Wushuang was qualified to be ranked 5th or higher. The geniuses in this year's feast were much more powerful than before, so those who were capable of entering the top 5 would have been ranked in the top 3, or even first in the previous feasts. World Tao. Seeing what was happening, Xianyi slightly furrowed his eyebrows. This boy is still holding back some tactics. The experts from the other sects believed that Jian Wushuang was using his full strength, which was contrary to Xianyi's thoughts. His sword principle attracts the attention of my sword heart. It's extraordinary, but he hasn't fully displayed it, Xianyi thought. He had expected Jian Wushuang to display all his skills. He originally thought it was time for Jian Wushuang to perform the sword principle during the fight with Ouyang Xian, but actually, Jian Wushuang only used the world Tao. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was fiercely fighting with Ouyang Xian in the world prison. It's impossible. How is this possible? Ouyang Xian was shocked and exhausted. He had tried his best to resist, but he remained at a disadvantage and had no chance to fight back. He has a high comprehension of the world Tao? How is this possible? Ouyang Xian wondered. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had comprehended the first occult of the world Tao, or that he had made great progress in the slaughter Tao as well as his world Tao during his 1-month cultivation on Enlightenment Mountain. His perception of the world Tao had reached a new level. Now he had an in-depth study of the second occult, so his strength improved greatly. How could Ouyang Xian withstand his attack if he exerted his full strength of the world Tao and slaughter Tao? After a while, Ouyang Xian was finally beaten down by Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang slowly walked off of the battlefield, he found all the spectators' eyes fixed on him. They looked grim and a bit frightened. Now, all of them were in awe of Jian Wushuang because of his mighty strength. Chapter 640, The Top 20 Geniuses. Chapter 640, The Top 20 Geniuses. This boy is so powerful. He has an excellent understanding of the slaughter Tao and world Tao. If he combines them perfectly, I'll be no match for him. He is too powerful. Only Qinxia Wuhan and Gong Chao can fight against him. Everyone fixed their attention on Jian Wushuang. No one dared to hold him in contempt now, even though they knew he came from the ancient world. He had gained their respect through his strength. After he returned to the drill ground, Feng gazed at Jian Wushuang with an odd expression, saying, Jian Wushuang, you've hidden your strength well. The same as you. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he threw Feng a meaningful glance. He had recognized that Feng had also hidden his strength in the first round of the genius battle. Although he was considered powerful enough to enter the top 20, Feng had not exposed his true strength. "I'm looking forward to having a head-on fight with you in the arena duels," Feng said. "Me too. But we can't decide the grouping of the arena duels," Jian Wushuang responded. "Then let's fight after the firmament territory feast is over," Feng suggested. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. The arena duels went on. Soon after, Feng took the field. Feng's opponent was also a superior genius who was qualified to get into the top 20. He seemed to be as strong as Feng. Everyone thought it would have to be a fierce fight, but in the end, Feng defeated his opponent with ease. Saber technique? Jian Wushuang, who had kept an eye on this fight, nodded inwardly. The saber technique that Feng displayed was terrifying. Although he had only used the superior rank 1 secret skill, his saber technique was more exquisite than his opponent's, so he had gained the upper hand from the beginning. Obviously, the spectators had underestimated Feng's strength. Huang, from the ancient world, was out of luck. He encountered an opponent who was able to rank inside the top 10, so naturally, Huang lost the fight. After 2 rounds of duels, aside from Jian Wushuang and Feng, the other 4 geniuses from the ancient world were knocked out. The results came in. The 31 geniuses made it through to the next round. However, they could not match up in pairs, so the middle-aged host ordered them to assemble at the center of the drill ground. "Listen up. Next, I'll use a special method to choose the 20 geniuses who can continue the arena duels," the middle-aged man said in a resonant voice. "A special method?" The 31 geniuses were all curious. "Are you ready?" The middle-aged man's face fell as a terrifying aura suddenly radiated out from his body and surged toward the 31 geniuses. Although those geniuses had been prepared for it, the mighty aura still forced 2 of them to kneel down. The other geniuses, whose faces had turned red, were trying their best to withstand it. Aura oppression? Jian Wushuang calmly stood with his arms folded. Feng standing beside him wore a solemn expression. Obviously, this stream of aura oppression did not work on him. The experts in the Skyward Pavilion watched this with interest. They already knew that there would be a test of aura oppression and that it emphasized one's temperament. The more persistent a genius was, the more easily he could withstand the aura oppression. "As I expected, it's easy for those 2 boys." Xianyi smiled faintly. The aura suppression became stronger and stronger. Some geniuses reached their limits. Even Qinxia Wuhan and Gong Chao looked pale. But Jian Wushuang and Feng remained composed, as if the aura suppression had not landed on them. Both of them had experienced life and death trials and struggled on in the ancient world, so they were able to simply stand there. They already had hearts of stone. The geniuses from the eternal world had superior cultivating conditions. But even though they were talented, most of them had not suffered a lot, so their willpower was weak. Bang, bang, bang. Geniuses fell down one by one. Aside from Jian Wushuang and Feng, the other geniuses were still struggling to keep their balance. When the 11th genius fell down, the aura oppression eventually dissipated. They all felt relieved. The top 20 geniuses are qualified to compete for the top 10. "The rest of you are out," the middle-aged man shouted in a frosty tone. Upon hearing this, the 11 geniuses who had been forced to fall were not willing to leave, but they had no choice. The top 20 geniuses went to draw lots to determine their opponents. The groupings for the 3rd round of the arena duels were quickly settled. Zhonghua versus Qiuyu, Li Xiaoye versus Huan Chong, Feng Tianyi versus Wing King, Feng versus Qinxia Wuhan, Jian Wushuang versus Gong Chao. Chapter 641, Feng and Qinxia Wuhan. Chapter 641, Feng and Qinxia Wuhan. The list of names for the 3rd round of the arena duels instantly caused a commotion on the drill ground. Some geniuses gave sympathetic glances at Jian Wushuang and Feng, while others were gloating about it. "We've had a bit of bad luck." Jian Wushuang and Feng looked at each other, and then sighed with complicated expressions. Most of the geniuses had already used their strength in the firmament territory feast by this point. Qinxia Wuhan and Gong Chao were considered the most powerful. Both of them were far superior to the other geniuses. If they had attended the previous firmament territory feasts, either of them would have ranked number 1. When drawing lots just now, everyone had been praying that they would not encounter those two geniuses. And the results were Gong Chao versus Jian Wushuang, Qinxia Wuhan versus Feng. Jian Wushuang and Feng would have to fight against the two strongest geniuses. They were the last survivors among the thousands of warriors from the ancient world in this feast, but they would have to deal with the most powerful opponents in the third round of the arena duels. It was not their day. If they had not drawn the lots themselves, they would have suspected that the middle-aged man had intended to set them up. The experts in the Skyward Pavilion were in a heated discussion. Haha, bad luck for the two boys from the ancient world. They already had the chance to hit the top 10 and win the prizes, but now they have to fight Gong Chao and Qinxia Wuhan. The two strongest geniuses from the ancient world versus the most powerful ones from the eternal world. How interesting. The two boys look good, especially Jian Wushuang. He's able to hit the top 5. It's a pity that he has to deal with Gong Chao, who seems to be as strong as Qinxia Wuhan but has been hiding his strength. That is to say, Gong Chao is actually stronger than Qinxia Wuhan, so Jian Wushuang will have no opportunity to win this time. What a pity. All the experts sighed because Jian Wushuang and Feng would lose their fights. The two boys were powerful indeed, but they were far inferior to Qinxia Wuhan and Gong Chao in the experts' eyes. Even Xianyi held the same view. Qinxia Wuhan and Gong Chao are talented. Although Feng has hidden some of his strength, he's still weaker than the two geniuses. As for Jian Wushuang, Xianyi thought while shooting the young boy a meaningful glance, he has hidden many skills. If he fought against Qinxia Wuhan, he would still have a glimmer of hope to win the fight, but he's encountered Gong Chao. Xianyi shook his head. He had recognized Gong Chao's real strength just as the other experts had. Gong Chao was much more powerful than Qinxia Wuhan. It's impossible to defeat Gong Chao. Now we'll see how far the boy can go, Xianyi thought with an indifferent expression on his face. On the battlefield, the first fight had already started. Zhonghua was fighting Qiuyu. Because these geniuses had entered the top 20, the disparity between their strength was very slight. Zhonghua and Qiuyu were evenly matched, so their fierce fight lasted a long time. The other geniuses were waiting for their turn by the drill ground. 15 minutes passed. Qiuyu finally won this fight with a little advantage. The second duel, Li Xiaoye versus Huan Chong. The fierce fights continued. Not long after, it was time for Feng to fight against Qinxia Wuhan. Good luck, Feng, said Jian Wushuang, shooting a quick glance at him. Okay. Feng nodded, then slowly stepped forward. Many geniuses on the drill ground and experts in the Skyward Pavilion fixed their eyes on this fight. Naturally, Qinxia Wuhan was in the spotlight. The moment the middle-aged man gave the order, the two duelers instantly grappled with each other. Boom, 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 boom. As a deafening roar reverberated through the area, Feng did not hold back and his strength erupted. The brilliant streaks of saber shadows swept out, which attracted everyone's attention. His saber technique was extremely mighty, as if it were able to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying saber technique! He's too strong. He has a high comprehension of the destruction Tao. He's amazing. His strength shocked everyone. They finally realized that Feng had been hiding his strength. Top 5. He has top 5 battle strength. He is not weaker than Jian Wushuang. Two geniuses from the ancient world have top 5 battle strength. All the experts were quite shocked. Feng's strength was beyond their expectations, but he was still unable to match Qinxia Wuhan. At this point, Qinxia Wuhan gave a casual slap, which moved toward his opponent like a huge fire mountain. He continued his attacks, unleashing more overwhelming fire mountains. Feng tried his best to resist, splitting the fire mountains in half or repelling them, but the fire mountains surged at him without pause. Feng felt that it was becoming more and more strenuous for him to sustain, while Qinxia Wuhan was still attacking with a calm expression. Go to hell. Qinxia Wuhan finally found a chance to show his trump cards. Instantly, the entire surrounding area fell into an endless sea of fire with the arrival of several of his palms. Feng wielded his saber to parry them, but he only deflected 3 of them while 2 palms landed on his body. Qinxia Wuhan won. Chapter 642, The Strongest Genius, Gong Chao. Chapter 642, The Strongest Genius, Gong Chao. He lost. Seeing Feng being carried out of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang sighed while shaking his head. Feng had exerted his full strength. He was powerful indeed, especially using his saber technique. However, his comprehension of the Tao was inferior to Qinxia Wuhan's, so he was unable to turn the tables. Then it was time for Jian Wushuang to fight Gong Chao. Under the gazes of the geniuses on the drill ground and the experts in the skyward pavilion, Jian Wushuang and Gong Chao stepped onto the battlefield. Jian Wushuang had to be considered the best genius from the ancient world. Gong Chao was qualified to rank number 1 in the other geniuses' eyes, but the experts knew that he was actually much more powerful than Qinxia Wuhan and would be the strongest genius in this year's Firmament Territory Feast. Therefore, their duel received lots of attention. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Gong Chao will be exciting. Both of them are the best geniuses from their respective worlds. It's rare to see such a fight. Anyway, Gong Chao will be the winner. I only wonder how far Jian Wushuang will go. Right, Gong Chao is far superior to the other geniuses. Even Qinxia Wuhan is weaker than him. No one is his match in this year's feast. Although Jian Wushuang is good, he is unable to fight against Gong Chao. I don't think so. An elegant, middle-aged expert from a superior sect disagreed. Jian Wushuang has been hiding his strength and has various skills. In the second of the genius battles, he almost lost the fight against the puppet fighter, but he still held on for 10 minutes by using his sword principle. As for the arena duel with Chu Yang, all of us thought he would lose without a doubt, but in the end, he defeated Chu Yang with ease. And during his fight with Ouyang Xin, we thought he would be defeated by the 13 sword moves of Lu Yun, but he used his world Tao to save the day. Every time, his performance has been beyond our expectations, so we have to change our view of him. Even I can't see through him. If the other geniuses went up against Gong Chao, I believe that Gong Chao would win. But now, it's Jian Wushuang. I don't dare to draw a conclusion. Upon hearing this, many experts secretly nodded. The middle-aged expert was telling the truth. Jian Wushuang had surprised them 3 times, so he might create a miracle this time. Jian Wushuang is just a little guy from the ancient world. It's a miracle that he has been able to reach this level. He wants to defeat Gong Chao? Ridiculous, said the black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard with disdain. He fixed his eyes on Gong Chao, as he believed that Gong Chao was the number 1 genius in this year's Firmament Territory Feast. Jian Wushuang? How was he comparable to Gong Chao? At this point, Jian Wushuang and Gong Chao stood face to face. Gong Chao. Jian Wushuang stared at his opponent as his battle intent rose, and he said, "You're more powerful than any of us in the feast, and I know that you haven't used your full strength yet. I really want to see how powerful you are. That depends on how strong you are. I won't use my full strength to attack someone who is weak," Gong Chao responded in a frosty tone. "Give it a try." Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. His battle intent had peaked while his eyes sparkled with eagerness. It had been a long time since he had encountered a super genius like Gong Chao. Therefore, he was looking forward to it. "Your strength is greater than my previous opponents, so I'll take it seriously," Gong Chao said as he gave him an icy stare. A stone cudgel appeared in his hands. It looked worn out, but a terrifying aura radiated out from it. Gong Chao had used it to defeat his opponents during the previous rounds of genius battles. No one had been able to withstand 3 strikes from him. "Show your move," Jian Wushuang replied in a confident tone. His heart-killing sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to be perceiving the overwhelming battle intent from his body, and it started to shake violently. Okay. Gong Chao suddenly stepped forward. Bang! The tough ground immediately cracked. Many geniuses were unable to break the ground even if they used all of their strength, but Gong Chao did it easily. His terrifying aura reached its peak. Then, Gong Chao waved his stone cudgel toward his opponent, who was still standing far away from him. The moment the cudgel lashed out, it began to expand at an amazing speed and became a sky-supporting pillar that connected heaven and earth. Endless thunderbolts curled around the pillar with the power of destroying the whole world. Holding his stone cudgel, Gong Chao now became the ruler of the thunderbolts. How powerful! This strike? Rank 2. Rank 2 secret skill. Many geniuses on the drill ground and experts in the skyward pavilion were stupefied. Seeing the terrifying power, everyone realized that this attack belonged to the Rank 2 secret skill. It was the first time that a Rank 2 secret skill had appeared during this year's Firmament Territory Feast. At this point, Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up, and the next moment, his world energy suddenly emanated out as the power of the heart-killing sword. Boom! A strike charged forward, as if it would split the whole area. This powerful strike drew the attention of all the spectators. This strike? Everyone widened their eyes because they discovered that Jin Wushuang was displaying a Rank 2 secret skill. It was a competition between Rank 2 secret skills, Peerless Staff Technique versus Terrifying Swordsmanship. The two strikes crashed head-on under everyone's gaze. Chapter 643, Jin Wushuang vs. Gong Chao. Chapter 643, Jin Wushuang vs. Gong Chao. Boom! The sound of the initial confrontation was loud enough to shake the entire area. The whole battlefield was a surging storm of power. All the spectators were shocked. After all, there was a wide gap between Rank 1 secret skills and Rank 2 secret skills. Many geniuses were able to invent superior Rank 1 secret skills. Each of the geniuses who made it through to the third round of the arena duels had created their own superior Rank 1 secret skills, but the power of their skills was different and no one had displayed a Rank 2 secret skill because it was much harder to create Rank 2 secret skills. A genius who wanted to create a Rank 2 secret skill should have a high understanding of the Dao, especially the weapon Dao. For example, a genius might be able to invent a Rank 2 secret skill if he was adept at spear techniques and had done an in-depth study of the spear principle. Few geniuses in this feast could meet these requirements. However, Gong Chao was talented and regarded as the strongest genius in this year's feast. Even the three magnates thought highly of him, so it was not a surprise that he was able to invent a Rank 2 secret skill. But Jin Wushuang, he came from the ancient world. A genius from the ancient world was actually displaying a Rank 2 secret skill to fight against Gong Chao. Buzz. The endless energy storm filled the entire battlefield. After a while, two figures retreated from the energy storm while trying to regain their balance. Jin Wushuang gripped his sword with soaring battle intents in his eyes, while Gong Chao narrowed his eyes with a more solemn expression. They were at their peak. Obviously, they fought to a draw in the initial confrontation. Good, do it again. Gong Chao threw an icy stare at his opponent, then he charged forward with his stone cudgel. Come on. Jin Wushuang growled. His sword soul started shaking violently in his sea of consciousness, producing a mighty sword soul power. As he moved, his body seemed to change into a sharp sword. Swoosh! A terrifying sword essence pervaded the entire battlefield. Humph! Gong Chao snorted. He launched continuous attacks with his stone cudgel. Each of the strikes radiated a mighty power that was strong enough to smash an ordinary skyscraping realm expert into pieces. These two duelers continued to grapple with each other as the fight reached the white-hot stage. The sounds from their confrontations struck terror into the spectators' hearts. Too powerful, they are too strong. What a terrifying strength. Both of them can easily kill me. Gong Chao had a high understanding of the Thunderbolt Dao, far superior to us. Even Qinxia Wuhan can't hold a candle to him in the enlightenment of the Tao. Jian Wushuang's sword principle is amazing. He might be the best among us in the enlightenment of sword principle. Many geniuses could not help but shout their praises. The experts in the Skyward Pavilion were astonished by Jian Wushuang's performance. Jian Wushuang's sword principle is great. It's unsurprising that Gong Chao had such a strength, but Jian Wushuang, we only knew that he was proficient in sword principle, so we didn't expect him to be so powerful. None of the other geniuses are able to match him in sword principle. His sword soul power is too strong. Even Gong Chao's staff soul is weaker than his. He surprised us once again. The knowledgeable experts marveled at Jian Wushuang's strength. Jian Wushuang was inferior to his opponent in the enlightenment of the Tao, but he narrowed the strength gap by using his sword principle. Sword principle, Xianyi thought as he stared at Jian Wushuang with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He also wondered. His sword principle cultivation is amazing. It's unbelievable that a skyscraping realm expert has such a powerful sword soul power. But is this his limit? All the experts in Skyward Pavilion felt how powerful his sword soul was and knew this sword soul power was far superior to the other geniuses. Nevertheless, Xianyi suspected that Jian Wushuang had not reached his limit. On the battlefield, the fierce battle still continued. I've already displayed my strongest move and used 70% of my sword soul power, but I'm unable to gain the upper hand? Jian Wushuang wore a solemn expression as his opponent continued to pressure him. His strongest move was the rank 2 secret skill he had just performed, Sword Heart World. He had invented it after the 1-month meditation in Enlightenment Mountain. It was a mighty move. Furthermore, he had the strongest sword soul and 70% of his sword soul power was far superior to the other geniuses. Even Gong Chao's staff soul was weaker than his. However, he was still neck and neck with his opponent. Gong Chao's Thunderbolt Dao was powerful indeed. Boom! Gong Chao brandished his stone cudgel, causing endless thunderbolts to surge out as if a thunderbolt dragon was charging toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stabbed forward with his heart-killing sword and unleashed an overwhelming sword soul power which split the head of the dragon. Jian Wushuang, Gong Chao spoke. You're really strong. It seems that I have to use some of my trump cards if I want to defeat you. Chapter 644, Yin-Yang Dao. Chapter 644, Yin-Yang Dao. Trump cards. Jian Wushuang's face fell. However, all the spectators were tingling with excitement. Gong Chao still had trump cards left. Try this move. Gong Chao stepped forward as he violently attacked his opponent with the stone cudgel. It moved slowly. Jian Wushuang frowned and subconsciously waved his sword to resist it, but when his sword crashed into the cudgel, he immediately felt a strange power which seemed gentle but was actually powerful enough to suppress his sword. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Gong Chao attacked again. The strike seemingly lashed out with mighty strength, but it became gentle in a head-on collision. Bang! 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 Gong Chao struck blows in succession. However, his staff technique was variable. Sometimes it became powerful, but sometimes it was as gentle as water. It was so exquisite that Jian Wushuang could not find a chance to fight back. This marvelous skill confused him. He was at a distinct disadvantage now. Upon seeing this, the experts in the Skyward Pavilion were astonished. That is, Yin-Yang Dao? Right, it's the Yin-Yang Dao. Strong and weak, quick and slow. It really is the Yin-Yang Dao. Looking at this staff technique, he has a high understanding of the Yin-Yang Dao. Although his Yin-Yang Dao is inferior to his Thunderbolt Dao, he has comprehended its first occult. Gong Chao has actually comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao. It's the hardest one among the various Daos. Most importantly, the combination of Yin and Yang requires excellent coordination. He is able to display his staff technique while giving full play to his Thunderbolt Dao, which means his battle strength has reached a new level. There were hundreds of types of das. Yet, the yin-yang Dao was the most difficult and exquisite one among them. Gong Chao switched smoothly between the yin-yang Dao and the thunderbolt Dao as he launched continuous attacks, which placed even more pressure on his opponent. Amazing! He is adept at two kinds of Dao. Jian Wushuang frowned, with a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. You've comprehended two separate Das, but so have I. You're good at switching between the two Das. On this point, I can't match you, but what about two of me? Jian Wushuang snarled in his heart. The next moment, his body flashed. Swoosh! A figure appeared by his side. This figure wore a black robe and held a long sword while radiating a mighty killing intent. He also looked the same as Jian Wushuang. What? Seeing another Jian Wushuang, Gong Chao was stunned. It also startled the other geniuses. Two Jian Wushuangs. One becomes two. What's that? All the geniuses were stupefied. One of the Jian Wushuangs emanated killing intent, while the other's aura seemed to encompass the whole world. They were his world body and slaughter body. His world body, which was full of world energy, held the heart-killing sword. His slaughter body held the triple kill sword while releasing an overwhelming killing intent. Kill, kill. The world body and slaughter body shouted at the exact same time as they charged toward their opponent. World prison. Jian Wushuang's world body waved his hand, and a huge world prison appeared. Cataclysm skill. The slaughter body wielded the triple kill sword while converging his soaring killing intent into a single point. If the two bodies merged into one, he was able to use both of the Das but unable to switch as smoothly as Gong Chao. However, now they were two independent bodies, so they could fully release the power of the two Das. Emperor Shao told me not to show my flawless foundation and strongest sword soul, but he didn't mention my two original bodies, Jian Wushuang thought. The moment his two bodies attacked, the experts in the Skyward Pavilion stood up in shock. Doppelganger? Doppelganger's secret skill. Wow, the boy from the ancient world has actually mastered the Doppelganger's secret skill. A skyscraping realm boy is displaying the Doppelganger's secret skill. Unbelievable. The experts were shocked. The three experts representing the three magnates were unable to believe what they were witnessing. The Doppelganger's secret skill? Even I haven't mastered it, the black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard sighed. What a precious skill. It's fabulous, even in our eternal world. Aside from the three magnates and the ancient sect, the other 8 top sects in the firmament territory don't possess the Doppelganger's secret skill, but a boy from the ancient world has obtained it? The arrogant middle-aged man from the immortal dynasty was also surprised. The Doppelganger's secret skill was valuable enough to arouse the attention of the three magnates as well as the other top sections. It had a high cultivation requirement and a lot of limits. Even the Eternal Realm experts like the three experts from the three magnates were unable to create a doppelganger. There was only one expert here who had a doppelganger, and that was Xin Yi. They did not know that Jian Wushuang had not practiced the doppelganger's secret skill as they thought. He had been practicing a heaven-defying cultivation method which was greater than the doppelganger's secret skill, the heavenly creation skill. This skill provided him with a flawless foundation as well as the two original bodies. His two bodies were totally different from doppelgangers. Chapter 645, 2 verses 1. Chapter 645, 2 verses 1. Speaking of the doppelganger's secret skill, if the original body died, the doppelganger would cease to exist, but Jian Wushuang's original bodies were different. If an original body was killed, the other original body would be able to remake it. The two bodies had their own thoughts, so they were able to cultivate, kill, or scramble for treasures separately. It was more powerful than the doppelganger's secret skill. Jian Wushuang is superior to the ordinary geniuses from the ancient world. He's not only good at sword principle, but he has also mastered the doppelganger's secret skill. If I'm right, he must have received some amazing opportunities which a supreme expert from our eternal world left. the evil girl from the boundless demon sect said. That's possible. The other experts in the Skyward Pavilion nodded in agreement. Experts from the Eternal World preferred to leave their legacy in the other plane worlds. Without superb opportunities, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang, a skyscraping realm expert, to have such a high level of strength and even master the doppelganger's secret skill while in the ancient world, even though he was talented. It's a pity that I already promised Xian Yi that I wouldn't pursue the 6 geniuses from the ancient world, or else, I'd like to invite the boy to be our inner disciple, the evil girl sighed. What a pity. The arrogant middle-aged man from the immortal dynasty nodded inwardly. However, the black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard still disagreed. The boy is talented and might have gained a wonderful opportunity, but he still comes from the ancient world where people don't know how to cultivate their foundation properly. As we all know, the foundation can affect one's potential. His foundation is weak, so he won't have great achievements. Xian Yi ignored the other experts' discussion and fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang. Doppelganger's secret skill? Nice. Xian Yi thought with a flicker of delight in his eyes. Boy, you've given me even more surprises. The horrible booms echoed through the area. Gong Chao had to fight with Jian Wushuang's 2 bodies. Although he had a high understanding of the Thunderbolt Dao and had mastered the Yin-Yang Dao, it was slowly exhausting him. A hint of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The sword soul suddenly shook in his sea of consciousness. Then, his sword soul power increased to 80%. 80% of my sword soul power. I can't use more or my strongest sword soul will be exposed, Jian Wushuang thought. As the 2 original bodies exerted 80% of his sword soul power, the power of his swordsmanship greatly improved. The boy, his sword soul power has increased again? How many trump cards has he been hiding? A skyscraping realm expert can possess such a mighty sword soul power? The experts in the Skyward Pavilion all marveled at his strength. As I expected, Xian Yi was not surprised, but he still had some doubts. Has he reached his limit? The drill ground went dead silent as the other geniuses all watched them in shock. Jian Wushuang obviously became stronger just now. Streaks of sword shadows crazily suppressed Gong Chao, who was consistently losing ground. Gong Chao has been completely suppressed? Gong Chao is at a disadvantage, even though he used his Yin-Yang Dao. Jian Wushuang is indeed powerful. His strength shook everyone. Even Qinxia Wuhan stared at the 2 duelers with a frown. These 2 are really powerful, but I'll still rank first in this year's feast, Qinxia Wuhan thought with a flicker of madness in his eyes. A scruffy green-clothed girl watched the fight with a solemn expression. I can't match either of them. They're too strong. Boom! A loud sound was heard from the battlefield before Jian Wushuang and Gong Chao separated. The 2 original bodies stood in the void with a soaring aura while Gong Chao looked embarrassed. Jian Wushuang. Gong Chao held his stone cudgel more tightly as he stared at Jian Wushuang with a gush of killing intent in his eyes. I didn't expect someone would push me to such an extent in this feast, especially a genius from the ancient world. You are powerful. If I encountered you 1 month ago, I would have been defeated by you, but over the last month, I've made great progress in Enlightenment Mountain, so you will lose this fight. Gong Chao's confident voice reverberated through the drill ground. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. All eyes were on Gong Chao. Everyone wondered whether Gong Chao still had other trump cards at this critical moment. Gong Chao charged forward again. Shua! A streak of thunderbolt flashed across the sky and Gong Chao appeared in front of the slaughter body in the blink of an eye. So fast, Jian Wushuang was surprised. Although Gong Chao's offensive speed had been terrifying, Jian Wushuang had been able to handle it. But now his speed doubled, which chilled Jian Wushuang's blood. Gong Chao brandished his stone cudgel. The strike with terrifying thunderbolt power moved at an unbelievable speed, which placed unprecedented pressure on the slaughter body. Jian Wushuang paled. He was unable to parry it and could barely resist it with his triple-kill sword. As a result, pong! The mighty power knocked away the triple-kill sword, and forced the slaughter body to retreat. Whoosh! The wind-breaking sound was heard before the world body suddenly appeared behind Gong Chao. Chapter 646, Victory. Chapter 646, Victory. While the slaughter body was under the attack, the world body took the chance to sneakily attack Gong Chao's head with the longsword. However, Gong Chao brandished his long cudgel without looking at the world body. Pong! Jin Wushuang was greatly taken back. This strength! Jin Wushuang's world body sensed the terrifying power through the heart-killing sword and was knocked back. Gong Chao charged forward like a thunderbolt as his stone cudgel, with its mighty power, released thunderbolt-like staff shadows to suppress his opponent. Bang! 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 Jin Wushuang waved his heart-killing sword to resist the terrifying attacks, but after deflecting a dozen staff shadows, the world body was knocked down, causing a huge pit to form in the ground. Thwack! The broken stones were suddenly stirred up as the world body rose into the air. Meanwhile, the slaughter body was picking up the triple kill sword. The two original bodies stood side by side while staring at Gong Chao. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Gong Chao's strikes caused the triple kill sword to be knocked away and the world body to fall to the ground. His terrifying battle strength shook everyone. The second occult. He has comprehended the second occult of the Thunderbolt Dao. Unbelievable. The experts in Skyward Pavilion were stupefied. They all felt the terrifying power that Gong Chao released. It was obviously the second occult of the Thunderbolt Dao. It was incredible. As for the Dao comprehension, it would be harder and harder to make breakthroughs. The geniuses who entered the top 20 had only comprehended the first occult. Most of them just started to touch the second occult. Even Jin Wushuang had only comprehended a small part of the second occult of the world Dao. Although Qinxiu Wuhan had a high understanding of the second occult, he still had a long way to go. However, Gong Chao had a full understanding of the second occult of the Thunderbolt Dao. Monster! What a monster! A skyscraping realm genius that has a full understanding of the second occult of the Thunderbolt Dao? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. I throw in the towel. Jin Wushuang spoke as his two original bodies merged into one. His words caused an uproar for a while. Gong Chao had already shown battle strength of the second occult, so it was unbelievable that Jin Wushuang would be able to push him farther than this. How could he fight against Gong Chao? Hearing that, the spectators shook their heads inwardly. I have a better understanding of the world Dao after 1 month of meditation at Enlightenment Mountain, but I haven't mastered the second occult as he did. Jin Wushuang was astonished at his opponent's strength. He knew he still had a chance to win if he fought to the death. I might be able to defeat him if I use my strongest sword soul and the strength from my flawless foundation. Jin Wushuang was deep in thought. He had only exerted 80% of his sword soul power. He had pretended that he was at the ordinary skyscraping realm. If he used the superb strength that his flawless foundation provided, he would be stronger than he was now. However, Jin Wushuang did not intend to do so. After all, Emperor Shao had asked him not to expose his strongest sword soul and flawless foundation. And he had proven himself, so there was no need to fight to the finish. The battles between the strongest geniuses ended. Gong Chao won. In many experts' eyes, the result was unsurprising, but it was not easy. The two duelers' strength was out of their expectations, far superior to the geniuses in the previous Firmament Territory feasts. Gong Chao had comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao and the second occult of the Thunderbolt Dao. It was rare to see such a monster in the eternal world. Jin Wushuang had also shown his terrifying strength. After all, he came from the ancient world, a plain world. No one paid him any mind when the feast began, but now his strength shamed the other geniuses. He had comprehended the world Dao and slaughter Dao, and his terrifying sword soul power might be the strongest among the other geniuses. He had also invented a rank 2 secret skill, as had Gong Chao. Furthermore, he had mastered the doppelganger's secret skill. Only Gong Chao was able to defeat him in this feast. As for Qinxia Wuhan, he ranked third. Qinxia Wuhan had displayed his incredible strength during the fight with Feng, but he was still far inferior to Jin Wushuang and Gong Chao. Chapter 647. The Arena Battle Ends. Chapter 647. The Arena Battle Ends. As the fighting went on, Jin Wushuang moved to the outside of the battlefield to stand with Feng, side by side, watching the fighting quietly. It's a pity that you encountered Gong Chao so early, otherwise you would have had a chance to make it into the top 2 among everyone, Feng said to Jin Wushuang flatly while looking at him. Jin Wushuang replied with a smile, "It's also a pity that you encountered Qinxia Wuhan, or you would have made it into the top 5. Both of them had the bad luck of encountering someone who was more powerful than them." "Whatever, our business is done in the arena battle," Jin Wushuang said reluctantly. Their journey in that battle ended with them being ranked inside the top 20. As they were watching, the fight for the top 10 was over, and all the 10 winners could get 100,000 divine gems as a prize for their rankings. In no time, those people started fighting for the top 3. Half a day passed during these hot battles, and finally, the arena battle ended. The list of the top 3 geniuses came out, which was based on the participants' performances. Without question, Gong Chao was number 1. He was so powerful that Jin Wushuang was the only one who had been able to force him to try his hardest. The others all lost to him before he even had to show his real power. As for the number 2 expert, people had thought it should be Qinxia Wuhan. However, it turned out to be a slovenly girl who had attracted little attention during the previous rounds and unexpectedly defeated Qinxia Wuhan with a burst of her power in the last round. The girl was named Jing Xinzi. Qinxia Wuhan was ranked number 3. In fact, everyone present knew that if Jin Wushuang had not met Gong Chao during the battle, he could have taken Qinxia Wuhan's place in the rankings. "The girl named Jing Xinzi has really got some power," Jin Wushuang murmured. He had witnessed the fight between her and Qinxia Wuhan and was astonished by her power. She is indeed mighty with a gift in the water drop Dao. However, you can absolutely overpower her if you battle her with your original body and doppelganger at the same time, Feng chimed in. Maybe. Jin Wushuang forced a smile. As soon as the arena battle was over, experts from every sect immediately started recruiting new disciples. The top 3 geniuses all received invitations from the 3 magnates, while the others within the top 10 were sought after by some other top sections. And as for Jin Wushuang and Feng, the outstanding 2 in the battle, they had not received an invitation from any sect, not even from a medium-sized one. It shouldn't be like this. Jin Wushuang frowned. Although he was from the ancient world, he believed that his performance in the battle was good enough to earn him an invitation from a top sect. As he was lost in confusion, he got a message from the token that Xianyi had given him. "Jin Wushuang, I'll have you be our inner disciple, so go to the ancient sect with me." The information was clear. Xianyi would give him a place among their inner disciples. But aside from this, nothing else, such as the guidance of the Eternal Realm experts, was promised. To be an inner disciple of the ancient sect? Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up. Feng and Huaying standing beside him received a message from Xianyi as well, and they looked very happy. Jin Wushuang looked at them and asked, "What are your results?" "I've been accepted as an inner disciple," Feng answered with joy. "So have I," Huaying cried out excitedly. Obviously, Xianyi had accepted all of them as inner disciples, and to them, this was as good of a chance as it was to be the inner disciples of the 3 magnates. "And what about you 3? Jin Wushuang turned to Bing Shan, Xianying, and Wu Huang behind him. Those 3 had been kicked out during the first round of the arena battle, but they had chosen to wait in the drill ground since then. The 3 of them exchanged glances before Bing Shan replied, "We only got invitations as outer disciples." "That's not bad," Huang said to comfort them. "Yeah." Those 3 nodded with looks of satisfaction on their faces. The ancient sect was even greater than the 3 magnates in some way. Therefore, what they could gain from the sect as outer disciples would be no less than if they were inner disciples of other top sections. I can't wait to cultivate in the ancient sect. Wu Huang clenched his hands. Be patient. The Firmament Territory Feast isn't over, and the fourth round of genius battles is yet to begin. Feng laughed at him. However, those words reminded Jian Wushuang of what the host had said, that there were 4 rounds of genius battles in total. At that moment, the fourth round was yet to begin. Normally, as all remarkable geniuses had been selected out during the first 3 rounds, there was no need to hold a fourth round, so the Firmament Territory Feast would come to an end at this point. This matter confused Jian Wushuang very much. What is exactly the purpose of the fourth round? All the geniuses who had survived the third round were gathered on the drill ground, and they all shared the same feeling as Jian Wushuang. As if he had seen through those geniuses' confusion, the host looked around and explained to them. The fourth round of genius battles is the most important part of the Firmament Territory Feast, and everyone who has participated in the arena battle could participate in this round as well. The most important part? The geniuses were surprised. The next moment, the host's voice echoed again. As all of you know, the aim of the previous 3 rounds is to examine your power, but in fact, one's current power could not be a determinant of whether he is talented or not. Therefore, the purpose of the fourth round is to discover the talent and potential in you. And the results of this round will only be decided by time. The host's voice was loud and clear. By time, the geniuses were even more confused. Chapter 648, The Fourth Round of Genius Battles. Chapter 648, The Fourth Round of Genius Battles. As the host was explaining everything, his sonorous voice echoed throughout the place. What kind of person could be called a genius? Someone who can achieve in 1 year what it takes others 10 years. For example, it may take an ordinary man thousands of years to reach the eternal realm from the skyscraping realm, but a real genius can do that within just hundreds of years. Time can prove many things. Therefore, with all of you being in the skyscraping realm, the time that you've spent cultivating to reach that realm and how long you've been in it will be the best proof of your talent. This is how the fourth round works. Upon hearing this, the geniuses were finally able to understand the rule. It was true that one's talent and potential could be seen through his years of cultivation. Taking the ordinary warriors in the ancient world as an example, from the day they started cultivating, it might take one of them hundreds of years to reach the Saint Realm, while for someone else, just dozens of years to achieve the same thing. Needless to say, the latter was clearly more gifted. Having said that, the rule of the fourth round was practicable indeed. I never thought that our cultivation time would be the measurement of the fourth round. Huang frowned tightly and echoed in an undertone. I have to admit that it makes sense, but the point is that we're from ancient world. The less favorable conditions in our world decrees that it takes us more time to reach the skyscraping realm than those from the eternal world. Someone chimed in. Yes, you're right. It's unfair. Unfair indeed. Feng nodded in agreement. The 5 geniuses from the ancient world all complained about the rule, as they knew that they were doomed to lose this battle. Due to the poor cultivating conditions in their homeworld, they had all spent a rather long time in cultivation, especially Huang. We have no chance to beat them if we compare our cultivation ages. By this time, they were sufficiently discontented. However, Jian Wushuang might have been the exception among them. He had an odd expression while thinking, the measurement will be cultivation time? Well, it hasn't been long since I started cultivating. In the skyward pavilion, the experts from the sects glanced at those geniuses from the ancient world with eyes full of pity. Those poor boys are going to be embarrassed. That's for sure. Being born with limited resources, in no way could they cultivate faster than those from the eternal world. Considering that it's so hard for them to break through to the skyscraping realm in the ancient world, all 6 of them must have cultivated for 1,000 years. The mighty Jian Wushuang among them might have cultivated even longer. He probably is 3,000 or 4,000 years old now. Those from the eternal world are far superior to them. I reckon that few of them have cultivated for over 800 years. Gong Chao, Jing Xinzi, Qin Wuhan, and Jin Wushuang. I dearly want to know how long they have cultivated. Especially Jin Wushuang. I'd love to see if he really is over the age of 4,000. But we all know that an ordinary skyscraping realm expert can't live for more than 4,000 years, so Jin Wushuang should be under that age. Even if he has taken some precious elixirs to prolong his life, he can't make it to more than 5,000 years old, all the same. Those experts were waiting to see Jin Wushuang, and the other 5 lost face. On the drill ground, with a gesture from the host, a short elder turned up who had a special aura. This is Elder Chiu. The host introduced the elder to the geniuses. He has some unique methods to examine your cultivation age and the time you've been in the skyscraping realm. Now, go take your examination one by one when I read your name. After glancing around, the host read out the first name, Gu Ling. The man named Gu Ling immediately walked over to the elder. I need a drop of your blood, Elder Chiu said to him. Doing as ordered, Gu Ling gave the elder a drop of blood, which was then put into a special container. A moment later, the results came out. Your cultivation age is no more than 350 years, and you've been in the skyscraping realm for 200 years, Elder Chiu announced directly. 350 years? Not bad. The experts in Skyward Pavilion praised him. The host continued, the next one is... One by one, the geniuses went forward to take the test. The results showed that most of the geniuses from the eternal world had a short cultivation age, with a range of 300 to 500 years. A small number of them had an age of 600 years. But there were very few with a cultivation age over 800 years. After the previous 3 rounds, the weak had been eliminated and only the strong remained. 800 years were sufficient for a strong one to become a divine realm expert, which was impossible for the geniuses from the ancient world, however. Qin Wuhan. When Qin Wuhan's name was called, everyone looked at him. As one of those most outstanding geniuses, he had gotten much attention from others. In a minute or two, Elder Chiu announced his result. Your cultivation age is between 780 and 790 years, and you've been stuck in the skyscraping realm for over 600 years. Qin Wuhan's result was beyond the expectations of everyone in the Skyward Pavilion and those who had thought highly of him. 780 years in cultivation and 600 years in the skyscraping realm were rather long times compared with those of the geniuses in the eternal world. In view of this, Qin Wuhan's talent was not that satisfying despite his mighty power. Chapter 649, Cultivation Age. Chapter 649, Cultivation Age. Bastard! Qin Wuhan could not help cursing to himself. Actually, he could have broken into the divine realm several hundred years ago. However, in order to impress others with the feeling that his power was high above his realm, he had intentionally avoided breaking through. He had never thought that he would be swallowed up among many other geniuses. Bad luck had caught him in succession. First, he had been overpowered by Gong Chao and Jin Wushuang. Then, Jing Xinzi, out of nowhere, had come to defeat him, and now, when he finally could have been ranked top 3, the 4th round frustrated him again. The test pushed him into the situation where he could not hide his secret anymore. I had thought he was a genius of extraordinary talent, but now I've learned it's just because he has cultivated much longer than the others. He doesn't deserve to be our inner disciple. Go tell him that we'll revoke our previous invitation, and to show our mercy, we can take him as an outer disciple. A black-haired elder from Cloud Sea Asgard ordered his men. The middle-aged man from the Immortal Dynasty and the girl from the Boundless Demon Sect gave out a similar order as well. Next up, Feng. When Feng's name was called, all the geniuses on the drill ground looked at him with interest. He was the first one from the ancient world to take the test. You've cultivated for over 1,900 years, and for about 1,800 of them, you've been in the skyscraping realm. Feng forced a bitter smile at the results, while the other geniuses could not help sighing. So far, The longest cultivation time for the eternal world geniuses was 810 years, far shorter than 1,900 years. Xian, is he the trash that you thought so highly of? He is a good-for-nothing, said the elder from Cloud Sea Asgard coldly. I don't think so. Xian gave him an easy smile. We all know that the conditions in the ancient world are quite disadvantageous to those cultivators, so I think he's done well to have made it so far. Besides, you also heard that he's been in the skyscraping realm for the remaining 1,800 years, which means it has only taken him 100 years to reach that realm. He indeed has got some talent. Whatever, that's no excuse for his poor results. The elder did not change his mind. Xian shrugged with no desire to argue with him further. The test continued on. Hua Ying, Bing Shan, Xian, and Wu Huang followed Feng in taking their turns. Among those four, the latter three all had cultivated for more than 2,000 years, and Wu Huang had even cultivated longer than 2,800 years. As for Hua Ying, who had the longest among the rest of them, his cultivation life was an amazing 3,700 years. That number caused the other geniuses to cry out in surprise. Next is Gong Chao. The voice of the host quieted down the whole drill ground, as well as the skyward pavilion. Everyone held their breath to see Gong Chao's result. They all wanted to know how long this number one genius, the terrifying monster, had cultivated. If it turned out to be more than 800 years, his fame as the number one genius would be challenged. But if it were to be a much shorter time, such as 300 or 400 years, he would be able to protect his fame. Gong Chao. Jin Wushuang watched him closely. This person was the only one among everyone in the Firmament Territory Feast that he took seriously. From the very beginning, he had been keeping an eye on him. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Chao went over to Elder Qiu and gave him a drop of his blood. In no time, the elder announced the result in an astonished voice. You've cultivated for less than 120 years and reached the skyscraping realm only 50 years ago. A commotion began on the drill ground the very moment that those words were uttered. Less than 120 years? Unbelievable. Jing Xinzi was frozen for a moment. Although her cultivation life of 210 years was shorter than that of many others, Gong Chao's was nearly half of hers. In the Skyward Pavilion, the experts from every sect were thrilled at Gong Chao's results. They praised him in amazement. Genius, exceptional genius. I thought that he should have cultivated for over 400 years, but it turns out that it's so much shorter, 120 years. It's amazing that he could make it so far in a short 120 years. Right then, Gong Chao heard his name echo throughout the place from the room on the top floor of the Skyward Pavilion. I'm the 9th Elder of Cloud Sea Asgard, Shi Qianhan. The voice continued, You're so gifted that I want to invite you to be our disciple. All our resources for cultivation will be open to you, and I'll help you earn personal guidance from our master. As long as you try hard, I ensure you that you can reach the eternal realm in 10,000 years. Are you willing to accept my invitation? Those words startled all the geniuses present. They could not believe that the 9th Elder of Cloud Sea Asgard had wanted to recruit Gong Chao with such attractive conditions. Personal guidance from a Super Dao master. This was something that many experts would pursue their entire lifetime. In addition to that, there was the promising future of reaching the eternal realm in 10,000 years waiting for Gong Chao. Those conditions gave such a thrill to the geniuses, even though they were not for them. As Gong Chao was considering it, more invitations from the other sects began to come his way. Chapter 650, Jian Wushuang's Cultivation Time. Chapter 650, Jian Wushuang's Cultivation Time. Gong Chao, as long as you join our immortal dynasty, we will try hard to train you and ensure that you reach the eternal realm within 10,000 years. With luck, you may be able to do it in 3,000 years. We can do that for you too, Gong Chao. What's more, our master has planned to accept a personal disciple. Because you are so talented, that lucky guy will probably be you. Someone from the Boundless Demon sect chimed in. Those two sects tried to attract Gong Chao with their offerings as well. The two of you. Seeing that there were two more competitors, Shi Qianhan shouted angrily. What? You have made your offer, so why can't we? The man from the immortal dynasty yelled back coldly. Fine. I'd love to see if your conditions are really more attractive than ours. Shi Qianhan's voice was icy yet confident. The competition for Gong Chao between the three sects confused the onlookers. The other experts in the Skyward Pavilion were surprised as well. They had never seen anyone before that was wanted by all three of the magnates. At last, Cloud Sea Asgard was victorious over the other two sects due to its irresistible offerings. Then, Gong Chao became their disciple. The two failed sects had to give up, however unwilling they might have been. The test of the genius's cultivation ages went on. Finally, it was Jian Wushuang's turn. Next up, Jian Wushuang. The moment that his name was called, many people began to look at him. As the only one who had managed to force Gong Chao to go all out, it would have been hard for him to go unnoticed. Now, Jian Wushuang is going to take the test. How long do you think he has cultivated? The voice of the man from the immortal dynasty again echoed in the Skyward Pavilion. I think at least more than 2,000 years. That's too talented for him. I think it must be longer than Huaying. Maybe. But, considering that he has gotten some opportunities to gain the doppelganger's secret skill, he may have relied on something other than time to gain his current power. Those experts chatted with each other while watching Jian Wushuang take his test. Mr. Xian Yi, Jian Wushuang is your disciple. Are you really not interested in his cultivation time? The girl from the Boundless Demon sect asked Xian Yi. Those sects had promised Xian Yi that they would give up trying to recruit all the 6 geniuses from the ancient world, so in their eyes, Jian Wushuang was already a member of the ancient sect. Xian Yi laughed at the girl's words. Since I've accepted him as our inner disciple, it doesn't matter how long he has cultivated. Even if he is more than 4,000 years old and at the day of his doom, I won't change my mind and I'll help him go further. Shi Qianhan interrupted their talk with irony in his voice. If he is really that old, he is indeed trash in view of his current power. Does he deserve your care and help? Humph, I'll just say it. You are just wasting your time and resources. We have nothing but time and resources in our sect, so as long as I want, I can push him up to the eternal realm. That's beyond your reach, isn't? Xian Yi sneered and fought back. On hearing this, Shi Qianhan's face darkened slightly. It would take so many resources to push a skyscraping realm expert up to the eternal realm that only the 3 magnates were able to do it. However, even if they were to do that, the cost would be too high. And being just one of the elders in Cloud Sea Asgard, Shi Qianhan was in no position to try it. He was different from Xian Yi. Xian Yi was recognized as the #1 eternal realm expert in the firmament territory, second only to his master in the ancient sect. In addition to that, he possessed many treasures himself, so it was easy for him to achieve that. Whatever, if you want to waste your money, go right ahead, Shi Qianhan said coldly. Let's wait and see. On the drill ground, as Jian Wushuang walked over to Elder Qiu, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even Gong Chao looked at him with sharp eyes. Jian Wushuang. He watched him closely. Jian Wushuang was the only one in the firmament territory feast that he regarded as his opponent. Though he had defeated him, he still thought that Jian Wushuang had restrained his power when battling him. When Jian Wushuang walked up to Elder Qiu, the latter ordered him in an icy voice. Give me a drop of your blood. Jian Wushuang immediately squeezed a drop of blood out from his finger. The elder put the blood into the container and started examining it. After being calm for several moments, the elder suddenly had a shocked expression on his face. How could this be possible? He murmured. He could not believe his eyes, and then looked up at Jian Wushuang. Please give me one more drop of your blood. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and did as he had been told. This time, the elder examined the blood with more scrutiny, but to his surprise, the result was still the same. It can't be. This? He stared at Jian Wushuang in horror as if he was staring at a ghost. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but for a while, not a sound escaped his mouth. The host saw his unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What's the matter, Elder Chiu?" The elder hemmed and hawed, and after taking a deep breath, he turned over to face the skyward pavilion and bowed. Finally, he could speak again. "Ladies and gentlemen, Jin Wushuang's result has come out." His voice betrayed his astonishment, echoing throughout the whole place. "It has been less than 40 years since he started cultivating." "What?" Everyone was startled by those words. Less than 40 years? And he has been in the skyscraping realm for less than 1 year. The elder's voice echoed again. Chapter 651. Jin Wushuang is a peerless super genius. Chapter 651. Jin Wushuang is a peerless super genius. As Elder Chiu finished speaking, the noisy drill grounds suddenly quietened. The words echoed in their ears. His cultivation age was less than 40. He reached the skyscraping realm less than 1 year ago? Elder Chiu. The presiding middle-aged man regained his composure first. He looked at Elder Chiu and said with a smile, "Did you miss something? Did you take 4,000 years as 40 years?" All eyes gazed at Elder Chiu, hoped he had made a mistake. Elder Chiu took a deep breath, said, "I didn't believe it at first, so I checked it twice. The results are the same. I swear to you that the test result is true. Jin Wushuang's cultivation age is less than 40 years, and he reached the skyscraping realm less than a year ago." Elder Chiu had sworn on his life. No one could doubt it anymore. But cultivation age, less than 40 years. The skyscraping realm, less than 1 year. Many of the experts from all sects in the skyward pavilion were muttering, vacant-eyed. Just now, they were guessing how long Jin Wushuang had cultivated. Most of them thought it was over 2,000 years. A few guessed Jin Wushuang had gotten some lucky opportunities and thought it would not be longer than Feng and Hua Ying's cultivation age, but at least 1,000 years. It was a miracle if Jin Wushuang could have made it within 1,000 years in such a poor cultivation environment. Feng, strong and having a high potential, had cultivated for 1,900 years. However, when they heard the test result, all of them were astounded. They were stunned, totally stunned. So were the geniuses on the drill grounds. 40 years, less than 40 years? Huang growled and went red in the face. A complicated feeling of being astounded, amazed but more ashamed flashed in his eyes. Both of us cultivated in the ancient world. I have spent 3,700 years. He just spent 40 years. How could he be so much stronger than me? I have lived for 3,700 years in vain. At this moment, he hoped to find a hole and to hide in it. Among all the geniuses here, he had spent the longest time in cultivation. Besides, he came from the same ancient world with Jin Wushuang. To cultivate in the same environment, Jin Wushuang spent only 40 years, but he spent 3,700 years. More importantly, Jin Wushuang was stronger than him. What have I done with my time? How could it be possible? Less than 40 years? You must be kidding. Dear God, am I in a dream? A genius coming from the ancient world who has only cultivated for 40 years is much stronger than us. We are geniuses of the eternal world. Is it because I know little of what is going on in the ancient worlds? Has the cultivation environment of the ancient worlds become better than that of the eternal world? People on the drill grounds were also in shock. Crazy. All of them felt that the world had gone mad. His cultivation age is less than 40 years. Even Gong Chao was gasping with astonishment. He was known as a real super genius, counted as one of the best of all the geniuses of all firmament territory feasts so far. Despite his talent and cultivation in the eternal world, he had spent 120 years and had been in the skyscraping realm for 50 years. Jin Wushuang cultivated in the ancient world. He spent much less time than him, and despite this he was nearly as strong as him. If he was a monster, a super genius, what was Jin Wushuang? A peerless super genius. a peerless super genius who is even more talented than Gong Chao. It took him only 40 years to reach such a level in the ancient world, and he has been in the skyscraping realm for less than 1 year. I guess he came to the firmament territory feast not long after reaching the skyscraping realm. He is definitely a much more talented genius than Gong Chao. The drill grounds were in shock and all stared at Jian Wushuang as if he was a monster. They imagined he might not be a human. Genius, exceptional genius, or monster, these words were not enough to describe him. They could only think of two words: heaven-defying, a heaven-defying level genius. In the Skyward Pavilion, the experts who had come from all sects, although experienced and knowledgeable, were also speechless. Even Xian Yi was surprised. He knew that Jian Wushuang was extraordinary, for he hadn't even gained an insight into Jian Wushuang. But he hadn't expected that his cultivation age was so short. Xian Yi calmed down soon and looked at him happily. Nice, it's a worthy visit today. 3 experts who respectively represented the most 3 powerful sects sat in 3 rooms in the Skyward Pavilion. They paid little attention to Jian Wushuang as he came from the ancient world, even though Jian Wushuang had performed well. They had promised to give up these ancient world's geniuses to Xian Yi at the very beginning. But now, the 3 of them felt deep remorse. Very deep. They knew that Jian Wushuang was more talented than Gong Chao. They had fought crazily for Gong Chao. How could they give up a heaven-defying genius who was better than Gong Chao to Xian Yi? How stupid I am. Xian Yi is a visionary. If these young men were ordinary, how could Xian Yi pick them? The arrogant middle-aged man from the immortal dynasty was so regretful that he wanted to slap himself. Chapter 652, to renege on his own words. Chapter 652, to renege on his own words. Such a heaven-defying genius. The evil lady of the boundless demon sect looked passionately over at Jian Wushuang. He has such achievements in the ancient world within 40 years. From now on, he will stay and cultivate in the eternal world. If enough cultivation resources and treasures are given, he will easily reach the eternal realm, even be a Tao master. Such a genius. But I have promised Mr. Xian Yi. The evil young lady sighed. She was unwilling to do it, but she had promised Xian Yi in front of so many experts in the Skyward Pavilion. To renege on her promise was humiliating. Besides, this was Xian Yi to whom she had promised. She knew how terrifying Xian Yi was. That was why she dared not to break her promise. Both the evil lady and the middle-aged man of the immortal dynasty were sorry to lose a super genius. However, Shi Qianhan, the black-haired elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, didn't care too much. People on the drill grounds were amazed at Jian Wushuang's cultivation age. Suddenly a mighty power fell on the drill grounds. The drill grounds immediately quieted down. Geniuses on the drill ground shivered and dared not make any noise under the mighty power. As the mighty power spread, an elder appeared in the center of the drill grounds. It was a sage-like, black-haired and slurry-eyed elder. As soon as he appeared, all people on the ground turned to him, realizing where the mighty power came from. I'm Shi Qianhan, the 9th elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. Shi Qianhan looked over at Jian Wushuang, said slowly, Jian Wushuang, I came personally to invite you to join the Cloud Sea Asgard. You will have equal access to the cultivation resources with Gong Chao. What do you think? Hearing that, Jian Wushuang was surprised. The Cloud Sea Asgard had never paid attention to him in the former rounds, even though he had performed well. He didn't expect that as soon as his cultivation age had been tested in the 4th round, Shi Qianhan would come in person to invite him. After all, he had only invited Gong Chao to join the Cloud Sea Asgard through sound transmission only. The drill grounds were in tumult. Apparently, they also hadn't expected that Shi Qianhan would come in person and offer Jian Wushuang the same as Gong Chao. It was such a good offer that all of them were envious of the one who received it. Cloud Sea Asgard? Jian Wushuang remembered the information he had read about Cloud Sea Asgard. Cloud Sea Asgard was one of the 3 magnates. It was not that far-fetched to call it the most powerful sect in the firmament territory. Normally, the more powerful a sect was, the more cultivating resources and room to grow it had. Shi Qianhan's offer was tempting even for Jian Wushuang. However, before Jian Wushuang answered him, a cold voice sounded, "Shi Qianhan, that's not a good idea. As the ninth elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, you should not break your promise. Don't you feel ashamed of being laughed at by other sects?" An arrogant man's voice followed. Then two figures appeared at Shi Qianhan's side at once. They were the arrogant man of the Immortal Dynasty and the evil lady of the Boundless Demon sect. "Shi Qianhan, I have heard that you're not a man of decency. You really aren't. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The evil lady sneered at him. It's none of your business," Shi Qianhan said in a cold voice. "Yes, but you have to ask Xianyi first," the evil young lady said with a deep voice. Immediately another figure appeared at Shi Qianhan's side. This was Xianyi, a purple-robed gentleman with sword-shaped eyebrows. Shi Qianhan's face fell after seeing Xianyi. Then he said with a smile, "Xianyi, I promised to give Jian Wushuang up to you without knowing he was an exceptional genius. But now, he is so special that I cannot give him up to you. By the way, such an exceptional genius should have the right to decide himself which sect to join. Don't you think?" Shi Qianhan had made up grand reasons for himself, but experts in the Skyward Pavilion all had contempt for his behavior. He had not spared a glance at Jian Wushuang before. Therefore, when Xianyi said he wanted those young men of the ancient worlds, Shi Qianhan agreed not to fight him without hesitation. Now, after knowing Jian Wushuang's real strength, he regretted this and changed his mind at once. Such a shameless person. Hearing what Shi Qianhan had said, Xianyi's expression didn't change at all. He took a glance at Shi Qianhan and nodded. "You're right. Such an exceptional genius surely has the right to decide for himself," Xianyi said. People around were all astonished at the unexpected words. They thought Xianyi would be angry, but didn't expect that he was so easily persuaded. "Jian Wushuang." Xianyi looked over at Jian Wushuang. "Master Xianyi." Jian Wushuang bowed to Xianyi. Xianyi was the first Eternal Realm expert in the Firmament territory, and he had given Jian Wushuang the token at the beginning of Round 3. Therefore, Jian Wushuang respected him. Before he had shown his real strength, no one but Xianyi befriended and sent him an invitation. That alone had made Jian Wushuang favor Xianyi. "You have heard what was said." Xianyi smiled slightly. "Your talent is high. The Cloud Sea Asgard wants you and has promised you a lot. It's a good opportunity for you to take a second to consider." The Ancient Sect. Chapter 653, Xianyi's Sword. Chapter 653, Xianyi's Sword. Xianyi paused, and then he continued, "I promised you that you would become an inner disciple of the Ancient Sect at the end of Round 3. This has not changed. In the Ancient Sect, no matter what you want, you have to fight for it yourself." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. "Shi Qianhan." Xianyi looked at Shi Qianhan and said in a cold voice, "You have promised him a lot. But if his growth in the Cloud Sea Asgard doesn't meet your expectations, I'm afraid you will not keep your promise, right?" This? Shi Qianhan's eyes froze a little. In the Cloud Sea Asgard, there were many disciples and the competition between them was stiff. Everything depended on strength. He had promised Jian Wushuang a lot. But if Jian Wushuang didn't perform well in the Cloud Sea Asgard, to not waste the resources, the Cloud Sea Asgard would certainly not keep their promise. "Humph." Xianyi snorted. Then he turned to Jian Wushuang, said, "Young man, people in the Firmament territory know who I am. If I bring you back to the Ancient Sect, I will try my best to support you and improve your strength to a higher level even if your potential is exhausted. It is what I can promise you. And this is also what the Ancient Sect can promise you. The Ancient Sect will never give up on any of its disciples no matter how weak his strength or talent is. The words reverberated through the whole battlefield and inspired all those present. His promise was much more sincere than Shi Qianhan's. Jin Wushuang was also moved. Turning to Shi Qianhan, he was clear at a glance. Although he promised me a lot, I could only get them based on improvement in strength, which means that I have to fight for it by myself. It's the same with what the ancient sect has promised me. Compared with Shi Qianhan, Master Xian Yi is much more sincere. The ancient sect will never give up on any of its disciples. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists and made a decision. Then he raised his head. Master Xian Yi, I have decided to join the ancient sect, Jin Wushuang said earnestly. Then he turned to Shi Qianhan and said, I'm sorry, Elder Shi. Your offer is tempting. But Master Xian Yi had invited me at the end of round 3. I cannot refuse him. Xian Yi smiled slightly. It seemed he had already expected this result. But Shi Qianhan became angry as a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Young man, think about it carefully. As the most powerful sect in the firmament territory, the Cloud Sea Asgard has the most resources. What's more, you have just come to the eternal world. I'm afraid you are not aware of the danger here. It's easy to be killed without the protection of a powerful sect. In the firmament territory, only the Cloud Sea Asgard can protect you from being killed by others. Take this seriously. Shi Qianhan spat out the last sentence. Hearing that, many geniuses on the drill grounds and experts in the skyward pavilion frowned. They were aware that Shi Qianhan was hinting at something. It was more like a threat. Yes, it was a threat. He threatened that if Jin Wushuang didn't join the Cloud Sea Asgard, the Cloud Sea Asgard would become his enemy and kill him one day. Jin Wushuang was sullen. Having experienced so much in the ancient world, he understood what Shi Qianhan was saying. He looked over at Xian Yi. This was the someone he had to depend on. Shi Qianhan. Xian Yi's calm and cold voice arose. What? Did I say something wrong? Shi Qianhan glanced at Xian Yi, being high-handed as the 9th elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, the most powerful sect in the firmament territory. No, you're right. Xian Yi nodded slightly. The eternal world is a dangerous place. So you agree with me? Shi Qianhan said with a cold smile. But suddenly his smile froze. He saw a sparkling sword light heading towards him. An ice-cold and dazzling sword light. Everyone's attention was caught by it as soon as it appeared. They couldn't help staring at it. Then the sword light moved fast. So fast as if it had gone beyond the limit of time and space. At an incredible speed, facing the unexpected attack, all of them were astonished. Xian Yi. Shi Qianhan was panic-stricken. He had never expected that Xian Yi, who was calm and nice just now, would suddenly attack him with such a terrible killing move. It was too fast. Geniuses on the drill grounds, including Jin Wushuang and Gong Chao, couldn't see it clearly. Even the top divine realm experts in the skyward pavilion couldn't do it. Only a few of the eternal realm experts present could do this, but they still couldn't follow it. Such as Shi Qianhan. As the sword approached, Shi Qianhan couldn't even defend against it. He could only cry out. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light passed through. Shi Qianhan's body was cut in half like a piece of paper. Although they had not yet figured out how the sword moved, they saw clearly at the next moment that Shi Qianhan, the 9th elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, had already been cut in half. Chapter 654. A Man Can't Be Offended. Chapter 654. A Man Can't Be Offended. Silence. The huge drill ground was in silence. It was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Many geniuses on the drill ground and experts in the skyward pavilion gazed upon this scene in awe. Did he die? Jin Wushuang's eyes were fixed in a blank stare. As an elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, Shi Qianhan was an eternal realm expert. Experts like him were masters in the firmament territory. However, Xian Yi cut him in half with one strike of his sword. That strike? It haunted in Jin Wushuang's memory. A swift and frightening strike. It had been too fast and too terrifying. Among all the geniuses present, Jian Wushuang's cultivated the principle of the sword more than the others. But even he couldn't comprehend the blow from that sword. He just felt it was too powerful. Right then, Xian Yi, an angry voice called out. It was Shi Qianhan. What? Many of the geniuses on the drill ground had become frantic. Their hair stood on end seeing Shi Qianhan's body cut in half. His upper half rose into the air. His face flamed with anger and his eyes fixed on Xian Yi. How could it be possible? Jian Wushuang was stunned. How could he survive being cut in half? I heard that the Eternal Realm expert would continue to live as long as his life core was unbroken. It seems it's true. The geniuses of the Eternal World recalled. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed. Life core. As long as the life core remained intact, he would live. Jian Wushuang looked around, seeing that the experts who were walking out of the skyward pavilion didn't seem surprised. Apparently, they knew Shi Qianhan was not dead. But they were still shocked. Few of them had seen Xian Yi fight before. They were shocked by his strength. Xian Yi, how dare you? Shi Qianhan's face twisted, and he stared at Xian Yi with hatred in his eyes. Suddenly, whoosh! A ghost-like figure appeared in front of him, no less than a meter away. It was Xian Yi. His face had changed from a soft gaze to an ice-cold stare. Anyone who met his stare would start to shiver uncontrollably. Shi Qianhan. Xian Yi called him, his voice heavy with the intent of killing Shi Qianhan. Shi Qianhan's eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Terrified, the terror flooded Shi Qianhan's mind. He felt Xian Yi held his life in his hands. I agree with you. The Eternal World is dangerous. Xian Yi said calmly. Huh. Shi Qianhan looked in horror at Xian Yi. He couldn't understand why he said that. In the dangerous world, it is not only Jian Wushuang, but you also need to be careful. In the Eternal World, even in the firmament territory, there are many people that could kill you. Xian Yi said in a cold voice. How dare you? Shi Qianhan gazed at Xian Yi, his eyes conveying both fear and anger. Xian Yi grinned a gruesome smile like a sharp knife. Then he moved forward, whispered in Shi Qianhan's ear, Shi Qianhan, ask your palace master whether or not I dare to kill you, what he does if I do kill you. Make sure he understands. Tell him, I will kill any of the Cloud Sea Asgard that threatens a disciple of the ancient sect. Tell him everything. Shi Qianhan gulped. His fear had intensified and a cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. The elder of the immortal dynasty and the evil lady of the boundless demon sect looked pitifully at Shi Qianhan as if he was a fool. Foolish. How dare he threaten Jian Wushuang in front of Xian Yi? Does he really think Xian Yi is a pushover? The elder of the immortal dynasty sneered. He really thought the Cloud Sea Asgard was the most powerful sect in the firmament territory. How reckless he is to offend Xian Yi in public. Usually, Xian Yi is nice and easygoing. Usually. But if he got angry, he would definitely launch a massacre. I have not seen it with my own eyes, though I have heard tales of it. When Xian Yi made waves in the firmament territory, the palace master of the Cloud Sea Asgard had not yet been born. The evil lady of the boundless demon sect also sneered. They were smarter than Shi Qianhan. They knew that the person in the firmament territory couldn't be offended. Long ago, their sect masters had warned them that two people in the ancient sect couldn't be offended. One was the ancient sect's master. The other one was Xian Yi. They were told that the ancient sect was a special sect inside the firmament territory and Xian Yi was the special one in the ancient sect. Therefore, they dared not offend Xian Yi. However, in his stupidity, Shi Qianhan had done so today. The drill ground was silent. Everybody on the ground looked on in shock. Shi Qianhan did not dare say another word, fearing that Xian Yi would kill him. Because Xian Yi could easily do so. Jian Wushuang. Xian Yi softened his demeanor and looked at Jian Wushuang. He said softly, don't worry. As you're a disciple of the ancient sect, they will protect you. No one will hurt you unless the ancient sect gets destroyed. Chapter 655, The Ending. Chapter 655, The Ending. Finally, Jin Wushuang still chose to join the ancient sect. The experts were not surprised about his decision, but Shi Qinhan was humiliated and lost all face. Perhaps the Cloud Sea Asgard was indeed very strong, but Shi Qinhan relied only on this to compete with Xian Yi, which was pretty ridiculous. In the fourth round, the cultivation ages were still being checked. Numerous geniuses received their results, and some of the cultivation ages were also very short, but still Jin Wushuang was vastly superior to the others. Soon, all the geniuses finished the examination and the last round of the genius battle was completely over. The Firmament Territory Feast, which was held every 3,000 years and attracted numerous sects in the Firmament Territory, was finally finished. Next, most of the geniuses chose to join their own sects. Jin Wushuang, Feng, Huaying, and the other geniuses who were from the ancient world all became the disciples of the ancient sect. Jin Wushuang. A figure appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Gong Chao. Jin Wushuang looked at him. "You really have good talent. I am looking forward to fighting with you," Gong Chao said. "Me too." Jin Wushuang slightly smiled. In this Firmament Territory Feast, Gong Chao was at the top based on his strength, but Jin Wushuang was the best according to talent. "No rush, you two definitely can compete one day." A gentle man in a purple robe walked towards them. "Xian Yi Lord." Jin Wushuang and Gong Chao both bowed to him. Although Gong Chao didn't join the ancient sect, he respected Xian Yi, who was the #1 in the Firmament Territory of the Eternal Realm. Soon, there will be an exchange between the ancient sect and the Cloud Sea Asgard. "You two can compete at that moment," Xian Yi answered with a smile. "Really?" Jin Wushuang and Gong Chao both raised their eyebrows. "I'm waiting for you to challenge me," Gong Chao said. "Trust me, I won't disappoint you." Jin Wushuang slightly smiled. After that, Gong Chao went to Cloud Sea Asgard with Shi Qinhan, who had already recovered. "You 6, follow me to the ancient sect." Xian Yi waved. Jin Wushuang, Feng, and the other people quickly looked at each other and then followed. On the way to the ancient sect, they all had a hint of anticipation. They wanted to know, as one of the top sects, what unique features it had to surpass the other 3 powerhouses in the Firmament Territory. Following Xian Yi for 2 days, the 6 people finally arrived at the ancient sect. The Firmament Territory was very vast. The ancient sect, as one of the top sects there, was located in a huge and ancient mountain range. This mountain range with countless alpine jungles stretched for thousands of miles, and the ancient sect was in its center. Above the void, Jin Wushuang, Feng, Huaying, Bing Shan, Xian Ying, and Wu Huang were floating patiently. They all respectfully stared at the giant and ancient sect which was in front of them. This old sect was under the protection of a huge formation. The formation was mysterious and powerful. Inside the sect, there were many giant mountains, and in the valleys between the mountains, there were a large number of palaces and pavilions. Magnificent and huge. At the same time, its ancient aura was overflowing as well. The spiritual power here. Jin Wushuang looked around and realized the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this void was much more powerful than the other places in the eternal world. Not only the heaven and earth spiritual energy, but also the origin energy was stronger than any other place. That's the ancient sect. Not to mention others, its location is already superior to other places. Jin Wushuang admired this deeply. "Follow me," Xian Yi said, and then he went straight to the interior of the sect. The experts within all expected and knew Xian Yi, so they didn't activate the huge formation when they saw him. When Jin Wushuang and the others followed Xian Yi to enter the ancient sect, they kept looking around and could sense a tremendous aura nearby. "You 6 just arrived here, but you all will cultivate here, so I will tell you our rules and some news about the ancient sect," Xian Yi said. Jin Wushuang and the others listened carefully. "You must have already received some information about the unique features of our ancient sect. Although we ancient sect is only one of the top sects in the Firmament Territory, we are much better than the other 3 powerhouses, especially in training our disciples. Now, I can't tell you why, but but you will know about it when the time is right, Xianni said. Let me tell you some details about the internal situation of the ancient sect now. In the ancient sect, we have plenty of cultivation resources, which includes 1 mountain and 3 palaces. 1 mountain and 3 palaces? Jin Wushuang was confused. These 1 mountain and 3 palaces are related to the foundation of the ancient sect. Let me show you the mountain first, Xianni said. Soon, they reached a huge giant mountain. Inside the ancient sect, there were hundreds of similar giant mountains, but this one in front of them was totally covered by a huge formation. This gave one the feeling of extreme mystery. This giant mountain? Jin Wushuang frowned and stared at it. He felt so familiar with it. This giant mountain is called Enlightenment Mountain, Xianni said. Enlightenment Mountain? Jin Wushuang, Feng, and the others were shocked. Before, in the second round of the genius battle, the geniuses had already known about the Enlightenment Mountain and had stayed there for 1 full month. They also had spent 1 month there, so they were all familiar with the name. The characteristics of this Enlightenment Mountain are the same as the one that you stayed in the Firmament Territory Feast. After all, that one simulates ours, Xianni said with a smile. That's it. Jin Wushuang, Feng, and the others suddenly understood. You all stayed and cultivated Tao in the Enlightenment Mountain before, so you should know that the cultivation speed inside it is twice as fast compared to the outside. However, the speed here is at least 3 times faster, Xianni said. Chapter 656, 3 Palaces in the Ancient Sect, Part 1. Chapter 656, 3 Palaces in the Ancient Sect, Part 1. On hearing this, Jin Wushuang's, Feng's, and the others' eyes lit up. They knew how useful it was, as they had previously stayed in the Enlightenment Mountain for 1 month. Especially Jin Wushuang, he had obtained a significant improvement during that month. But now cultivating here could be 2 times faster than before, which was even more effective. Don't be too excited now. When Xianni saw these 6 excited faces, he smiled and said, although the effect of cultivating in this Enlightenment Mountain is much better, not everyone can meditate here. In the ancient sect, only the inner disciples are qualified to cultivate in it. Only for the inner disciples? Bing Shan, Xian Ying, and Wu Huang suddenly felt a bit lost and disappointed. These 3 were outer disciples, so they couldn't get into the Enlightenment Mountain. Only Jin Wushuang, Feng, and Hua Ying were able to cultivate inside. Jin Wushuang, Feng, Hua Ying. Xian Ying looked at them. You 3 are our inner disciples, so you can cultivate here. There are 36 cave mansions in the Enlightenment Mountain and 33 of them are occupied, so you guys can pick those 3. Yes. Feng and Hua Ying nodded immediately. There are 36 cave mansions in this Enlightenment Mountain? Jin Wushuang frowned and asked, Xianni Lord, you just mentioned that as long as they are inner disciples, they can cultivate in it. But there are only 36 cave mansions, so, are there only 36 inner disciples in the ancient sect? You are already one of our disciples, so you don't need to call me Xianni Lord. The disciples here call me Xianni Palace Master, and you can follow them. Xianni mentioned a side point and continued, you are right. We only have 36 inner disciples, and that's already a lot. By the way, there are no more than 36 inner disciples in the ancient sect. Why is it? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. The sects with strong strength in the ancient world always took millions of disciples. The ancient sect as a top sect which only ranked behind the 3 magnates in the Firmament Territory should have taken on a large number of disciples. Only 36 inner disciples sounded like this was really too few. We only can accept 36 people to meditate and cultivate in the Enlightenment Mountain at once, and also we want to encourage the inner disciples to compete. So that's why we only have 36, Xian Yi patiently explained. In the ancient sect, the inner disciples and the outer disciples can all fight for the cultivation resource. There is a competition every 10 years here for our disciples. Every time, some of the inner disciples who are not good enough would be replaced by the outer disciples. After all, there are only 36 inner disciples but numerous outer disciples. Some of the outer disciples are real geniuses, and some were inner disciples before, so their strength is also very strong. Every sect competition, some inner disciples whose strength are weaker would be challenged by the outer disciples, but only a couple of them could withstand it. That's it. Jin Wushuang and the others all understood. The sect competition, which was held every 10 years, could decide the identity of disciples based on their strength, that indeed enhanced the competition between the outer and inner disciples. As long as the outer disciples could have a fast improvement and strong strength, they could also become inner disciples. Likewise, if the inner disciples were defeated, they would become outer disciples. At the previous sect competition, which was held 8 years ago, the next one will be in 2 years. Jin Wushuang, Feng and Huaring, since you three just got here, your strength is weaker than the other inner disciples, or even some outer disciples. Therefore, during these 2 years, you need to work really hard to keep your identity, Xianyi said with a mysterious smile. On hearing this, Jin Wushuang, Feng and Huaing all felt a hint of pressure. In 2 years, the sect competition would start again. Since they just joined the ancient sect, their strength was at the bottom. It was really not easy for them to remain inner disciples. However, you don't need to worry too much. Since you are new here, you definitely will get a big improvement with the resources of the ancient sect. Besides, even if you become an outer disciple in 2 years, you can get it back in the next sect competition. It is held every 10 years. 10 years will pass pretty fast, Xianyi said and smiled. Even though Xianyi tried to make them relax, they three were still nervous about it. Okay, so let me tell you the details about the 3 palaces in the ancient sect, Xianyi continued. These 3 palaces are Dao Palace, Sword Palace, and Divine Palace. Dao Palace is to cultivate Dao. There are 13 palace masters in the Dao Palace, and all of them are experts who had comprehended a super high-level Dao in the Eternal Realm. Other than that, there are numerous vice palace masters who are superior divine realm experts, so they also have a good comprehension of Dao. The palace masters and vice palace masters always gather in the Dao Palace and record their insights and opportunities which can be obtained by our disciples. You also can go to listen to their lectures and even choose to join their sects and become their disciples. Usually, the disciples here all join one sect of the palace masters or vice palace masters. Some experts even join 2 or 3 at the same time. The masters there will guide you and help you to apply necessary natural treasures while you are cultivating. Jin Wushuang and the others were all surprised. Almost all the disciples of the ancient sect joined the sects of the palace masters or vice palace masters in the Dao Palace. You just got here, so it would be better for you to choose the right masters, join their sects, and become their disciples. Even though you can only be a nominal disciple, it would be much better than for you to cultivate by yourself without any guide, Xianyi said. Chapter 657, 3 Palaces in the Ancient Sect, Part 2. Chapter 657, 3 Palaces in the Ancient Sect, Part 2. Jin Wushuang, Feng and Huaing all agreed with Xianyi. They had just arrived at the Eternal World and met experts from a higher level. Although they knew that the Divine Realm, Eternal Realm, and even Dao Master were above the skyscraping realm, they didn't know how to progress after that at all. It would be much better and easier to have an expert to guide them. Xianyi continued. Apart from the Dao Palace, the Sword Palace and the Divine Palace are also in the ancient sect. Sword Palace, as its name, is for people to cultivate the sword principle. It is also very unique in the ancient sect. All the warriors who are good at longsword Dao cultivate in the Sword Palace. However, there are only 1 palace master and 2 vice palace masters in it. The 2 vice palace masters are Eternal Realm experts who are good at longsword Dao, and the palace master, Xianyi smiled mysteriously and said, I'm the palace master in the Sword Palace. On hearing that, Jin Wushuang and the other people were not surprised. In the Firmament Territory Feast, Xianyi divided Shi Qianhan into 2 parts with his swordsmanship. That showed how good he was at sword principle. Besides, he was also acknowledged as the number 1 Eternal Realm in the Firmament Territory, so he was the most appropriate person to be the palace master in the Sword Palace. As for the Divine Palace, Xianyi hesitated for a moment and continued. It gathered numerous divine realm warriors in the ancient sect. There is a rule in our sect. The disciples can be in the ancient sect for no more than 500 years. Anyone who is here more than that, they can't have the same treatment as our disciples, which means they can't cultivate in the Tao Palace and the Sword Palace, and also can't stay in the Enlightenment Mountain. The only place that they can go is the Divine Palace. Inside the Divine Palace, there are lots of dangerous tasks that are assigned by the ancient sect and the Divine Realm experts who represent our ancient sect to fight to the death outside. You can think about it like this. The ancient sect will train you for the first 500 years. After that, you need to contribute to us. The 6 people all nodded slightly. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Since they chose to join the sect and use its resources, then when their strength was strong enough, they should contribute to the sect. Xianyi Palace Master. A black-clothed elder popped up in the void and bowed respectfully to Xianyi. Then he looked at Jin Wushuang and the other people. These should be the 6 geniuses that Xianyi Palace Master took from the Firmament Territory Feast? Give me the tokens, Xianyi said. The black-clothed elder immediately gave 6 tokens to Xianyi, and then Xianyi gave one to each of the 6 people. This is your ID token. Of course, the outer disciples and the inner disciples are different, Xianyi said. Jin Wushuang and the others took it. Without hesitation, they refined their own tokens. Dao Yun, these kids just arrived at the ancient sect, so they are new here. I've explained the Enlightenment Mountain and 3 palaces to them, so please take them to look around the place, Xianyi ordered. Yes, the black-clothed elder Dao Yun nodded respectfully. Jin Wushuang, you stay here and the other 5 follow him, Xianyi said. Immediately, Feng, Huaying, and the others left with Dao Yun, but Jin Wushuang still stood in front of Xianyi. Jin Wushuang, among these 6, you are the only one who is good at longsword Dao and whose talent is the best. Follow me and I can show you the Sword Palace, Xianyi said. Sword Palace? Jin Wushuang was excited and instantly followed Xianyi. Soon after, Jin Wushuang arrived at the Sword Palace. It was gigantic and was like a giant island standing on the ground. There were hundreds of buildings on it. The tremendous sword essence also shocked Jin Wushuang a lot. Outside the Sword Palace, there were lots of experts patrolling. Obviously, these experts were all Divine Realm experts, and they all had auras that really terrified Jin Wushuang. In the Eternal World, the skyscraping realm was at the top level, so there were thousands of Divine Realm experts here. However, the ancient sect, which was a top sect here, would obviously gather more Divine Realm experts. When Xianyi appeared outside the Sword Palace, the Divine Realm experts who were patrolling here immediately bowed to him and called him Xianyi Palace Master. Jin Wushuang, your gift in Sword Principle is extremely high. Inside the Sword Palace, lots of Sword Principle experts record their insight. It will be very useful for you. Later, you can come here more often to meditate, Xianyi said patiently. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Soon, they both stepped on a several-foot-wide flagstone road which headed towards the front door of the Sword Palace. On the front door, there were 2 grand characters, Sword Palace. Those 2 characters spread powerful sword essence which covered the whole Sword Palace and then flew to the sky. Even the numerous layers of space couldn't stop it. Jin Wushuang was stunned. It was the most terrifying sword essence that he had seen. Jin Wushuang looked at Xianyi and noticed that Xianyi was unfathomable. He couldn't help suspecting that these 2 characters were written by Xianyi. Walking along the flagstone road and coming to the front of the Sword Palace, Xianyi stopped and looked at Jin Wushuang. Little kid, you are so lucky today. One of our vice palace masters is having a lecture now. You can go listen. I will just take you up to here. Thanks, Xianyi Palace Master, Jin Wushuang replied politely. Then he took a deep breath and went into the Sword Palace. Xianyi was still outside the front door. When he saw Jin Wushuang completely disappear, swoosh, a figure unexpectedly appeared beside him. This person looked exactly the same as Xianyi. Even the manner and temperament were completely the same. He was also very gentle. The only difference was one was in a purple robe, but one was in a white robe. The people who knew him would know that Xianyi had cultivated the doppelganger secret skill. Obviously, the one who took part in the Firmament Territory Feast and brought Jian Wushuang and the others back to the ancient sect was his doppelganger. As for the original body, he hadn't gone out at all. He had been staying in the Sword Palace the whole time. The white-robed Xianyi who just popped up was his original body. You really got a great little kid for me this time. The strongest sword soul. Ha, I haven't met this for a long time. The white-robed Xianyi smiled gently, and the purple-robed Xianyi beside him also smiled slightly. The purple-robed Xianyi was only the doppelganger, so even though he observed Jian Wushuang showing his technique, he still couldn't fully appreciate his strength. But the white-robed Xianyi, as the original body, without seeing Jian Wushuang's technique, only looked at him once and then already knew Jian Wushuang had the strongest sword soul. Chapter 658, Sword Palace. Chapter 658, Sword Palace. After stepping inside Sword Palace, Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at a huge martial arts practice field where there were lots of people seated with their legs crossed. At first glance, there seemed to be hundreds of people. All of them were sitting with their legs crossed, listening silently to the lecture delivered by the young man at the top of the platform. The young man looked rather pale, and his voice sounded somewhat weak, as if he got ill very often. However, such a sickly man himself exuded a sort of frightful sword essence which could easily destroy Jian Wushuang. It suddenly struck Jian Wushuang that this sickly young man was actually one of the two vice palace masters in Sword Palace, and he was currently giving a lecture. Jian Wushuang immediately found a place to sit down. He dared not make a sound and listened carefully. The vice palace master was telling them some of his experiences related to sword principle, as well as dilemmas people might run across and their solutions. Jian Wushuang grew increasingly fascinated. As time went by, half a day passed in the twinkling of an eye. As his lecture was coming to an end, the vice palace master suddenly stood up and executed a simple move on the platform. The sword swing did not any ups or downs. It was a plain move that left the space it passed through similarly undisturbed. On the surface, the movement of his sword looked like it completely lacked strength. However, as soon as the vice palace master finished, an ear-piercing noise burst from where the long sword chopped and an unprecedented sword essence surged out from that empty area. Since almost all the people who attended lectures at martial arts practice field were good at exploring sword principle and had high attainment in it, they were all amazed at what they saw, and a few of them were even somewhat inspired. Like Jian Wushuang, he had a remarkable aptitude for sword principle and was currently in the heaven-treading realm. This movement evoked a strong feeling inside of him. Immediately closing his eyes without leaving the martial arts practice field, he began meditating, remaining there for a whole hour before he opened his eyes. Phew! Jian Wushuang relaxed as a smile grew on his face. Speaking of excellent moves, the movement of the Vice Palace Master was no match for the move that Xianyi used to split Shi Qianhan in two, but the move Xianyi used was too quick to catch up with, while the movement of this Vice Palace Master, Jian Wushuang, recalled the movement just now. Apparently, this Vice Palace Master had controlled the speed so that everyone could see it clearly and be truly inspired. People like Jian Wushuang benefited a lot. Most of the people at martial arts practice field had also benefited a lot. Right then, haha, I figured it out. A voice full of surprise sounded throughout the martial arts practice field. All of the people at martial arts practice field immediately looked at the direction of the sound, and they found a slightly fat bald teenager who looked simple and honest laughing out loud. Figured it out? Jian Wushuang frowned. What did you figure out? The bald teenager went straight before the Vice Palace Master while ignoring the stares of everyone around him. Vice Palace Master Nya, I fully comprehended the first sword scar, the bald teenager said respectfully. Vice Palace Master Nya raised his eyebrows. However, his appearance seemed to cause a stir at martial arts practice field. Everyone looked slightly surprised. The first sword scar? Jian Wushuang was confused. Show us your talent, Vice Palace Master Nya said. Okay. The bald teenager nodded and immediately began to practice his sword at martial arts practice field. Look, it's the first move. The bald teenager quickly displayed his move. The first attack dashed forward, accompanied by a lightning speed sword light that easily penetrated the space in front of him. This is the second sword. The second sword attack was released, leaving behind the impression of a vast and endless void. This is the third sword. When the third sword attack was released, it demonstrated great vigor and even violence. Look, it's the fourth move. The fifth move. The sword attacks continued on, with each move giving off a completely different prospect. The ninth move. The bald teenager spoke again as the ninth move was released, causing the whole area to tremble. After all 9 moves were finished, the bald teenager stopped. Up on the high platform, Vice Palace Master Nya witnessed the swordsmanship of the bald teenager. As soon as the 9 moves were finished, he nodded, smiled, and said, "Not bad. Since you've finished the 9 moves, that means you've comprehended the first sword scar. From now on, you're qualified to attend the Palace Master's lectures at Sword Tower." "Thank you, Vice Palace Master Nya." The bald teenager looked surprised. The other sword principal on the drill ground looked at the bald teenager enviously. However, Jian Wushuang grew even more baffled. Since the man just displayed the 9 moves, demonstrating that he's comprehended the first sword scar, he was now eligible to attend lectures delivered by palace masters? Isn't anyone else qualified to go to the sword tower? Jian Wushuang murmured. Before long, the sword principal warriors on the martial arts practice field left along with Vice Palace Master Nya. The bald teenager who just performed the sword move also got up and was about to leave. "Hey, senior brother." Jian Wushuang walked towards the bald teenager. The bald teenager frowned when he saw Jian Wushuang. "Skyscraping realm? And I haven't seen you before?" In the ancient sect, the ordinary disciples were mostly at the level of a divine realm expert, but a few of them were only in the skyscraping realm. "Who are you?" the bald teenager asked. "I'm Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang introduced himself. "Jian Wushuang? I haven't heard of you. You must have just joined the ancient sect, right?" the bald teenager asked. "You're right." Jian Wushuang nodded. "No wonder," the bald teenager shrugged. "I'm Zhu Lai, an outer disciple. What about you? Are you an outer disciple or?" "I was lucky enough to gain a place as an inner disciple at Firmament Territory Feast," Jian Wushuang said and smiled. "Inner disciple?" Zhu Lai paused for a while, and soon a smile grew full of his face. "That means your senior brother Jian Wushuang. I pay my respects." "Senior brother?" Jian Wushuang also paused for a moment as he had just called Zhu Lai senior brother, but now Zhu Lai was calling him senior brother instead. "You don't know about this, senior brother. No matter how long you stay at the ancient sect, only your strength and status matter. Generally, the outer disciple will call the inner disciple senior brother," said Zhu Lai. "That's it." Jian Wushuang didn't know how to react. Chapter 659, 3 Sword Scars. Chapter 659, 3 Sword Scars. I just arrived at the ancient sect, and this is my first time inside the Sword Palace, so I don't know about anything. Would you mind telling me what this is all about? Jian Wushuang asked. Sure, Zhu Lai briskly replied. Actually, the Sword Palace is a place where numerous disciples in the ancient sect explore sword principle. There are 2 vice palace masters and 1 palace master who usually give public lectures at martial arts practice field. Sometimes they even show us their swordsmanship. Today happens to be a day when Vice Palace Master Nya gives his lectures. The Palace Master of Sword Palace, Palace Master Xian Yi, who has a very powerful cultivation in sword principle that has already reached great heights, also occasionally give lectures. However, if you want to attend his lectures, you must meet certain requirements. Senior brother, please follow me. Zhu Lai led Jian Wushuang, and they quickly reached a huge pavilion inside Sword Palace. This is Sword Tower. It's where Palace Master Xian Yi gives lectures, said Zhu Lai. Jian Wushuang looked up at the huge pavilion before him and secretly nodded. Senior brother, look here. Zhu Lai pointed towards a dark stone tablet in front of the pavilion. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the stone tablet, and his expression changed abruptly. He immediately noticed that there were 3 distinct sword scars on the dark stone tablet. These 3 sword scars were deeply engraved, placed together from top to bottom. Jian Wushuang looked at these 3 sword scars, and his pupil suddenly shrunk. He realized that these 3 sword scars were profoundly delicate. What are the sword scars for? Jian Wushuang asked. I just said that there are some requirements for attending the lectures of Palace Master Xian Yi, and the requirement is related to the 3 sword scars which were placed here by Palace Master Xian Yi. The rules, which were set by Palace Master Xian Yi, are that only disciples in the ancient sect who can fully comprehend the first sword scar are qualified to attend his lectures in Sword Tower, said Zhu Lai. And anyone who is able to fully comprehend the second sword scar is qualified to be apprenticed to Palace Master Xian Yi as his nominal disciple. If you fully comprehend the third sword scar, you can be his personal disciple. Jian Wushuang's expression turned odd when Zhu Lai said that. As long as I fully comprehend the third sword scar, I can be his personal disciple. Is it difficult? Jian Wushuang asked. It's far more than just difficult. Zhu Lai commented emotionally. I regard myself as being gifted in sword principle. However, it's been more than 10 years since I came to the ancient sect and entered Sword Palace. I've meditated on the 3 sword scars from the very beginning until now, but I've only just now fully comprehended the first sword scar. Isn't it difficult? Also, the first sword scar is the easiest while the second and third are much harder to meditate on. It's said that just the second sword scar is 10 times harder than the first one. Really? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. It's because of its difficulty that there are less than 20 disciples who are qualified to attend his lectures, and there are only 3 nominal disciples who have fully comprehend the second sword scar and become apprenticed to Palace Master Xian Yi. They have all stayed at Sword Palace for hundreds of years, comprehending the sword scars and attending the lectures of Palace Master Xian Yi. Zhu Lai said, even though I've fully comprehended the first sword scar, I don't know how long it will take me to comprehend the second. After hearing that, Jian Wushuang remained silent for a while and then asked, since the second sword scar is so difficult, how about the third one? It's even more difficult, Zhu Lai said. Anyone who comprehends the third sword scar can be the personal disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi. But, apparently, it's not that easy to be his personal disciple with his strength. As far as I know, he still does not have a personal disciple in the ancient sect. Jian Wushuang frowned. In the ancient sect, there were so many disciples, most of who were geniuses of sword principle, but no one among them could meet the requirements set by Palace Master Xian Yi and comprehend the 3 sword scars. This obviously demonstrated how difficult it was to comprehend the 3 sword scars. Senior brother, other than Sword Tower, there is one more sword pavilion in Sword Palace, where plenty of sword principle experts have left behind their experiences. Some of the experts even created secret skills related to sword principle. You can go and have a look. Besides, I heard that there is also a sword mountain in Sword Palace, but it's just hearsay as I've never been there, Zhu Lai said. I see. Thank you so much, Jian Wushuang replied. You're welcome, senior brother. I'm off now if you don't mind, Zhu Lai said. Right. Jian Wushuang nodded. Once Zhu Lai left, Jian Wushuang sat down in front of the dark stone tablet. Various sword principle geniuses have been stuck on these 3 sword scars from Palace Master Xian Yi. Let me see how unique they are. With some expectations, Jian Wushuang began carefully meditating on the 3 sword scars. Jian Wushuang started by looking over the first of the 3 sword scars, the one which Zhu Lai had comprehended. Even if the first sword scar was the most common one, Jian Wushuang still felt it was obscure. Jian Wushuang meditated on it carefully after calming himself down. A moment later, he discovered something. This sword scar, Jian Wushuang continued staring at the sword scar as his expression became increasingly grim. Clearly, it's just a sword scar, but it contains 9 different sword essences. If these 9 sword essences are separated, you'll get 9 different sword movements. It immediately reminded Jian Wushuang of the 9 sword moves that Zhu Lai had performed in front of Vice Palace Master Nye. Zhu Lai had fully comprehended the first sword scar, which meant he had fully grasped the 9 sword movements included in the sword scar and performed them. It was easy to say, but each of the 9 sword movements was so intriguing that people had to spend a very long time exploring them. It is no wonder that Zhu Lai spent dozens of years to comprehend the 9 sword movements. As there are 9 different sword movements, even I would spend a long time if I meditated on them one by one, Jian Wushuang said silently. At this point, Jian Wushuang looked over the second and third sword scar. Jian Wushuang frowned as he gazed at them. The second and third sword scar look exactly the same as the first sword scar. Jian Wushuang's heart sank. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.